Where do we begin? Well, it's possible to dive right into the world of Azeroth and go from there, but I feel that it's more important to go back a bit farther, maybe even to a time when Azeroth wasn't in the spotlight. So why don't we start at the very, very beginning? Before there was life, before the cosmos took form, there were two opposing forces, light and void. Light drifted in the form of a prismatic sea, spreading nothing but joy and hope. As this light expanded, some of its energies faded, which left behind pockets of nothingness. From the absence of light came what we know as the void. Now, if the light was filled with joy and hope, you can only imagine what encompassed the void. It was a dark and vampiric force with a single purpose: to devour all energy. So, when the light and void clashed in a series of catastrophic explosions, well, that only ruptured the fabric of creation and gave birth to a new realm. This is when the physical universe was born. When we think of World of Warcraft, we think of the planet Azeroth. But this place that we've adventured in for years upon years is but a small part of the big picture. Really, it's just a speck of sand in what we know as the Great Beyond. The Great Beyond is the physical universe. It's literal space filled with stars, worlds, and civilizations, all created from the energy produced from the clash of light and void. On the flip side, the most unstable energies created an astral dimension known as the Twisting Nether. This separated reality existed outside the borders of the physical universe. It's a completely different realm that occasionally would break the barrier and seep into the Great Beyond, sneaking its way into reality and warping the creations that lived there. Not only did the clash of light and void create the physical and astral realms, but shards of light were literally flung out into the Great Beyond. These sparks of light would then combine with worlds and create what we know as creatures, both wondrous and terrible. The most common forms of life were the elemental spirits, beings made of fire, water, earth, and air. These elemental creatures were native to nearly every physical world within the Great Beyond. Now and then, clouds of fractured light gathered and gave life to beings with far greater power and potential. One of these beings was called the Naaru, creatures filled with an immense amount of holy energy. And as they gazed out across the universe, they saw a realm of limitless possibilities in which they could spread hope and nurture life wherever they could find it. The other beings that were created from these sparks of life were the Titans. Their spirits, which are also known as world souls, formed deep in the center of a small number of planets. These world souls slept for ages, and when they awoke as living worlds. Now, this doesn't mean that the Titans themselves are planets floating through space, but rather they're cosmic entities birthed from a planet. The difference between the Naaru and the Titans is this: the Naaru set out to safeguard all of life, while the Titans wandered the Great Beyond, seeking for others of their kind. So who was the first Titan to wake from its slumber? Legend states that it was Aman'Thul, but nobody knows when or why. And what's really sad about Aman'Thul is that he was alone. No other Titan had emerged from their sleep yet. This sparked him to begin exploring the Great Beyond, searching for other Titans to be woken up. And he did in fact find other worlds that held sleeping Titans inside. Once found, he nurtured the newly found planet and raised the Titan within from their sleep. And those who had woken up devoted themselves to the search for others of their kin. Aman'Thul and his siblings, or rather the other Titans, later became known as the Pantheon. Now, the Pantheon was aligned with order and stability, possessed a natural affinity to the latent magic in the universe. They knew that they were powerful, but they bound themselves to a code of temperance toward any civilization that they encountered. Order was crucial, and they learned that quickly when it came to finding other sleeping titans. They followed a certain protocol when dealing with a world that held a sleeping titan, or rather a world soul. First, they would calm down the elemental population, that being creatures of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, they would reshape the world, forming mountains, rivers, and seeding a myriad of life forms across the land. In doing this, they hoped to call forth the world's soul and bring it to maturity. But most of the time, the worlds that the Titans visited proved inert. Even if a world was visited and it didn't contain a world soul at its core, the Pantheon still vowed to maintain and protect it. To help do this, they established primitive life forms to uphold the integrity of the world. But as a failsafe, the Pantheon also placed colossal machines on the surface of the planets that they had shaped. These machines could be used in a way so that the Titans could monitor the state of everything happening on that particular world, and should the need arise, purge a world of all life should the evolutionary paths lead to disorder and chaos. This is when Aman'Thul called upon a mysterious race known as the Constellar. These large, humanoid-shaped constellations observed the many worlds that were ordered by the Titans. They stayed vigilant for any sign of change, instability, and decline, pretty much the downfall of the evolution of life on a planet. And it was the Constellar that would initiate the failsafe procedure to wipe out all life from a world in hopes to reset the evolutionary process. As time passed, the Pantheon found fewer and fewer world souls. They were rare, but that didn't stop them from continuing their search. The Titans knew that the universe was vast beyond measure. Even after epochs or epics or however you choose to pronounce it, they had only searched a small corner of creation within the great beyond. And while all of this was going on, the Pantheon had no idea what was lurking in the distant reaches of the universe. Now, if you've played World of Warcraft for any significant amount of time, then you've heard of something called the Old Gods. But what's talked about less are the Void Lords. When the Great Beyond came to be, dark spirits looked to twist reality into a realm of eternal torment. These dark spirits were known as the Void Lords. As the Pantheon searched for their kin, the Void Lords watched and grew jealous of their power. So, they figured that the next best thing would be to corrupt one of the members of the Pantheon into an instrument of their will. In essence, they wanted to create a powerful, dark titan. But something held the Void Lords back from achieving their goal. They struggled to manifest themselves in the physical universe. Whatever influence they could seep into reality warped and changed some of the lower life forms found in certain worlds, but regarding a Titan, a member of the Pantheon, it just didn't seem to work. They couldn't corrupt one. So, it was back to the drawing board for the Void Lords. And in the end, they decided that the only way to corrupt a Titan would be to start the process when they're most vulnerable, while it was still sleeping as a world soul. But the Void Lords didn't know which worlds held a sleeping titan at its core. Now, the Void Lords couldn't leave the void, so they took a chance and created dark creatures that they would hurl out into the physical universe in hopes of crashing into a planet. And if they were lucky, that planet would contain a world soul. These dark creatures would later be known as the Old Gods. Now, the Titans were aware of void energies, but they had no clue that the Void Lords and Old Gods were even in existence. And this is because the Pantheon's attention was fixated on a much more immediate threat: demons. Creatures that had been born from the twisting nether, creatures that hungered for nothing less than the destruction of all life in the universe. Demons are very passionate when it comes to pushing the boundaries of their power, regardless of the consequences. Many of these creatures embrace the all-consuming powers of fell magic, and it wasn't long before a lot of them clawed their way into the physical universe from the twisting nether, only to terrorize mortal civilizations and create chaos in many different worlds. Now, demons came in all shapes and sizes. You're probably familiar with the two-headed void hounds, or even the mindless amalgamations such as the abyssals and infernals, but among these creatures were the greater demons, the Nathrezim, also known as dreadlords. These demons dedicated their existence to the mastering of shadow magic, and apart from that, they enjoyed infiltrating mortal civilizations, sowing unrest, and turning nations against nations. In short, they loved to stir the pot. And once these societies fell apart and crumbled from within, the dreadlords would corrupt the population and twist the people into new horrific breeds of demons. Pit lords, another demon type, took a more direct approach to conquering worlds. They simply brutalized and tortured mortals who got in their way. Pit lords would even enslave the lesser demons from the twisting nether and use them as fodder to besiege the mortal civilizations of the great dark beyond. Now, the Pantheon soon learned about the demonic incursions that were starting up, and they feared that the demons would disrupt the Pantheon's quest to find and awaken world souls. So, what did they do? To handle the situation, they let loose their greatest warrior. They let loose a titan named Sargeras. Out of all the members of the Pantheon, Sargeras displayed unmatched courage and strength, and because of that, he was the best choice to eradicate the demons that had slipped into the physical universe from the twisting nether. He didn't waste any time. Sargeras moved quickly to worlds that were erratic with volatile energy. These places were heavily influenced by the twisting nether, so much that it had spilled into the physical universe, which allowed many demons to manifest. For ages, Sargeras traveled to numerous worlds, fighting to protect the mortal inhabitants from the invading demons. Not only did he battle, but he also witnessed the demise of entire civilizations as they were warped into depraved aberrations. Because of this, Sargeras began to feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he defeated his foes, winning victory after victory. And the more he engaged with these demons, the more he realized that they had learned to wield void energies. This led to Sargeras discovering the existence of the Void Lords and how they were spreading corruption throughout the cosmos. This concerned him, and he thought, what were the powers of the Void planning, and what could their existence mean for the universe? While Sargeras continued his war against the demons, the Pantheon continued their progress without hindrance, searching for sleeping titans, ordering new worlds as they progressed. Seeing life bloom on these planets and being free of any demonic presence gave Sargeras a sense of satisfaction. He loved life, and because of that, he so desperately wanted to confront the Void Lords and undo whatever plan they were working on. Everything seemed to be going as planned until the demons redoubled their efforts. They began engulfing more worlds in death and destruction. This is when Sargeras realized that he had fought many of these demons before. But how was that possible? Well, it came as a surprise that after these demons were defeated in the physical universe, their spirits returned to the twisting nether, only to be reborn in new bodies. What Sargeras didn't know is that the only way to truly destroy a demon is to kill them while in the twisting nether, or in an area of the great dark saturated with the twisting nether's volatile energies. Sargeras knew that his current tactics were not working. Killing demons did nothing. He needed to find a way to contain them. Now, the Pantheon was concerned. So they sent another Titan to help Sargeras out. His name was Agrimar, and he wasn't experienced in battle, but he was a quick learner. Because of this, he earned Sargeras' admiration and became his trusted lieutenant. And for many millennia, they fought side by side as an unstoppable force against the demonic onslaught. After a while, Agrimar could hold his own in battle. This gave time for Sargeras to study the properties of the twisting nether. He hadn't quite figured out the realms of volatile energies, but he managed to manipulate and shape some of them. With this knowledge, he forged a prison within the twisting nether called Mardoom, or also known as the Plane of Banishment. It would act as an impregnable pocket dimension from which nothing could escape. Now, demons would no longer be reborn after being defeated. They would simply be contained in this prison for eternity. As Sargeras and Agrimar's campaign continued, the prison became overflowing with demons and their destructive fell energies. After a while, these energies became so great that they began tearing through the veil between the twisting nether and the physical universe. The prison began appearing in distant parts of the Great Dark as a burning, verdant star. But overall, their campaign brought peace to the cosmos. Demonic incursions would remain as a constant threat, but over time, they became a rare event. And all the while, the Titans prospered and life flourished. And wouldn't it be nice to say that all was well, and that's how the story ends? But that wouldn't be exciting. From here, Sargeras and Agrimar decided that they could hunt down and contain more of these demonic incursions if they split up. This way, more worlds would be protected if they worked separately, only calling on each other if the need was dire. So, they went their separate ways. This is when Sargeras discovered the full horror of the Void Lord's plans. He had been drawn to a very remote corner of the Great Beyond, only to find a world consumed by the Void. This would be his first interaction with the old gods, as he found them festering on the world's surface. But this wasn't just any world. Sargeras quickly realized that a Titan was sleeping within. He heard the world soul's dreams, which confirmed that this wasn't just an ordinary planet. The terrifying thing is that these dreams were nightmares, not the pleasant dreams that world souls usually had. The old god's tendrils had buried deep into the planet, enveloping the slumbering Titan's spirit in shadow. So great was the void on this planet that it drew the attention of many dreadlords who traveled there to bask in the dark power. Sargeras was able to capture and interrogate one. It revealed what it knew about the old gods, the intentions of the Void Lords, and how if the Void succeeded in corrupting the sleeping Titan, it would rise as an unspeakable dark creature. No power in creation, not even the Pantheon, would be able to stand against it. This warped Titan, if woken up, would consume all matter and energy in the universe, bringing all of existence under the Void Lord's will. Now, Sargeras had seen a lot of hardships, but never did he experience fear until this moment. He suddenly realized that while the Pantheon was searching for world souls, so were the Void Lords. With rage and anger, Sargeras killed the Dreadlord with a single blow, then turned his attention to the blackened world in front of him. His heart ached with sorrow. He knew that there was only one way to keep the Dark Titan from rising. With a slash of his sword, he split the world in half. The explosion consumed the old gods and their void energies, but also killed the sleeping Titan within. Sargeras immediately returned to the Pantheon and summoned Agrimar to his side. He gave a report, and, with no surprise, the members of the Pantheon were stunned. But even more so, they were upset because of Sargeras' actions. They chastised him for killing a Titan. They argued that if they had been called to help, maybe the world's soul could have been purged of its corruption. There was no convincing them that this was the only way that Sargeras could have handled the situation. The Pantheon didn't have first-hand experience with the Void and demons like Sargeras and Agrimar had. They hadn't seen what they had seen, especially with what Sargeras had experienced with the nearly corrupted world's soul. They argued about how to deal with the Void Lords. Sargeras feared that if the old gods had corrupted one world soul, they might have corrupted many others as well, and that it might be too late to stop them. This is when Sargeras would become the villain that we know him for. He expressed his fear that existence was flawed. This is something that he realized when encountering the old gods, and that only by burning away all of creation could the Titans stand a chance at overthrowing the goals of the Void Lords. In his mind, even a lifeless universe is better than one ruled by the Void. He thought life had taken root in the cosmos once before. Perhaps, after the physical universe was scoured of corruption, life would take root once again. The Pantheon was horrified. Eonar, the Lifebinder, reminded Sargeras that they had sworn to protect all living things whenever possible. Systemic extinction could never be warranted, no matter the situation. Even Agrimar stood against his mentor, arguing that there must be another way to defeat the Void Lords. He urged Sargeras to abandon his dark plan and reason for another solution. But that was it. He had made up his mind. Sargeras, feeling betrayed, stormed away from the other Titans, vowing that he would expel the Void Lord's corruption himself. This would be the last time that the Pantheon would see him as one of their own. For ages, the Pantheon continued their search for more world souls. Sadly, they didn't find any. They wondered at times if their search was in vain, but they continued to press forward, knowing in their hearts that more world souls existed. Though they didn't know it, a new world was taking shape in an isolated corner of the Great Dark. Even more so, deep within this world's core, the spirit of a mighty and noble Titan stirred to life. One day, this new world would be known as Azeroth. While this new Titan formed, elemental spirits roamed the surface, and over time, they became more erratic and destructive. But why is this? What stirred the elements into a frenzy? Well, because the world's soul was so vast, it had drawn in and consumed the fifth element, that being spirit. Without its presence, Azeroth's elemental spirits descended into chaos. So, what remained was earth, fire, wind, and water, each led by their respective lords that reigned over the lesser elements on the planet. Those being Al-Akir, the Wind Lord, famous for sending minions to spy on his enemies and sow distrust among their ranks; Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, who embraced brute force to take out his foes; Therazane, the Stone Mother, known for her impenetrable fortifications; and Neptulon, the Tide Hunter, who raised tidal waves to combat his opposition. Basically, all four of them hated each other and waged war for an untold millennia. Dominion over Azeroth was in a constant shift between factions. Then, the old gods arrived. Crashing down into Azeroth's surface from the Great Dark, the old gods embedded themselves in different locations across the world. They were large, multi-eyed, disgusting mounds of writhing shadows that posed nothing more than a direct threat when looked at. Apart from the corruption that spread from their landing sites, these cancerous beings also were in the works of digging deep to reach the world's soul below. Not only did their corruption spread, but it also gave rise to two new races: the Noraki, also known as the Faceless Ones, and the Akir, insectoids of incredible strength and resilience. Both races served their masters, that being the old gods, with fanatical loyalty. But what was their use? Why create these races to begin with? Well, first off, they were to expand the borders of the old gods' dominion. The Faceless Ones were tasked to erect towering citadels and temple cities around their masters, since the old gods were set in place and couldn't be moved. The greatest of these fortifications was built around Yogg-Saron, the most powerful and wicked of the old gods, who was located in the center of Azeroth. Oh, by the way, if we haven't talked about it yet, this is what Azeroth originally looked like, but we'll talk about this a little bit more later on. As these dark cities rose, the old gods' dominion would spread and become known as the Black Empire. It didn't take long for the elemental lords to realize what was going on. Knowing the threat that had arrived on their homeworld, they band together for the first time to work in unison against a common enemy. Al-Akir's Tempest joined with Ragnaros' fiery servants to create monstrous cyclones of flame. Therazane raised jagged rock walls to halt her enemies and shatter their temple cities, while Neptulon and his tidal minions swept in, crushing the Faceless Ones and the Akir between the raised stone. But despite their power, they could not overcome the Black Empire. No matter how many of the old gods' minions they killed, more and more would spawn. In the end, the old gods enslaved the elementals and their lords. And with that, the Black Empire crept over the surface of Azeroth, spiraling it into an abyss of suffering and death. Meanwhile, Agrimar continued what Sargeras had begun. He eradicated all signs of demonic influence from one world to the next. Even though he bore the full weight of this task alone, he never gave up. Somewhere deep inside him, he believed that Sargeras would one day return and see that the Pantheon's cause was right. It was then, during his long and lonely journey, that he sensed the tranquil dreams of a slumbering world soul. A world that the Pantheon had yet discovered, a planet that would later be named Azeroth. The spirit inside of this world was so mighty that Agrimar could feel its dreams even through the corruption that was covering it. When he arrived at its location, horror seized him. It was the same thing that Sargeras saw with the world that he had split in two, except the tendrils of the old gods had not yet reached the world's soul. There was still time, but the clock was ticking. Agrimar quickly sought counsel with the Pantheon, informed them of his discovery, which also confirmed that Sargeras had been right about the Void Lords and their plans. Agrimar urged the other Titans to act before Azeroth succumbed to the Void. Eonar was quick to back him up, and she compelled the other Pantheon members to think of the world's potential. This sleeping Titan could exceed even Sargeras' might, the one world soul that could be capable of extinguishing the Void Lords once and for all. Knowing this, it was a unanimous decision to save Azeroth, no matter the cost. The plan? To travel to Azeroth's location, every member of the Pantheon, and purge the Black Empire that had consumed it. But they couldn't do it directly themselves. We have to remember that the Titans that comprise the Pantheon were colossal beings. Even their physical interaction with the planet could destroy the world's soul beneath the surface. So, Agrimar proposed that they create mighty constructs to act in their place. Under the guidance of the forger Khaz'goroth, one of the members of the Pantheon, they crafted an army of enormous servants from the crust of Azeroth itself. These new races would be known as the Aesir and the Vanir. The Aesir were made from metal and could command the powers of storms. The Vanir were formed from stone and could control portions of the earth. Together, they would be known as the Titan Forged. A few of these raised servants were imbued with powers to lead the rest of the Titan Forged. These were the Keepers, which I'm sure you've heard of before. Though they would develop their own personalities over time, they would forever bear the mark and abilities of their makers. Aman'Thul gifted some of his abilities to High Keeper Ra and Keeper Odin. Khaz-Gorath bestowed his mastery over the earth and forging to Keeper Arcadis. Golganeth granted Keepers Thorm and Hodir command over the storms and skies. Eonar gave Keeper Freya control over Azeroth's flora and fauna. And lastly, Agrimar imparted his strength and courage to Keeper Tyr, who became the greatest warrior of the Titan Forged. Now the Pantheon was ready. War was at their doorstep. The time to shatter the Black Empire and free Azeroth from its corruption had come. War. Azeroth was no stranger to it. The elements had been at each other's throats for who knows how long. Then the old gods challenged their reign. And now the Titan Forged looked to enforce their dominion. They slammed into the Black Empire's northernmost holdings, catching the old gods completely off guard. But that didn't mean that the Titan Forge had it easy. In order to reassert their dominance, the old gods called upon their greatest lieutenants, the Elemental Lords. And it worked. They engaged the Titan Forged, forcing the Keepers to divide and conquer their enemies. So they split their forces, dispatching each group to fight a specific Elemental Lord. Tyr and Odin volunteered to confront the most destructive Elemental lieutenants, Ragnaros the Fire Lord. This battle didn't end quickly. In fact, it drew out for weeks, engulfing the land in fire and magma. But the Keepers' resilient metal forms protected them from Ragnaros' fiery barrage. In the end, Tyr and Odin pushed Ragnaros back into his volcanic lair in the east, a land of boiling acid and skies consumed with ash, thus defeating the Fire Lord. Meanwhile, Arcadis and Freya engaged with Therazane the Stone Mother. In order to protect herself and her minions, Therazane retreated into the towering stone spire that she called home. But this wasn't enough. Arcadis used his dominion over the earth to weaken the citadel's foundations and shatter the giants who guarded it. Freya conjured colossal roots from the ground to entangle the fortress. Worming through the stone and crystal, the citadel walls buckled, bringing them down on Therazane's head. In another location, Ra, Thorim, and Hodir fought Al'Akir the Wind Lord. Using their mastery over the skies and storms, they forced the Elemental Lord back to his lair, located among the highest peaks of Azeroth. Lightning set the skies aflame as Al'Akir struggled to hold off his foes. Turning his own powers against him, the three Keepers defeated Al'Akir at the top of his domain. And lastly, Neptulon the Tidehunter and his minions rushed to aid the other Elemental Lords, but were intercepted by Loken and Mimiron. Outmaneuvering Neptulon's forces, Loken moved to unleash his arcane powers to freeze and shatter the water elemental's form, while Mimiron crafted enchanted bonds to imprison Neptulon himself. And thus, the Elemental Lords were defeated. But the Keepers knew that they could not utterly destroy them, because they were bound to Azeroth itself. If they were killed, their forms would simply manifest again in time. But Ra found a solution. Imprisoning the elementals, similar to what Sargeras did to the demons on Mardum, seemed to be the plan. With Helia's help, they were able to create 4 interlinked domains within a pocket dimension known as the Elemental Plane. With that established, Ra and Helia banished the Elemental Lords and nearly all of the servants to this new prison realm. Ragnaros and the fire elementals were exiled to a place known as the Firelands. Therazane and the earth elementals were contained within the caverns of Deepholm. Alakir and the air elementals were imprisoned among the cloudy spires of the Skywall. And lastly, Neptulon and the water elementals were sucked into the fathomless depths of the abyssal maw. With their leaders gone, the very few remaining elementals that avoided the elemental plane roamed Azeroth's surface. In the end, these beings scattered and abandoned the war. Now that the elementals were no longer a threat, the Keepers turned their attention to the Black Empire's Akiri legions. With many of the insectoids dwelling in the catacombs beneath the surface, Arcadis bent the stones and soil to his will, thus collapsing the Akiri burrows and driving them above ground. Once up top, the Akiri found themselves surrounded by the Titanforged. The battles that would follow between the two would prove to be unexpectedly vicious. In time, the Keepers destroyed most of the Akiri race. Only small pockets of the insectoids escaped by tunneling deep underground. There would be no counterattack. The victories over the Akir and elementals lifted the Keepers' spirits, but winning these battles were just hurdles, roadblocks to the greatest battles that were still yet to come. Banding together, they turned their attention to the temple city that was built around the old god Y'Shaarj. Now, as mentioned in the previous video, the Naraki, also called the Faceless Ones, were charged with building towers and citadels around the landing sites of the old gods. And the Titanforged knew that this location was the most powerful of the Naraki bastions on Azeroth. The Keepers believed they could crush their enemies in one swift stroke. Driving through one swarm of Naraki after another, they battled their way towards the mountainous form of Y'Shaarj. This wasn't an easy push. Many of the broken bodies of Titanforged and Naraki alike riddled the landscape by the time the invaders breached the city and assaulted the old god itself. Y'Shaarj was more powerful than the Keepers had expected. It poisoned the minds of the Titanforged, drawing out their fears and darkening their thoughts. Watching the outcome of this war, the Pantheon worried that the old god would overwhelm their creations that were designed specifically so that the Titans wouldn't risk physically harming the world due to their colossal size. But at this point, with failure on the horizon, they decided to take direct action. What happened next would be the catalyst for future events. Aman'Thul himself reached down through the skies of Azeroth and took hold of Y'Shaarj's body. With a heave of his colossal arm, he tore the old god from the crust of the earth. Y'Shaarj's corrupted body was ripped apart. In that moment, the old god's death rattle shattered mountaintops and obliterated hundreds of Titanforged where they stood. Finally, Y'Shaarj, the evilest of the old gods on Azeroth, was dead. As victorious as this was, the consequences of Aman'Thul's actions were about to be realized. Y'Shaarj's tendrils had dug deeper into Azeroth's surface than the Titans had realized. In excising the old god, Aman'Thul had ripped an eternal wound in Azeroth's surface. Volatile arcane energies, or rather the lifeblood of the nascent Titan, erupted from the scar and rolled out across the world. Horrified by what had happened, the Pantheon quickly realized that they could not kill another old god in the same manner. If Y'Shaarj had buried itself that deep into the world, it's possible that the other malignant creatures had done the same. Creating another wound in Azeroth's surface could mean the end of the sleeping world's soul. The Pantheon knew that the only course of action was to imprison the old gods, where they lay, containing their evil forever. Easy to do? Not really. But it would be possible with the aid of the Keepers. The plan was this: shatter the last vestiges of the Black Empire by battling each of the remaining old gods directly. Once weakened, Arcadis would create subterranean chambers to contain them, leaving Mimiron to fashion colossal machineries to lock the old gods in place. When the two of them had completed their work, Loken would imbue each prison with a great enchantment that would neutralize the evil emanating from the old gods. With their plans set in stone, the Titan Forge began their campaign. Fighting along their way, they moved to the southeast to the bastion of N'Zoth. Once the old god was overwhelmed, the keepers used their powers to seal the creature in an underground prison. Moving to the southwest, the Titan Forged marched to the sprawling temple city that had grown around the third old god, Cthulhu. The keepers and their allies purged swarms of Naraki before assaulting the old god itself and subduing it. Similar to what they had done with N'Zoth, another prison was constructed, and Cthulhu was entombed beneath the earth. With 3 of the old gods contained, only one remained, the vicious and cunning Yogg-Saron. Even with the experience the Titan Forge had now gained, this would prove to be no easy task. As they closed in on Yogg-Saron's northern stronghold, the old god unleashed the greatest of its generals, the Cathraxi. The Cathraxi were monstrous warbringers, larger and more resilient than other Naraki. Apart from their strength and brutal intellect, their dark powers could drive even the Titan Forge to madness. Enraging the remnants of the Black Empire into a frenzy, they swarmed the Titan Forged on all sides. By the time the Keepers and their allies reached Yogg-Saron, their forces had greatly diminished. It didn't take long to realize that they didn't have the numbers to defeat the old god. Not only did they lack the strength, their encounter with Yogg-Saron meant certain death. And they would have died had it not been for the heroic efforts of Odin. Although scarred and battered by war, Odin summoned his waning strength and inspired the Titan Forged to launch a counterattack. Loken weaved a grand illusion spell that forced the Cathraxi to see themselves and even Yogg-Saron as the enemy. As the Black Empire's forces directed their attention toward each other, Odin took the opportunity and cut down his confused foes. The other Titan Forged followed his lead, and together they succeeded in pacifying Yogg-Saron, just like they had done with Cthulhu and N'Zoth. The Keepers buried Yogg-Saron beneath the earth, locking it away in a monolithic enchanted prison. For the very first time in Azeroth's history, peace settled over the world. All 4 of the elemental lords had been banished to another plane of existence, the Black Empire had been purged, and with that, the old gods had been muted. Against all odds, Azeroth had been saved, but now there was work to be done, and the most pressing matter on the table was the scar left behind when Aman'Thul ripped Y'Shaarj from the world's surface. It wasn't just a hole in the ground. This world scar became a constant stream of volatile arcane energy, bleeding and lashing out across the world. If left unattended, the energies would consume Azeroth over time. The Keepers worked day and night, crafting magic wards around the gaping wound to contain the escaping lifeblood. In time, the energies settled into balance, and all that remained of the world's scar was an immense lake of scintillating energy. The body of water would be named by the Keepers as the Well of Eternity. Thereafter, the power of this fount would be infused in the alien world, helping life to take a root and bloom across the globe. Now with the wound healed, the Keepers turned their attention to the sleeping world soul of the planet. Arcadis and Mimiron joined their powers to craft 2 machines, the Forge of Wills and the Forge of Origination. Both would work together to infuse Azeroth's slumbering spirit with cosmic energies. The Forge of Wills would be located in the northern reaches of the world, and it would shape the world's soul, merging development of feelings and sensations. The Forge of Origination would be installed in the southern area of Azeroth and would regulate the rhythms of the deep earth, fortifying the world's soul's form. Once these 2 machines were constructed, Odin oversaw the installment of the Forge of Wills in an area we know as Storm Peaks. Now we need to talk a little bit about Odin here. Because of his valorous deeds in the war against the Black Empire, the Pantheon appointed him Prime Designate. With that, it was his duty to watch over Yogg-Saron's prison and maintain the Forge of Wills. This is when the Keepers began building their main bastion, the fortress known as Ulduar. Not only would this stronghold house the old god Yogg-Saron, but it would also house the Forge of Wills and other machineries that the Keepers would create. Now, the Forge of Wills served another purpose. It had the ability to draw on the life essence of Azeroth, which in turn gave shape and sentience to creatures of living stone and metal, different types of Titan forged. This new generation of races would help the Keepers bring order to the world. As the Forge of Wills turned its gears, High Keeper Ra traveled south to install the Forge of Origination. Accompanying him were a number of stone-skinned creatures recently created from the machine to the north. The Anubisath giants, the Leonine Tol'vir, and the indomitable Mogu. While en route to their location, Ra discovered the remnants of Y'Sharz's body laying scattered across the land. When Aman'Thul had ripped the old god from Azeroth, pieces of it had fallen back to the surface, infusing the land with evil. The largest of these pieces was Y'Sharz's heart, a mass of diseased flesh, ripe with void energies. Rather than destroying the heart, Ra built a subterranean vault to contain it, thus neutralizing its evil. He and the other Keepers knew that studying the heart would help them understand the nature of the old gods, and not only them, but other void creatures. This is when Ra gave the Mogu charge of watching over the vault of Y'Sharz. Not only would they guard the vault, but the surrounding land as well. Ra continued his expedition and traveled west. There, he and his followers established the Forge of Origination. Once operational, Ra could feel the twin forges working in synergy, sending healing energies through the heart of the world. With the second machine up and running, Ra and his followers built a fortress around the Forge of Origination. We know this as Uldum or Uldum, really depending on how you pronounce it. And this location would become the southernmost base of operations for the Keepers. Like the Forge of Wills, the Forge of Origination also served a dual purpose. In the event that Azeroth's flora and fauna succumbed to corruption, the energies stored inside the Great Machine could be unleashed to eradicate all life on the world, allowing it to start anew. Like the Mogu keeping watch over the old god's heart, the Tol'vir and the Anubisaths were charged to safeguard Uldum forever. From here, Ra and the rest of his servants marched northwest into a land later known as Silithus. This arid region was home to the subterranean prison that housed the old god Cthulhu. Expanding on the prison was the next goal, and in the end, Ra and his allies constructed the mighty fortress of Ahn'Qiraj. Once completed, Ra ordered the remaining Titan Forge to safeguard the newly built stronghold. Seeing his work completed, Ra would spend the following ages roaming the southern regions of Azeroth, observing from afar his Titan forged and ensuring that they upheld their sacred charge to guard the newly built citadels. Now that the machines were up and running, the Keepers adjusted their focus into reshaping the surface of the world. To do this, and apart from gifted artifacts from the Pantheon called the Pillars of Creation, they called on the new generation of servants created from the Forge of Wills. The craggy earthen would focus on crafting mountains and carving out the deep places of the world. The clockwork mechagnomes, appropriately designed by Mimiron, would help build and maintain the Keepers' extraordinary machineries. The stone-skinned Mogu would be in charge of digging out the myriad of rivers and waterways of Azeroth. The task of safeguarding the Keepers' holdings, or rather things of importance, fell to the iron-skinned Vrykul and the chiseled Tol'vir. In order to shape the environment, the Keepers conscripted the powerful stone and sea giants. They would roam Azeroth, lifting towering mountain ranges and dredging out the fathomless seas. As the Titan Forge did their work, Freya set out to populate the world with organic life. In order to achieve this goal, she crafted the Emerald Dream, an ever-shifting dimension of spirits and nature magic. Some say that Freya wove the Emerald Dream into being from nothing, while others claim that it was a dream born from Azeroth's world soul. It was a mirror image of Azeroth, which helped regulate the evolutionary path of the world's flora and fauna. Spirits and strange beings populated the dream, and paradise was their home. The Emerald Dream defied mortal perceptions of reality. Time, distance, these concepts were nothing compared to the life outside this realm. A single day on the physical world could feel like decades in the dream. Freya wandered the world, searching for areas where the Well of Eternity's energies had gathered. These areas created optimal conditions for the development of new flora and fauna, and she molded life in all its diversity. The most noticeable sites where she did her work are at the polar extremes of the world, regions that would later become known as Ungoro Crater, Sholazar Basin, and the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Out of Freya's creations, the greatest creatures to emerge were known as the Wild Gods. Among the greatest of the Wild Gods were Malorn, the Honorable White Stag, Asina, the Mother Wisp, Agamaggon the Razor Boar, Aviana, the Mistress of Birds, Ursak and Ursul, the Colossal Bear Lords, Tortola, the Wise, Goldrin, the Great Wolf, Chi-Ji, the Red Crane, Niu Zhao, the Black Ox, Zwen, the White Tiger, and Toulon, the Jade Serpent. These majestic creatures would be as close to Freya as if they were her own children. They would wander the physical world at her side, blooming vibrant forests and grasslands with every footstep. But out of all the places they traveled, the most frequent location that they visited was a massive forested peak called Mount Hyjal. It was here that Freya bound the spirits of the wild gods to the Emerald Dream. They would come to symbolize the health and vitality of Azeroth itself. From here on, Hyjal would remain a refuge and sacred place to the wild gods. Not only did creatures come from Freya, but other creatures had emerged from Azeroth's elemental past. When the Keepers sealed off the elemental plane, some stragglers had escaped banishment. Their fury over time had calmed, and they became creatures of flesh and blood. It was from these former elementals that some forms of wildlife, such as the proto-dragons, came to be. In time, Azeroth's main landmass was stabilized, and as twilight fell, the Titan Forge looked over the land they had shaped, giving it the name Kalimdor, meaning Land of Eternal Starlight. The Pantheon was pleased with the Keeper's work, and felt assured that the world's soul was in good hands, which meant that they prepared to venture back into the Great Dark in order to search for more sleeping titans, because Azeroth was proof that there were more out there to find. The Keepers mourned the departure of their makers, but also felt a sense of pride at being given the honor of safeguarding the newly shaped world. To commemorate the Pantheon's departure, Loken and Mimiron crafted a set of enchanted artifacts called the Discs of Norgannon. These would transcribe the history of Azeroth as it unfolded over time. If the Pantheon ever returned, they would have a full record of what had come to pass in their absence. Before leaving, Aman'Thul commissioned the constellar Algalon the Observer to serve as the world's celestial guardian. The world's soul was still corruptible, and the Titans could not ignore that fact. Should it ever happen, Algalon would activate the Forge of Origination, purging the world of life and any corruption that was present. And with that, the Pantheon disappeared into the stars. The Titans had done everything they could to heal Azeroth and assure the world's soul's growth to maturity. Now, they had to wait and hope that the world's soul would one day awaken. Now, if you don't mind me stepping away from the narrative for a second and say that this next section is by far, for me at least, the scariest thing in the Warcraft universe, Galakrond. Ages after the Pantheon left, many life forms flourished across the surface of the world. Out of all of them, the most savage and cunning were the proto-dragons, who dwelled in the frozen north of Kalimdor. Not every proto-dragon was the same. Some were gigantic winged beings of incredible fortitude. Others, their spirits tied to the world itself. Even some had tapped into the elemental energies. But there was one proto-dragon whose power overshadowed the rest of his kind. His name was Galakrond. He was the largest proto-dragon to ever soar the skies. So big that the beating of his wings could flatten entire forests. Not only was he strong, but he was a skilled hunter, and he devoured everything in sight. His body swelled to an even greater size, yet nothing could ever sate his cravings. This is where it starts to get real dark. So terrible was his hunger that Galakrond began feasting on other proto-dragons. Not just the living, but also the corpses of the dead. Devouring fallen proto-dragons warped Galakrond's mind and body with necrotic affliction. Limbs and dozens of eyes sprouted across his gigantic form. Even death energies wafted off of Galakrond's hide, reanimating dead matter, raising them from the dead as mindless abominations. The ranks of Galakrond's minions expanded, and they terrorized the skies over Kalimdor, leaving the other proto-dragons failing to unite due to long-standing rivalries. Now, we have to remember that the Keepers were still around, and Tyr, the mightiest of them all, was the first to notice the danger that Galakrond imposed. Even after warning the other Keepers, he couldn't motivate them to act. Even though they were all tasked to protect the world, the war with the old gods and the ordering of Azeroth had drained them of their collective strength and willpower. They had become indifferent to the world at large, focusing on maintaining their vaults and arcane machineries. But this didn't stop Tyr. He demanded justice and order, and that drove him. He knew that if Galakrond was left unchecked, he would devour all of nature and spread his affliction to the far corners of Azeroth. So, it was clear to the Keeper, Galakrond and his minions needed to be destroyed. But how? What was the solution to this? Tyr's answer would be found with 5 of the greatest and most intelligent proto-dragons in existence, namely Alexstrasza, Neltharion, Malygos, Ysera, and Nozdormu. Each creature hailing from different strains while displaying unique powers. Even the 2 sisters, Alexstrasza and Ysera, had their own separate abilities. Alexstrasza could summon fire from her maw. Neltharion possessed incredible strength, and his piercing roar could shatter bone and rock alike. Malygos could breathe frost and encase his foes in solid ice. Nozdormu could assail his enemies with blinding storms of coarse sand, and Ysera's breath could debilitate her enemies, sapping their willpower and throwing them into a deep trance. Tyr beseeched the 5 proto-dragons for aid in taking Galakrond down. Suspicious of the Keeper at first, they soon agreed to fight by his side. Under Tyr's guidance, the 5 proto-dragons battled Galakrond and his minions. Their fighting raged over the snowy peaks of northern Kalimdor. At first, every attack made against the giant proto-dragon were deflected by his hide. Even Tyr fought alongside the Chosen 5. At one point, Galakrond bit off Tyr's iron hand, suffusing him with necrotic energy. Even though Tyr survived, his wound would never truly heal, and many years later, he would replace his lost hand with one forged of pure silver. This silver hand came to symbolize his belief that only through personal sacrifice could one achieve lasting justice. And this would be the icon for the Knights of the Silver Hand. But I digress. Soon, the 5 proto-dragons found Galakrond's weaknesses. They assaulted his eyes and his soft yet vulnerable gullet. Using their powers and trusting each other, they vanquished Azeroth's new #1 threat. Galakrond's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, smashing into the frozen tundra that would later be known as Dragonblight. Today, we can still see the bones of this monster, laying in silence after years of so much noise and mischief. Despite all odds, the 5 proto-dragons had won, but only so by working together. It was a lesson they would not soon forget. Alexstrasza and the others would carry on this ideal of unity and cooperation for ages to come. While Tyr and the chosen proto-dragons were having it out with Galakrond, the other titans emerged from their stupor. Problem was, they were a bit too late and realized how big of a threat Galakrond really was. Feeling ashamed for not helping, they still felt grateful to Tyr for having taken action. And you think that Tyr would have chastised them, but he didn't. Instead, he convinced them to imbue the 5 proto-dragons with powers. That way, they could become another safeguard for Azeroth. The only one who was hesitant about this was Odin. He didn't agree that they should have Azeroth's fate placed upon their shoulders, regardless of their heroic efforts against Galakrond. Odin saw these proto-dragons as primitive life forms, and believed that only the mighty Titan Forged could be trusted to protect the world. As Prime Designate, Odin argued that he had the final decision on how to proceed, but he was outnumbered. The rest of the Keepers believed that through bravery and self-sacrifice, the proto-dragons had earned the right to act as Azeroth's guardians. In the end, they blew off Odin's continued protests and moved forward with their plans. The Keepers journeyed to the resting place of Galakrond. Even Ra made his way up north from the lower regions of the land. Once there, the Keepers channeled their powers that were granted to them from the Pantheon into the 5 proto-dragons. Ra channeled his powers from Aman'Thul into Nozdormu, granting him mastery of time, and thus becoming known as the Timeless One. Freya imbued the energies of Eonar into Alexstrasza, becoming known thereafter as the Lifebinder, devoting everything that she was to the stewardship of the living world. And having proved her courage in the battles against Galakrond, she was crowned the Dragon Queen and given command over her kind. Freya also besieged Eonar to bless Ysera with nature's influence. She was charged with keeping watch over the wilds of Azeroth from within the Emerald Dream. Bound to this eternal realm, she descended into an endless trance and became known as the Dreamer. On the flip side of all that was calm and peaceful, Loken called on his creator, Norgannon, to endow Malygos with incredible arcane powers. Henceforth, he would be known as the Spellweaver, and the limitless realms of magic would be his to share, explore, and protect. Lastly, Arcadis requested from his creator, Khaz'goroth, to bestow a bit of his power onto Neltharion. He would be later known as the Earth Warder, and would be given charge over the mountains and deep caverns of the earth. For many long years after, Alexstrasza would deem him as her greatest friend and confidant. With these new powers came a new appearance. Nozdormu's hide took on a bronze hue like a sea of shimmering golden sand. Alexstrasza's scales turned a deep shade of red. Ysera became a vibrant green to reflect her new connection with nature. Malygos turned an icy blue color while his scales radiated potent arcane energies, and Neltharion's rough hide became an earthy black. From that day forward, the 5 extraordinary beings would become known as the Dragon Aspects. And with that, the Keepers created a new species to help the Aspects protect the world. They would serve as their consorts and allies. In doing so, the Keepers magically altered hundreds of proto-dragon eggs, and it's from these eggs that these creatures would be born in the image of the Aspects. This new race, known as dragons, would form the 5 famous flights, bronze, red, green, blue, and black. Each flight would serve a different dragon aspect, but would be bound by their duty to protect Azeroth. Plus, in order to strengthen this bond, the Keepers forged a grand tower in northern Kalimdor called Wormrest Temple, serving as the heart of the dragon's culture, a place where they could gather and discuss their activities. Satisfied with their work, the Keepers disappeared back into their lairs, leaving the aspects to watch over the living creatures of Azeroth. Now, shortly after, this is when the events of this book takes place, the War of the Scaleborn. I've read this book, and overall, it's good. In fact, the first time I saw this novel was at BlizzCon 2023. It's the reason I got back into making more WoW content. We could dive into this story, talk about the Primal Incarnates, the civil war between the Proto-Dragons and the Aspects that lasted hundreds of years, but in doing so, we would have the possibility of becoming sidetracked and leave the orientation that the Chronicle books are giving, or as some would call it, the history of Azeroth per the Titans' point of view. I like to call it the true and original canon, but everyone has their opinion. So for now, we'll move on from this part of history and revisit it in a later video. While the Aspects were being given their powers to become the Aspects, Odin stayed back in Ulduar, fuming with anger that his allies acted against his wishes. He believed with all his heart that the Aspects would fail in their charge to safeguard the world. So, to counteract the possibility of failure, he created an elite army of his own design, one that he could call on to protect Azeroth should the need ever arise. To fill the ranks of this force, he looked to the mighty Vrykul. He saw them, above all other Titan forged, as the perfect expression of the warrior spirit. When Tyr and the other Keepers returned to Ulduar, they demanded that Odin abandon these plans. But he was single-minded in his focus and unbending in his ideas of what was right. This is when he invited the Keepers to help him create this new army. When none of them stepped forward to join, Odin announced that he would be pursuing his quests without them. And so he did, first by securing one of Ulduar's wings to act as the base for his new army. This section became permanently separated from the rest of the fortress and from the other Keepers, but only so with the help of Helya. Odin, over the ages, saw her as his adopted daughter. Their bond was close. So she wove a great spell to encase the Keeper's stronghold. Then, focusing all her power, she ripped the colossal chunk of Ulduar from the earth and lifted it into the cloudy skies. In time, this floating citadel would become known as the Halls of Valor. And from this location, Odin would deliver a proclamation to the Vrykul. Those that proved their bravery by dying a glorious death in battle would live again in the Halls of Valor. Their spirit would be transported to the fortress and given a mighty new storm-forged body. They would later be known as the Valajar and serve as Azeroth's foremost guardians. All that remained was to find a means of ferrying the spirits of the dead to the new citadel in the skies. It just didn't happen when they died. For this, Odin studied the energies that permeated the Shadowlands. This knowledge that he gained would allow him to transform some of the Vrykul into spectral beings known as the Valkyr. These wraith-like servants would travel between the Shadowlands and the physical world, and guide the souls of worthy Vrykul to the Halls of Valor. The sad part is that these Valkyr would be cursed to live as phantoms for all eternity. No Vrykul ever volunteered to become a Valkyr. And because of this, Odin created these servants by force. Helya reprimanded him for turning some of the Titan forged into slaves against their will. The argument between the two almost turned to blows, so she threatened him, telling Odin that she would return the Halls of Valor to Ulduar if he didn't change his mind. Clearly, this was a threat to him, Not only him, but he saw her disobedience as a threat to his plans and the future safety of Azeroth. Odin struck Helya, shattering her physical form and twisted her spirit into the first of the Valkyr. It's said that her howls of pain rumbled across the surface of Azeroth and pierced into the very heart of the Shadowlands. This transformation would forever darken Helya, but her torment was not finished. Even though she hated Odin for what he had done to her, she found herself compelled to obey his will. More so, she set out to transform unwilling Vrykul into the cursed Valkyr. And for ages, Helya and her fellow Valkyr transported heroic Vrykul to the Halls of Valor. Over time, the citadel filled with the Valajar. Odin had no remorse for breaking from the Keepers, or even for transforming Helya into what she became. In Odin's mind, everything he had done was for the safety of Azeroth and the honor of the great Pantheon. Speaking of which, regarding the Pantheon, deep in the distant reaches of the Great Dark, a crusade was beginning, one that would purge the existence of life in fire. Azeroth would know it as the Burning Crusade. The Burning Crusade. We've heard its name or title before, but what was it? Or rather, what is it? To know that, we need to understand what exactly happened to a Titan named Sargeras. The Pantheon left Azeroth in hands of the Keepers, and continued their journey into the Great Beyond in search for more world souls. Now, we know that Sargeras had broken all ties with the Pantheon, because after learning about the Void Lords and their plans, his new mission was to purge the entire universe of all life. Seeing creation itself as fatally flawed, he pursued the chance for a complete restart. And this is where the Burning Crusade would begin. In order to accomplish this task, Sargeras would need a massive army. But where could one find the numbers for this war machine? Well, he already had it. Sargeras would use the countless amount of demons that he had imprisoned in the plane of banishment called Mardum. Over time, this prison had become bloated with fell magic and vengeful demons. Even their presence warped Mardum, transforming it into a realm of nightmares. Fell energy constantly bombarded the prison walls, bathing the captive demons in a sea of volatile magic. So it's safe to say that these demons were enraged, and that's exactly what Sargeras was looking for. He tore the prison asunder, spilling the wrathful denizens into the great dark beyond. But by doing this, a burst of fell magic accompanied his actions, much more violent than the soon-to-be corrupted Titan had imagined. Fell energies enveloped Sargeras, surging through his veins and searing his soul. His eyes burst in gouts of emerald fire. Fell volcanoes ignited across his once noble form, splitting his skin apart and revealing an endless furnace of blistering hate. But despite these changes, his mind remained focused on his all-consuming purpose: to prevent the Void Lords from possessing creation. And in order to do that, he felt that life had to be extinguished. Shattering Mardum not only let loose the demons that he had himself imprisoned there, but it also ruptured the boundary between the Great Beyond and the Twisting Nether. This would be in the form of a celestial maw, a scar on creation, limbed in a storm of emerald fire. It would remain as proof of Sargeras' madness for all eternity. Demons of every shape poured into the physical universe from this rift, while Sargeras imbued the masses with his power, uniting them as one in an inferno of fell magic. Even though some of the demons had already tapped into the fell energies before, they had never experienced the power that was granted to them by the corrupt Titan. This was new. So new that some of the creatures grew in size and stature. But why would the demons even consider abiding by Sargeras' rules, or even choose to fight for his cause? Well, by this point, Sargeras knew a lot about the nature of demons. But more importantly, he knew how to permanently destroy their spirits. So, the pact was this. In exchange for the demons' newfound power, they would fight for Sargeras, or be extinguished. It really wasn't a difficult choice to make. And thus, Sargeras unleashed his new army, the Burning Legion. This mass force would now invade an innumerable number of worlds that populated the Great Dark. Never had the forces of evil been united in such quantity, and Sargeras wielded enough power to make disobedience all but unthinkable. Nobody was going to challenge him. But more importantly, his minions took great delight in their role as agents of extinction. The Burning Legion fell upon its first world. Even though it didn't contain a sleeping titan, it was still a world that had been ordered by the Pantheon in ages past. Similar, if not exactly the same way that Azeroth was ordered just a short while ago. Sargeras' forces incinerated the mortal civilizations that lived there, wiping out dozens of sentient species. When the Constellar that was charged to this world arrived to handle the situation, Sargeras annihilated the celestial being. Now, turning our attention to the Pantheon, Agrimar was the first to learn about the Constellar's death. As news of the Burning Legion's atrocities reached him, he hunted down the demonic army. Unfortunately, Agrimar arrived just in time to witness the Legion destroy yet another world. This would be the first time that he would see his mentor and greatest friend, Sargeras, now in his twisted and fire-wreathed form. He demanded an explanation from Sargeras, who offered none, only declaring that his burning crusade was the sole means to purify the universe, and that anyone who stood against him would burn in the fires of his legion as well. Needless to say, this conversation didn't last long. Agrimar quickly knew that nothing was going to sway Sargeras to abandon his cause, so he challenged his former mentor to single combat. And thus, the two greatest warriors the universe had ever known came to blows. Agrimar was outmatched. Like all Titans, he was uniquely susceptible to fell magic, and Sargeras' assaults shattered Agrimar's defenses. In a final desperate counterattack, Agrimar summoned all the power at his command and struck at Sargeras. Their two blades met, igniting an explosion of fell and arcane power, leading to both of their weapons becoming shattered. Retreating from the battle, Agrimar returned to the Pantheon. Disbelief gripped the other Titans as they learned what had happened. Knowing that Sargeras had fallen to darkness shook their faith to the core. Not knowing how to stop this new threat, the Pantheon acknowledged that they could not sit idle, and decided that action was needed. Geared for war, the Pantheon confronted Sargeras and his army near the world of Nihilem. Aman'Thul called out to Sargeras, one final plea to abandon this burning crusade. Adding on to this, he informed him of Azeroth, and how the world's soul on the newly ordered planet had more potential than any of the Pantheon had ever seen. A Titan strong enough to defeat the Void Lords in due time. Even though Sargeras listened carefully, he still wasn't moved. Despite his earlier battle with Sargeras, Agrimar still believed that something noble was still lingering deep in the former champion's heart. Laying down his arms, he approached the fallen Titan. and recounted the tales of their glorious battles against demons, reminding Sargeras of the sacred oath they had sworn to protect creation. Set in his ways, Sargeras dismissed anything the Pantheon said. With a howl of rage and sorrow, Sargeras struck Agrimar down, nearly cleaving the Titan in two. Infuriated by this murder, the Pantheon launched an all-out assault on Sargeras and his burning legion. Stars withered and died as the battle raged across the cosmos. So grand was this fight that it's almost unfathomable for the human mind. Nihilum, known thereafter as the Doom World, became warped and twisted by the conflict. And despite the Pantheon's powers, they still could not overcome Sargeras' fel-fueled might. The fallen Titan decimated the Pantheon members with fel fire, until they had lost their will to continue combating. And to seal their demise, Sargeras summoned a massive fel storm that would consume not only their bodies, but their souls alike. Just as the furious onslaught of energy washed over the defeated Titans, Norgannon made one last attempt to stave off oblivion. He bent the raw energies of the universe to his will, creating protective shrouds around the spirits of the Pantheon members, launching them into the Great Dark. And while their souls hurtled through the cosmos, Sargeras obliterated what remained of their physical forms. Unaware that the Titans' spirits had survived, Sargeras declared the Burning Legion victorious. The Pantheon was no more, and he now had some small knowledge of this new world called Azeroth. Not knowing its location, and with the Pantheon no longer in his way, he knew that it would only be a matter of time before he would find it. And more importantly, he knew that he had to find it before the Void Lords did. With the Burning Legion triumphant over the Pantheon, Sargeras moved to rally even more demons to his cause. The fight with the Pantheon exposed a flaw in his army, one that he needed to remedy quickly. Even though Sargeras was powerful beyond all reason, he couldn't direct his entire army at once. Demons were vicious and bloodthirsty, but most lacked strategic thinking. The Legion had needlessly lost many of their ranks to the Pantheon. With room to fill, Sargeras wanted cunning, tactically minded commanders to join his side, and he had seen a place from which to harvest such servants, a world called Argus. Argus was home to the highly advanced Eridar, a race far more intelligent than any other that Sargeras had encountered. The Eridar hungered for knowledge above all else, believing that with it, they could shape the universe into a better place. The Eridar were ruled by three individuals, not by might or fear, but by contemplating the questions of the cosmos and sharing the answers with their people. The first was Archimonde. He had a gift for finding the strengths in those around him. His bold demeanor inspired his followers to face any challenge presented to them. The second was Kil'jaeden, the most brilliant of the three, and was considered a prodigy even among the gifted Eridar. He reveled in solving the most confounding mysteries of the cosmos. Lastly, there was Velen, the spiritual heart of the leaders, a relentless champion of peace whose wisdom could diffuse any conflict. Individually, each member of the three would have made an excellent leader, but it was their combined strengths that elevated their people to undreamed heights. This unity was the ideal solution for the Legion's weaknesses. But in order to conscript them to his cause, Sargeras would need to corrupt them entirely. So, he played to their desires, knowledge, promising them that and unimaginable power. He showed them worlds beyond count that they might hold dominion. Primitive places that the Eridar could transform into sanctuaries of peace and intellectual thought. Sargeras vowed to share with the Eridar not only the most obscure secrets of existence, but also the final answer to what he believed was the fundamental flaw in creation. In return, they would devote themselves to Sargeras' grand work and help him remedy that flaw. Now, there's a bit of lying going on here, that's clear, and maybe more like omission, because Sargeras talks up a good game here. The Eridar help him out, and they get the power and control of a ton of worlds. Now, digging a little deeper and not trying to go off the path here, but in the novel Rise of the Horde, it says, Sargeras had told them, meaning the three leaders, that the Eridar were exactly what he had been searching for, a strong, passionate, proud people who would serve him and advance a cause that would bring all worlds, everywhere, together. He would enhance them, he said. He would change them, make them better, give them gifts that the universe had never before seen. For indeed, the universe had never before brought together the powers that Sargeras claimed and the uniqueness that was the Eridar. And what Sargeras had told them would indeed come to pass. So he did leave out a lot of dark details, but let's continue. This offer excited both Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. They both were proud to be part of this grand undertaking, but Velen, he wasn't convinced. Something was off. Sargeras gave off a strange feeling that Velen couldn't shake, and he would later be right to follow his instincts about him. So, Velen began meditating, using an ancient artifact gifted to his race by the Naaru long before his time. This item was called the Atamal Crystal. Through this enchanted relic, Velen received a horrific vision of the Eridar's future if they sided with Sargeras. They would definitely be changed, as the corrupt Titan said, changed into horribly disfigured demonic beings of pure evil. Velen warned the other two of what he saw, but Archimonde and Kil'jaeden made it clear that they intended to accept Sargeras' offer. This put Velen in a tough situation, because now he feared for his life. The possibility that the other two leaders would kill him if he continued to distance himself from the new plan was very much at the doorstep. That plan being to basically enslave themselves to Sargeras' will. So, in order to stay alive, he faked his acceptance to the whole thing, gave the other two the thumbs up and assured them that he was all in. But now, he feared the fate of his people. And in that moment of desperation, one of the Naaru, Kure, contacted the Eridar leader and offered to shepherd him and his closest allies to safety. Filled with hope, Velen sought out other Eridar whom he believed he could trust. As Sargeras arrived on Argus to corrupt the unsuspecting Eridar, Velen and his followers made their daring escape. They gathered aboard a massive Naaru dimensional fortress known as the Genedar, abandoning their homeland forever. From that day on, Velen and his followers would be known as the Draenei, or Exiled Ones. Their escape would set Kil'jaeden into an unstoppable rage, vowing never to stop hunting them. Back on Argus, Sargeras bent remaining Eridar to his will. Fel energy surged through the minds of the world's inhabitants, drowning out their ability to reason. The Fel twisted their forms, producing what would only be known as the resemblance of demons. So if you've ever wondered why you've seen Draenei-looking characters with demonic red skin, well, now you know. From here, the Eridar settled into the Burning Legion as commanders. Kil'jaeden and Archimonde would stand as the most gifted and powerful among them. Sargeras molded Kil'jaeden's innate cunning and intellect to suit the Legion's designs. He would be known thereafter as the Deceiver, and would be used to beguile the mortal civilizations of the physical universe, thus setting them on a path to transform and become one with the Burning Legion. Archimonde was used to motivate and strengthen the Burning Crusade, and would be known henceforth as the Defiler. He would use his powerful will to drive the demonic masses to acts of extreme violence and barbarism, making all those who served under him weapons of annihilation. Under the Eridar leadership, the Burning Legion swelled with new demonic races, both from the Twisting Nether and other worlds from the Great Dark. Pit Lords would be conscripted to serve as living siege engines. The Moarg became the Legion's armorers. Succubi infiltrated prospective worlds to gather intel about their civilizations. The Doomguard fought as the Legion's shock troops, and the Shavara became the Legion's mystics and advisors. All of these creatures fostered a fanatical loyalty to Sargeras, as well as bolstered the might of the Burning Legion. Pleased with his forces, Sargeras launched the demons into the Great Dark, renewing his burning crusade against life. In the ages to come, the Legion would scour countless other worlds and civilizations from existence. But let's go back a bit and talk about what happened to the Pantheon's souls that were saved. While the Legion was using the Great Dark as their personal playground, the last embers of the Pantheon's power clung to life. Norgannon's last-ditch effort spell worked in saving their souls when Sargeras destroyed their physical forms. And these disembodied Titan spirits hurtled through the Great Dark, straight towards the world of Azeroth and its keepers. There, the Pantheon hoped they could locate physical forms to inhabit. If they couldn't, the Titans feared that their weakened spirits would soon fade into oblivion. Once they reached Azeroth, the depleted spirits slammed into the Keepers, who were immediately overwhelmed as the Titans' powers flared in their minds. In a brief moment, the Keepers would witness fragmented memories of distant worlds, lifetimes never lived, wonders never seen, and just like that, the vision dimmed. Retaining their original personalities, the Keepers puzzled over the strange phenomenon. They clearly knew that they had been gifted with a portion of the Pantheon's power, but were unaware that the last remnants of their beloved makers had been infused in their very bodies. Calling out to their makers, the Keepers looked for answers, only to find silence. This troubled them, and they sank into a period of confusion and unease. Now, these are strong emotions. So strong that the old god Yogg-Saron, who was imprisoned beneath Ulduar, sensed these feelings. And after eons since the ordering of Azeroth, an awareness had begun to stir within the creature. The old god had devised a plan to escape from its jailers by corrupting the Forge of Wills, infecting its creation matrix with a strange malady known as the Curse of Flesh. Any Titan Forge created by the machine thereafter would fall victim to this affliction. Some would even spread this to previous generations of Titan Forged. The Curse of Flesh would transform a number of servants into beings made of flesh and blood, beings that Yogg-Saron could kill. In order for this to work, Loken, one of the Keepers, would need to be used. He had been the most troubled by the Pantheon's silence. His emotions ran high, and that's when Yogg-Saron infiltrated his mind through fevered dreams, stoking the cold fires of his despair. Yet, even in his disturbed state, Loken resisted the whisperings in his mind. But regardless, his downfall was imminent. As he drifted deeper and deeper into an emotional state of darkness, he would seek comfort from a Vrykul named Sif, who happened to be the mate of his brother, Thorim. He met with her in private, telling Sif of his darkest fears. In time, the two blossomed a forbidden love for each other. This is all that Yogg-Saron needed. The old god latched onto Loken's love for Sif and twisted it into a dangerous obsession, which in the end quickly soured the relationship. Due to his compulsive behavior, as he talked about openly professing their love for each other, Sif would oppose the idea of having that knowledge out in the open. She knew that if Thorim found out about their affair, it would shatter him to the core. Ultimately, Sif broke off all ties with Loken, and the thought of losing her drove him to madness. In a fit of anger and jealousy, he lashed out and killed her. Racked by guilt, he couldn't bring himself to tell Thorim what had happened, so he scrambled for a way to cover up her death. And that's when her spirit appeared before him. Surprisingly, she forgave him and warned him that he should act quickly before Thorim learned the truth, because if he were to find out, the Titan Forged would turn to civil war, and every pledge that Loken had made to the Pantheon would be broken. This didn't sit well with him. Something was off about Sif's spirit. It was devious, a trait that he never saw in her while she was alive. But regardless of how dark the feeling was, he pushed his doubts away due to his fear, which was clouding his judgment. So, guided by Sif's spirit, Loken dragged her body into the frozen wastes of the Storm Peaks, then informed Thorim about his wife's demise, convincing him that Arngrim, king of the Ice Giants, was to blame. This led Thorim slaying Arngrim and many of his followers, and sparked a war between Thorim's Storm Giants and Arngrim's Ice Giants. All the while, Sif's spirit continued aiding Loken as the conflict raged. Her guidance became more and more extreme, but Loken pushed forward anyways. This is when she convinced him to build an army of his own using the Forge of Wills, an army large enough to protect Ulduar from the threat of the giants. Adding to this, he was convinced to chastise his brother Thorim for even starting this war, and used Sif as a tool, stating that she would look upon him in shame for what he had done in her name. This would throw Thorim into a deep depression, one that would push him to abandon Ulduar and languish in solitude. With Thorim gone, Loken used his newly created army to overthrow the giants, thus ending the conflict. All those who still resisted were locked away in stasis chambers. But during the time as these battles were happening, Loken noticed that his newly created warriors carried some sort of dark affliction upon their spirits. As he reached out to Sif for clarification, he would receive no response. She had gone quiet, leading Loken to realize that her spirit never existed, and that it was an illusion created by Yogg-Saron. Though Loken had not known it, this false spirit had tainted the Forge of Wills while the Keeper was creating his army. The curse of flesh had taken hold in the machine's creation matrix. Loken had been played and used as a pawn. This discovery shattered Loken's heart, and he would become obsessed with keeping his transgressions a secret, even if it meant embracing the power of Yogg-Saron. With such might at his command, he felt confident that he could defeat the remaining Keepers and destroy all evidence of his wrongdoing. Now, in order to defeat the other Keepers, Loken would first need to silence Odin. He had the Valajar, which would be a rather difficult obstacle to overcome if attacked head-on. So, he thought of another avenue of approach. He would use Helya and her bitterness towards Odin for making her the way she was, promising her that he would break the chains of servitude that bound her to Odin's will. In exchange, she would seal off the Halls of Valor from the world forever. This would transfer the role of caretaker of all the Vrykul spirits to Helya. Now, this wasn't very difficult for her to agree with. But how is it that Loken could simply break her bond with Odin? Chronicles doesn't say. Maybe there's some text elsewhere that talks about his ability to do so. But still, he did it. And Helya called on the same powers that she used to secure the elemental plane ages ago, and bent the latent arcane energies swirling around Azeroth to her command, thus sealing off the Halls of Valor and those who dwelt within. Odin and his Valajar tried to escape the floating citadel, but they failed to break the barrier that Helya created. Odin and his army would remain trapped within the Halls of Valor for ages to come. Helya, now free from her life of servitude, made a new home for herself and the Valkyr. She created an enchanted refuge far below the Halls of Valor, binding it to Azeroth's great seas. This place would be known as Helheim, and become the final destination for many Vrykul spirits after death. Not all would join her in Helheim, though. Some would disappear into the Shadowlands, and would watch over the physical world, at times guiding the dead back to the land of the living. As for Helya, the darkness that had festered in her heart transformed Helheim into a place of nightmare and shadow. The Vrykul that arrived there found themselves turned into vengeful, wraith-like beings. These cursed spirits were known as the Kavaldir, and they became one with the ocean mists. They would raid and plunder the shores of Kalimdor for all eternity, driven by their malice and anguish that burned inside of them. With Odin and his army sealed away, Loken was free to continue his downfall of the remaining keepers. But a new threat was on the horizon. Mimiron had been looking into Loken's new army, and he knew something was off. But before he could dig deeper, Loken infiltrated the keeper's workshop, killing Mimiron and staging it as if it were some tragic accident. However, he wasn't completely dead. His faithful mechanomes realized that his spirit lived on, and began constructing a giant mechanized body to house the keeper's soul. Even though the heroic act saved him, Mimiron would never be the same. His brush with death broke his mind, and he secluded himself in Uldurar's vast workshops, focusing on his clockwork inventions. Now, Loken had set the timer on the clock. Soon the rest of the keepers would know that something was up, and he needed to move fast because anything could be planned against him. He started by confronting Freya at the Temple of Life. The battle raged between the two and their followers. Ultimately, she fell to Loken and the shadowy powers that Yogg-Saron had granted him. More so, the old god seized on Freya's weakened state, compelling her broken spirit to withdraw into the halls of Uldurar, where she would spend her time tending to a garden at the heart of the fortress. While battling Freya, some of Loken's army attacked Hodir at the Temple of Winter. Two fire giants, namely Ignis and Vulcan, led the assault. They encased the temple in an inferno, sapping Hodir's wintry strength and decimating his followers. Loken would arrive later to subdue Hodir with little to no effort. And just like with Freya, Hodir's mind was warped by Yogg-Saron, forcing the keeper to retreat into the frigid chamber within Uldurar. There, he would remain in seclusion for millennia. Now Tyr and Arcadis would be the two remaining keepers not to fall victim to the betrayal. Tyr knew that something was up with Loken, only to confirm his suspicions when Hodir was attacked. But Tyr wasn't in any position to confront Loken directly. The fallen keeper's army roamed not only Uldurar, but the whole of Storm Peaks. So, escaping seemed to be the only plan. Tyr took Arcadis and their close friend, a Titan-forged giantess named Ironaya, to the outskirts of Storm Peaks. There they waited and watched Loken's schemes unfold and begin planning their next move. While Loken's forces scoured the land for the missing three and ultimately never finding them, Loken asserted sole dominion over Uldurar, altering the machineries within the fortress and using them to anoint himself as the new prime designate of Azeroth. Lastly, he disabled the Forge of Wills, banished a number of servants to the Storm Peaks, and finally sealing off the fortress of Uldurar. Loken languished in regret within Uldurar's silent halls. Despite all that he had accomplished, he feared that the Pantheon or Algalon would return to Azeroth someday. If that were to happen, they would know the events that took place in their absence, thus punishing Loken for his crimes, when in all reality, the greatest threat was beneath Loken's feet all along. No longer under the watchful eyes of Uldurar's jailers, Yogg-Saron began to stir, working to free itself from its impregnable prison. But what about Ra? We know that he remained in the south after the construction of Ahn'Qiraj, so what's his part in all of this? Loken always expected Ra to investigate what had been happening in Uldurar, but surprisingly, the High Keeper stayed silent throughout these world-altering events. And being driven by curiosity, Loken sent a portion of his army to Uldum in order to investigate Ra's activities, but they never found him. Even the local Mogu, Tol'vir, and Anubisas said that he simply vanished. These meetings with the Titan Forge would not only disseminate knowledge, but the curse of flesh from Loken's army would also spread to Ra's servants. Now concerning Ra, Loken and the Titan Forged didn't know that he had experienced a revelation, a terrible one, so bad that it drove him to seclusion. When the Pantheon's power and memories had been infused in the Keepers, Ra was confused, much like his siblings. Over time, he concluded that this event was more than just an anomaly. The influx of power was the last remnant of the Pantheon's spirits. He struggled with the idea that the Keepers' creators had fallen. What he did next was something that no other Keeper had done. He extracted the lingering power of Aman'Thul from himself, storing it in a mountain vault that would become known as the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. There, the High Keeper hoped to preserve what little was left of his Titan creator. Retreating to the catacombs beneath the land, Ra would meditate on what he had learned. Without his presence, the loyal Titan Forge developed new cultures, very distinct from those of the Northern Kin. Most of the Tol'vir gathered around Oldham, making it their home. The Anubisas continued their charge to watch over the prison of Cthulhu, and the Mogu remained in the east, guarding the vaults and machineries buried beneath the earth. For ages after Loken's betrayal, the exiled Titan Forge from Ulduar spread across northern Kalimdor. Giants made their way into the mountains and seas, disappearing from sight. The Earthen tunneled into the deep places of the world, battling for dominance against misshapen creatures known as the Trogs. But where did they come from? Well, following the war with the old gods, the Keepers created them using the Forge of Wills, obviously, and these Titan Forge were their first design. Not perfect. They were actually a bit too complex and overambitious. The refined version of their next Titan Forge would be the Earthen, and the Keepers were troubled by the Trogs. They were savages, but still, they didn't have the heart to destroy them. So Ironaya built a small subterranean vault called Oldamon. It would act as a stasis chamber for the Trogs. Some escaped imprisonment and wandered the world. Others even found their way into Deepholm. So it is important to mention them specifically because of Oldamon and the importance that happens there. Now, back to the other Titan Forged, the Vrykul. Those that remained above ground congregated into small clans. Some factions wandered as nomads, others established dwellings across the region. For the most part, a sort of peace existed between the different groups of Titan Forged, but as suspected, this wouldn't last for long. In time, two of Loken's creations, the fire giants Vulcan and Ignis, moved to assert dominion over the lands. They saw storm peaks surrounding Ulduar as a land ready for conquest. But in order to seize it, they needed an army. So they turned to the fierce Winterscorn clan of the Vrykul. While many Vrykul were naturally warlike, most avoided direct confrontation with each other. But the Winterscorn proved to be an exception. They had developed a culture of violence and aggression, mainly due to the idea that they would ascend to the halls of valor one day. No matter who it was, they thrived on conflict. Vulcan and Ignis took control of the Winterscorn by force and stoked the fires of their battle lust. They even equipped the Vrykul with enchanted armor and weapons to shatter the iron and stone skin of the other Titan Forged. And just as they began their journey of conquest, anomalies began to show in the Vrykul. Their metallic skin became brittle and weak. These were the first symptoms from the curse of flesh. But this didn't stop Vulcan and Ignis. To supplement, they created molten golems and iron constructs of their own design. So now, the army marched. First against the Earthen, who were completely unprepared. It was a massacre. Some of the Earthen escaped, fleeing and searching for help from Tyr, Arcadis, and Ironaya, who had thus far eluded Loken's wrath. Learning what had happened, Tyr and his companions immediately journeyed to the Earthen's home. A series of battles ensued, with Tyr leading the Earthen against the Winterscorn, while Arcadis and Ironaya constructed defenses to ward off future attacks. In time, the Winterscorn were driven back. This didn't mean defeat for Vulcan and Ignis. They doubled down, creating enchanted snares to enslave entire flights of proto-dragons, and they would serve not as mounts, but as beasts of war. Now, they were back at it again. The Winterscorn's next brutal assault shattered the Earthen's defenses and drove them from their refuge. Scattered across the mountain passes, the Earthen were hunted by Vrykul and golems, while the proto-dragons attacked from the skies. Even Tyr, Arcadis, and Ironaya were forced to flee. Knowing that they could not defeat the Winterscorn alone, Tyr called upon the 5 dragon aspects to help. Seeing the slain Titanforged and enslaved proto-dragons set them into a rage, and without hesitation, they unleashed their power onto the Winterscorn ranks. Like they had done with Galakrond, the aspects worked together in unison. Alexstrasza held the Winterscorn at bay with towering walls of fire. Malygos drained the magical essence that fueled the constructs and golems, rendering them useless. He also shattered the enchanted snares that enslaved the proto-dragons, thus setting them free. Neltharion raised mountains to contain the Vrykul and their giant masters. And lastly, Ysera and Nozdormu combined their powers to create a spell that would bring an end to the conflict. They enveloped the Winterscorn in a mist that caused the Titanforged to fall asleep. Then, the Vrykul were locked away in tombed cities across northern Kalimdor. This wasn't a peaceful sleep of the Emerald Dream, rather an unconscious slumber that would last for thousands upon thousands of years. In the millennia to come, the curse of flesh would continue to progress, and when the Winterscorn awoke, almost every one of them would discover that they had degenerated into mortal creatures of flesh and blood. With the Winterscorn defeated, Tyr looked to deal with Loken. As long as Ulduar remained sealed off and the Titanforged were divided, conflicts would continue to sprout. If Loken wasn't taken care of, Azeroth would spiral into an abyss of war and chaos. But overthrowing Loken wasn't an overnight event. No, this would take years of preparation. The 3, that being Tyr, Arcadis, and Ironaya, concluded that they needed to gather intelligence on Loken and what he was doing. So, they decided to steal something that would tell them everything they needed to know: the Discs of Norgannon. And if you remember from the previous video, the Discs of Norgannon were made to record everything that transpired on Azeroth, so that if or when the Pantheon returned, they would have a full record about what happened in their absence. And if that's the case, a recording of everything with Loken and his betrayal would be there. At the time, the Discs were located at the heart of Ulduar, and if there was any hope of undoing the damage that Loken had caused, it would be through careful study of his actions. So, a plan was set, or rather a ruse to claim the Discs. Tyr traveled to the gates of Ulduar, called on Loken to relinquish control of the fortress for the good of Azeroth, threatening dire consequences if he refused. Then, Loken arrived. The two began to argue, exactly as Tyr had hoped. While Loken was distracted, Arcadis and Ironaya infiltrated Ulduar and stole the Discs of Norgannon. Once secured, Tyr and his companions escaped back into the ridges of Storm Peaks. Knowing that Loken would hunt them down, they decided to travel south. But before leaving, they gathered a large number of Titanforged who dwelled around Ulduar. A large group of Vrykul that were afflicted with the curse of flesh, most of the surviving Earthen, and even a portion of the Mechanomes. Now, do you see where this is going? If not, we'll get there soon enough. The 3 saw these Titanforged as innocent victims of Loken's shenanigans, so they promised them a sanctuary before liberating Ulduar. The refugees traveled for many weeks, believing they had escaped Loken's control. But when Loken learned that the Discs of Norgannon were taken, panic set in. He thought, if Tyr and his allies presented Algalon or the Pantheon with the Discs, his life would be over. Out of sheer desperation, he turned to the only creature he knew that could destroy Tyr and recover the Discs: ancient Cathraxi monstrosities known as Zakaj and Kithix. They served as the Black Empire's most ruthless and cunning generals, but they had been sealed away, along with many other of the Naraki, in underground chambers alongside the old god. Carefully, Loken excavated these tombs and roused the creatures back to life. ordering them to kill Tyr and all who followed him. Sensing the lingering connection of Yogg-Saron in Loken's mind, they obeyed without hesitation. Far to the south, in a tranquil and temperate glade, Zakaj and Kithix overtook the fleeing keepers and their followers. Tyr ordered Arceus and Ironaya to lead the Titan Forge farther south, while he stayed and held off the Cathraxi for as long as he could. The battle between Tyr and the raised Black Empire generals raged for 6 days and nights. Neither side gave ground, and as fatigue set in, Tyr realized that sacrifice was needed in order to protect his friends. Unleashing his remaining power on the Cathraxi, he expended his life in a blinding explosion of arcane energy that shook the bones of the world, and then he was tired, but not defeated. The only way out was through, and sacrifice was the key to defeating the Cathraxi generals. Tyr unleashed his remaining power, expending his life force in a blinding explosion of arcane energy that shook the bones of the world, and then there was silence. Arcadis and Ironaya watched from the south as the eruption of magic blazed across the horizon. Once it subsided, the two made their way back to the site of the battle. There, in a giant crater, crackling with arcane energy, they found the lifeless bodies of Tyr and Zakaj. But Kithix had narrowly escaped and fled to the west. It would not be seen again for thousands of years. In honor of her fallen companion, Ironaya would name the glade surrounding the crater Tyr's Fall, which in the Vrykul tongue translates to Tirisfal. She and her followers buried Tyr and his foe where they lay, placing his massive silver hand atop his final resting place as a memorial of his sacrifice. Even though his story would live on through the ages, the Vrykul felt compelled to do something a little more. They decided to settle at the battle site and stand vigil over Tyr's grave until the end of days. Over time, some of those who stayed there would attach themselves to the energies from Tyr's remains emanating from the ground, while others felt the essence of Zakaj and become attuned to its dark aura. But, honoring their wishes, Arceus and Ironaya continued traveling south with the Earthen and Mechanomes. Eventually, they would stop at the easternmost Titan-forged vault on Kalimdor, Uldaman. The two would expand the site by carving out new chambers to hold the Disc of Norgannon, and vowed to protect the history of Azeroth with their lives. As the years passed, some of the Earthen showed signs of the Curse of Flesh. They asked to be placed in hibernation until a cure could one day be found. Arcadis agreed to their requests, promising to rouse them at some time in the future, thus sealing his followers within Uldaman's vast subterranean vaults. The Mechanomes, however, would remain awake. Knowing that the Curse of Flesh would one day take over, they vowed to watch over Uldaman and maintain its machineries. Back in Ulduar, Loken felt uneasy upon learning that the Cathraxi had failed to kill the three keepers. With Tyr dead, he didn't think that Arceus and Ironaya would attempt an attack on the fortress. But the Disc of Norgannon was still a big threat to him, so he decided to replace the Disc with an archive of his own design, one that he would call the Tribunal of Ages, and would adjust the historical events to his liking and expunge his sins from the record. He assumed that he had been successful, but his archive proved to be flawed. The histories within were warped and even beyond Loken's understanding. I'm just saying, that's what happens when you lie. So Loken took one final drastic measure to prevent retribution from Arcadis and Ironaya. Believing that the two would summon the Constellar Algalon, who, if you remember, was in charge of Azeroth and would not hesitate to destroy all of life on the planet if corruption was indeed taking over, Loken altered the Titan communication devices in Ulduar, ensuring that no living creature would be able to contact the celestial being. Only Loken's death would draw him to Azeroth. The fallen keeper assumed that his demise would come at the hands of Arcadis and Ironaya. If so, he was confident that Algalon would take his revenge for him by wiping out every living creature on Azeroth's surface. Now, if you've been asking in your head, okay, so when do the humans and dwarves and gnomes show up? Well, there's a bit of an evolutionary process. With the Winterscorn asleep in their vaults to the north and the Earthen hibernating in Uldaman, the remaining Vrykul clans dominated the lands of northern Kalimdor and would develop their own identities and customs. One of the stronger clans was the Dragonflayer. Similar to the Winterscorn, these Vrykul found that their iron skin began to turn to flesh over time, and since their strength was diminishing, they would enslave proto-dragons to bolster their power. But unlike the Winterscorn, they didn't use them as beasts of war. No, they made them into hunting companions, as well as mounts to ride into battle with. Over time, these proto-dragons became attached and part of the clan's culture, as well as a necessary weapon against the Dragonflayer's enemy, a race of bearmen called the Jalgar. Again, forgive me for my pronunciation, it could be Jalgar, Halgar, Jalgar, take your pick. But anyways, this race of bearmen are the progenitors of the modern-day Furbolgs. Under King Yimmeron, the clan drove the Jalgar into Kalimdor's lush central forests, and while they were succeeding in their attack, the Curse of Flesh took another turn. Dragonflayer women began giving birth to small, malformed children. This worried the clan. Some even blamed Yimmeron for the affliction, and he was under the belief that the Keepers were behind the Curse of Flesh. But what about the Keepers? What were they doing? At least, what remained of them. The Dragonflayers viewed the Keepers as their godlike creators, but they had not been seen for generations. This is when King Yimmeron convinced his people to renounce the Keepers, stating that they had abandoned them to the Curse of Flesh, and promised to unite all Vrykul under his banner. His first decree would be to order the cleansing of the clan, by destroying all of the malformed infants. Now, these were the Dragonflayer's children, and many of them obeyed his brutal orders. However, some could not bring themselves to murder innocent children, so they sought to hide their offspring in a place of legend. A land far to the south where a lost clan of Vrykul was said to have journeyed with Tyr, Arcadis, and Ironaya. Many of the Dragonflayers would travel south with their persecuted offspring in search of this fairy tale refuge. Most would never be heard from again, but others did find their way to the clan that inhabited the land of Tirisfal, and with heavy hearts, they left their sons and daughters in their care. The Dragonflayers struggled to purge themselves of the curse. Despite their efforts, they would remain in a weakened state. Eventually, these Vrykul would place themselves in hibernation, in hopes of staving off the Curse of Flesh. In the ages that followed, the afflicted children that were left in Tirisfal would continue to degenerate, and would become mortal beings, called humans. Many of the other Titanforged, such as the Mechanomes, Tol'vir, Mogu, and Giants, would suffer a similar fate. Very few of these races would fight off the affliction, just as Yogg-Saron had hoped. This curse overall had weakened the Titanforged, but it would also give rise to qualities of necessity that the old god had never anticipated: courage, resolve, and heroism. Unaware that the traits would one day shape the fate of the world, Yogg-Saron and the other old gods focused on escaping their prisons. Freedom, however, would take thousands of years to attain. But for now, a new power was on the rise. A native race born in the early ages of the world. They called themselves Trolls, and it would not be long before they learned of the malignant entities imprisoned beneath the earth. Now we begin the countdown to the big event, the Dark Portal. But we have a long way to go until that happens. So, to finally give you a more concrete timeline, what we are about to talk about right now happened 16,000 years before the events of the Dark Portal. For generations after generations, life bloomed across Azeroth, especially in the forest that surrounded the Well of Eternity. The lifeblood of the world had accelerated the cycles of growth and rebirth. Before long, sentient beings evolved from the land's primitive life forms. Among the first were the Trolls, savage hunter-gatherers who flourished in Azeroth's jungles and forests. While their intelligence would be deemed as average, their agility and strength would make up for whatever was lacking. What's interesting is that their physiology allowed them to recover from physical injuries at an astonishing rate. More so, they could regenerate lost limbs over time. The early trolls developed a wide array of superstitious customs. Some practiced cannibalism and devoted themselves to warfare. Others looked to mystic practices and meditation, even a few connecting to the dark and powerful form of magic known as voodoo. But regardless of customs, all trolls shared a common religion revolving around the wild gods. They would call them Loa and worship them as deities. Due to their reverence for the wild gods, the trolls gathered near a series of peaks and plateaus in southern Kalimdor. This was home to many of their honored Loa. They gave the mountain range the name Zandalar and built small encampments on its slopes. Now, tribes were certainly a thing, and the most powerful of these was called the Zandalar tribe. They claimed nearly all of Zandalar's tallest plateaus, believing them to be sacred ground, and would construct a small cluster of shrines, which in time would grow into the temple city of Zuldazar. But I did say tribes, as in plural. The Zandalar was not the only one to form within the troll race. Over centuries, the Girabashi, Amani, and Jakari would form, and it would be the Girabashi and Amani that would lay claim to enormous sections of Kalimdor's jungles and woods. Now and then the two would clash over the ownership of hunting grounds, but overall, the major conflicts were few and rarely drawn out. Since they were such skillful fighters, they quickly learned that war would severely decimate each tribe's numbers. So, it was wiser to resettle rather than risk all-out war. The only place that they were not allowed to set foot in, live, establish a home, or anything for that matter, was a small mound of blackened stone at the base of the Zandalar Mountains. The witch doctors and priests deemed it as forbidden, and the Loa warned the tribe's mystics of severe consequences should anyone disturb the black stones. For many years, not a single troll disobeyed. But then, someone had to poke the hornet's nest. A few rebellious trolls visited the Forbidden Mound. They quickly discovered that the black stones were not rocks at all. In fact, they were the jagged hide of a monstrous creature. A creature that none of the trolls had ever seen before. Believing it to be an undiscovered Loa that the other Loas were afraid of due to its powerful stature, the trolls performed vile rituals of living sacrifices to awake the slumbering monstrosity. Now, if you just said, "Oh no," in your head, you'd be right. I mean, if you've ever watched a horror movie, really any horror movie, you'd know that something bad is about to happen. So, roused from the blood offerings, a gigantic Cathraxi general emerged from its slumber and slaughtered all those who had revived it. It was Kithix, the lone survivor during the encounter with Tyr. It had been severely wounded after the battle and traveled southwest to what would be known as the Zandalar Mountains, before collapsing into a deep hibernation. Shocked by its presence, the ancient Loa living in the land buried Kithix, so that no other creature would disturb it. Now awoken, the ancient Cathraxi general looked upon the troll civilization with contempt, because it was nothing compared to the Black Empire that ruled eons past. Knowing that it would delight the old gods, he sought to drive the troll civilization to ashes. Kithix reached out with its mind and found a race of creatures it could control, the Akir. During the fall of the Black Empire, these insectoids had remained hidden in tunnels beneath the ground. The Cathraxi general rallied the Akiri swarms and drove them to establish dominance over Azeroth once again. As Kithix expanded its power and recovered, the insectoids began building a vast subterranean empire known as Akir. When the time was right, and after the Akir had built up their numbers, Kithix led the Akir from their underground empire and swept across the land. But this didn't mean that the trolls were easily defeated. The trolls' experience as hunters made them a formidable foe. But the threat from the Akiri was unlike anything they had ever seen. Many smaller tribes fell before the insectoids' legions. As they drove their forces closer to the Zandalar Mountains, the Zandalari moved to act, and united the other troll tribes into a single force, calling it the Empire of Zul. This newly forged society would put aside their differences and focus on working together to destroy the Akir. The Zandalari took on the role of commanding the troll armies. Because their temple was so high in the mountains, they were able to detect enemy movements and direct attacks at their weak points. Ambush tactics were used in the surrounding jungles, while priests summoned the Loa to assist in battles. These fierce wild gods ripped through the Akiri ranks and even wounded Kithix. With their leader injured, the Akir retreated, as well as Kithix, who fled to the northwest with a contingent of its closest Akiri followers. There it recovered, while the rest of the insectoids continued the war against the trolls. The trolls knew that in order to truly defeat the Akir, they would need to track them down, because if they burrowed under the earth, they would simply establish a new colony and rise again. So, the Zandalari convinced the most power-hungry troll factions to establish new strongholds across Azeroth. Chief among these groups were the Imani, Girabashi, and Drakari. And the plan was this: after defeating the Akir, they would claim the new lands where these strongholds were established as their new homes without competition. The tribes agreed. The Drakari pushed into the frigid north against the colony of Akir, but faced an enemy never seen before: corrupted Tol'vir. A small group of Titanforged that roamed the outskirts of Ulduar were captured and turned by the Akir, known as the Obsidian Destroyers. They would come close to overpowering the Drakari, but the trolls, after years of battle, devised brilliant ways to overcome their foes. Not only did the Drakari encounter corrupted Titanforged, so did the Girabashi. They had ventured southwest, where the Akir had overrun Ank'Raj. And you guessed it, they had enslaved the Anubisath giants that guarded the prison. Early engagements proved to be disastrous to the Girabashi. They didn't expect to be fighting both the Akir and the Titanforged, and many of the troll encampments were slaughtered by the insectoids and giants. Soon after, the Zandalari instructed the Girabashi priests to separate their tribe into smaller, more mobile raiding groups instead of large armies. Over a period of time, this new tactic would bleed the Akir armies dry, but it would take years to do so. In the end, the Girabashi never fully wiped out the Akir, but were able to claim victory to the surrounding territory. That leaves us with the Imani. They set out to destroy Kithix and tracked the Cathraxi general far to the northeastern woods, all the while cutting through an unending mass of Akiri guardians. In the end, the entire Imani tribe flung itself in a last-ditch effort attack against Kithix and its remaining insectoids. While only a small number of trolls survived, Kithix would succumb to the tireless hunters. Because of its defeat, the Imani's reputation would become legendary among the other tribes. And atop the site where they killed Kithix, the Imani would establish a new settlement, which would one day grow into the temple city we know as Zul-Aman. With Kithix gone, the Akir's determination to fight with a purpose began to diminish, and now it became the trolls' new imperative to exterminate what was left of them. In time, and I mean over centuries, the trolls shattered the Akir Empire. The remaining Akir were located in the far northern area and the very southern area of the continent. Central Kalimdor was permanently scoured of their presence. And once again, the Akir burrowed into the ground, showing no more interest in fighting, thus proclaiming the trolls victorious. But what did happen to the Akir? Well, the ones to the north gathered near the underground prison of Yogg-Saron, and being in such close proximity to the old god, they would evolve into a race called the Nerubians and establish their kingdom, which we know as Azul-Nerub. The Akir to the southwest made their home in Ank'Raj, and it would be Cthulhu who would slowly warp their forms over time, molding them into a race known as the Kiraji. And as for the southeast, these insectoids would transform into the Mantid, mainly due to the influence that was left behind from Yogg-Saron, or that's how Wowhead says it's pronounced. I prefer Yasharj because I think it sounds better, but we need to just move on from that, or at least I need to try to. Anyways, as far as the Mantid go, they would establish their great colony of Mantives. near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Now, even before the Akir Empire was completely destroyed, without war to bind them together, the troll factions grew distant, and the strongholds that were formed during the wars became homes, temple cities, and eventually empires. The Zandalari withdrew to the mountain plateaus to pursue spiritual knowledge, but they would always maintain an immense influence over the troll societies. Now, I do want to give you a little heads up about where we're going from here. The next many chapters are going to talk a lot about what you would consider to be the origins of Pandaria before it was Pandaria. It's not my favorite subject. I don't hate it, but I find myself clinging to other parts of the Warcraft universe a bit more. Still, it's important because we're trying to get a full grasp of the lore here. So if you're like me and you're not a fan of this section, I get it. I would just ask you to stick with me while we get closer to the good stuff. And if you like what's to follow, all the better for you. So let's keep going and start by talking about the Mantid. As mentioned, they had established their empire while the trolls were at war with the Akir, and this would happen below the roots of the Kapari trees in the area. They knew that they didn't have a chance at destroying the trolls, so as far as their involvement with their Akir ancestors and the war, there was none. The Mantid still worshipped the old gods, believing that one day they would rise from their prisons and re-establish the Black Empire. And they felt that the best way to serve the old gods was to not expend their strength, but to conserve it, refine it, sharpen it. In doing so, they would grow stronger without jeopardizing their survival. Though a revered empress ruled over the day-to-day activities of the Mantid, another group controlled the insectoid's destiny. They called themselves the Klaxi, meaning priest in their native tongue. They would guide the actions of the empress and the Mantid swarms, in hopes of preserving and strengthening their race. As mentioned before, the idea of seeking retribution on the trolls was out of the question. So they turned their focus onto another enemy, the Mogu. Now, I hope you haven't forgot about them because they're important. They had been guarding the Vale of Eternal Blossoms for untold ages. The Mantid found themselves drawn to the mystical valley, not knowing that they were attracted to the festering heart of the old god that Ra had locked away beneath the veil. So bad was this attraction that the Mantid launched a surprise attack against the Mogu, which resulted in the Titan Forged withstanding the swarm and driving them back to the Kapari forests. But the Mantid weren't done. Those that survived the attack grew and matured, becoming even more powerful and cunning. The Klaxi waited patiently for 100 years before assaulting the Mogu again, dispatching a new generation of young Mantid to besiege the Titan Forged. Once again, the survivors returned stronger. Thus began the Mantid cycle. Every 100 years, or rather every century, the new Mantids would attack the Mogu. The strongest returned to the Kapari trees, and over time, the Klaxi found themselves able to eradicate the weak and empower the mightiest of their kind. The Mogu retaliated by launching a campaign of their own, and attacked the Mantivess itself, to ensure that the cycle would break. This attack came at a very unpromising time for the Mantid. It was decades before the next clutch of warriors would hatch. The Mantid were few, while the Mogu were many. And with that knowledge, you can imagine what happened. The insectoids took a devastating blow to their ranks. Even the strongest survivors of the past swarms were hit. But one Mantid named Corvin would turn the tide of the battle. Armed with blades forged of Kapari amber, the warrior eviscerated the Mogu ranks, sending them back into a retreat. Afterwards, the high elders of the Klaxi proclaimed Corvin a paragon, or in other words, a perfect example of what the Klaxi represented. They promised that his deeds would become legend among their kind. But this didn't satisfy Corvin at all. Being given a title and hero status didn't solve any of the problems. Not wanting to leave the Mantid's defenses to chance alone, the Klaxi agreed to task him with finding a solution. After years of experimenting with Kapari sap, Corvin discovered that a living creature could be preserved within an amber cocoon, potentially for thousands of years. This would be the key to their defenses. Now Klaxi could place their greatest warriors in these cocoons and awaken them whenever they needed to avert any disaster. Corvin would be the first to undergo the preservation, and in doing so, he would be given the name Corvin the Prime, the first of many paragons to come. As he laid undisturbed in his amber tomb, the great cycle he had almost single-handedly saved continued on, remaining unbroken for countless generations. But now, let's talk a little bit more about the Mogu. Highkeeper Ra had not been seen in millennia. The Mogu maintained their oversight of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms and fought off the Mantid every 100 years. What kept them going was the faith that Ra would return one day, but once the Curse of Flesh set in, that faith would vanish. For the first time, the Mogu faced mortality. This set fear and uncertainty into their hearts. Small disagreements spiraled into conflict, violence, and bloodshed. Clans were formed, a power struggle began. As this went on, the Mogu's culture, language, and sense of purpose began to change. This period of time became known as the Age of 100 Kings, and would be a time when the Mogu would come very close to destroying themselves from within. But it was their basic instincts that prevented them from total annihilation. At the start of a new Mantid swarm, all disputes, conflicts, arguments, you name it, would die down between the Mogu clans. They would band together, address the Mantid problem, and when that was done, the hostilities resumed. While the Mogu battled the Mantids, a number of other races arose in the region, many of which were drawn to the latent powers emanating from the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Among these races were the Jinyu, fish-like mystics who dwelled in the rivers and lakes. A monkey race known as the Hosen established their homes in the surrounding jungles of the Vale. But by far, the most intelligent of these newcomers were the Pandaren. With all of this life gathering together in one place, the interest of the wild gods would spike, particularly in four of them: Zwen the White Tiger, Yulon the Jade Serpent, Shiji the Red Crane, and Niu Zhao the Black Ox. Zwen and his fellow wild gods would gather at the Vale to watch over the life that dwelt there. Even though war and other hostile activities from the Mogu troubled them, they still delighted in watching the other races flourish, particularly the Pandaren, as Zwen and the other demigods developed close ties with them due to their drive for peace. The Pandaren considered the wild gods, whom they called the August Celestials, to be benevolent deities. And as they worshipped them, the wild gods would bestow knowledge onto the Pandaren race, nurturing their ties to philosophy and the natural world. At the behest of the August Celestials, the Pandaren formed a culture that sought peace and harmony with the surrounding environment. But all was not well in the Vale. A leader was on the rise, a Mogu leader. His name was Li Shen, and his rule would not only threaten the mortal races of the Vale, but that of the August Celestials as well. As the Pandaren and other races prospered around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, the Mogu continued their conflicts within their diverse clans. It was during this cycle of violence that a warrior named Li Shen would come to power. He was the descendant of a minor warlord and accustomed to the brutality of clan warfare. Despite his skill and success in battle, he saw the conflicts and political maneuvering as a betrayal to the Mogu's potential. But he remained loyal as a vassal to his father. That's until a close advisor betrayed and murdered Li Shen's father, leading many of the members of his clan to seek for ranks in different clans in the area. This would leave Li Shen abandoned, with only a few remaining loyal at his side. Now, it was customary that if a clan leader was killed, that the rivals would immediately murder his family, thus exterminating the clan lineage forever. But Li Shen chose exile after the event, and would wander the land, meditating on what he saw as the failure of his kind. The other clans saw this as a sign of despair and madness, and left him alone, assuming that he would never be a threat to the Mogu in the future. Soon, Li Shen would desire answers that his own intellect and reason couldn't provide. So, he set off to find the Mogu's long-absent master, Highkeeper Ra. In recent centuries, the Highkeeper had been known as Ra Den, meaning Master Ra in the Mogu tongue. Not many believed that he still lived. They also asked, why did their ancient creator allow them to suffer from the curse of flesh? Li Shen believed that Ra-Den had a plan, and that these current trials, like the curse of flesh, were simply a test. Years and years went by, until Li Shen located the entrance to a hidden vault beneath the land north of the Veil. Sacred chambers that the Mogu had all but forgotten due to their clan rivalries and warmongering. Deep within, Li Shen would discover something he had been searching for all this time. In the depths of these forgotten caverns, Li Shen would find that he was no longer alone. Sitting in silence in the same room, he found his creator, High Keeper Ra. This was it. Li Shen's questions were about to be answered, or were they? Ra showed no reaction to the Mogu's intrusion. He said nothing. Even when Li Shen asked him about the Mogu's true purpose, not a single word left the Keeper's mouth. Days and weeks passed, and Li Shen grew frustrated with his master's silence. It finally dawned on him that Ra wasn't contemplating some grand plan. He wasn't deep in the work of the Titans. No, Ra had simply given up. So the suffering of the Mogu had been due to an absent master. Nothing more than that. Li Shen accused him of abandoning the Titans and their purpose, and that's what finally got his attention. The High Keeper rose from his stupor and took Li Shen to the nearby Thundering Mountain, a place where unending storms roared and split the heavens. Inside a massive vault at the top, Ra summoned the lingering power of Aman'Thul, showing Li Shen that the Pantheon was dead, murdered by one of their own, and explained that their final hope was the world of Azeroth itself, but added that it was already infested with creatures of the void. In that moment, Ra expected Li Shen to feel as he did, shattered, defeated, broken. Except he didn't. Li Shen would do something that Ra never would have expected. He decided that if his master had no interest in continuing the Titan's purpose, then he would do it himself. Without warning, he struck out and incapacitated Ra, bound him in enchanted iron bands, and stole not only Ra's power, but also the contained power of Aman'Thul. When this happened, Li Shen felt a might beyond understanding flood through his soul. He then imprisoned Ra within the Thundering Mountain and ignored the High Keeper's rage and confusion at the betrayal. When Li Shen descended the mountain, his armsmen waiting for him were in awe. News of Li Shen's newfound might spread through the clans. Some believed that he had eaten the heart of a god. Others claimed that he had harnessed the ancient power of the Veil itself. Even some whispered that he was a Titan reborn. Yet all these stories had something in common. This so-called Thunder King had demanded that every Mogu bow before him, as he claimed the birthright of the Titans, and he would destroy all those who refused to yield to his will. Thereafter, Li Shen's goal was to unify the Mogu, forge a new destiny as the master of Azeroth, and become the guardian of its world soul. The clan wars stopped. Li Shen crushed all opposition with the power of lightning and thunder at his command. The fortunate ones were killed quickly, while the unfortunate ones were kept in chains for centuries. At first, the Mogu rallied to him out of fear, but soon his so-called miracles inspired devotion. Apart from his powers, Li Shen had also mastered the enchanted tools of the Keepers. One of these was the Engine of Nalak-Shah, a powerful device that he had discovered beneath the land north of the Veil. Using this machine, the Mogu were able to begin shaping flesh and stone into new living creatures. They even found a way to reverse the curse of flesh on themselves. Both prosperity and brutality gripped the Veil under Li Shen's rule. For the Mogu, it was the beginning of a glorious new empire. For the other races, it was the start of an age of tyranny. Last time we ended by talking about the Thunder King, and as I began writing this next episode, it finally dawned on me. Li Shen, or rather the Thunder King, is a lot more powerful than people think. Almost, if not scary. I've never given much credit to his influence or power, and if you're like me, you may see him in a different light after we talk about him some more. So, let's continue. As Li Shen expanded his power across the land, he would soon regard all living creatures within his domain as servants. He saw the curse of flesh as a weakness, and knowing that not all of the Mogu would be fully cleansed, those beings made of flesh would always be beneath him. This is when the Thunder King began his campaign for enslavement in the Vale. The Jinyu, mentioned in the last episode, had created a small empire of their own. They had also allied with the Hosen, agreeing to help each other withstand the might of the Mogu. On the eve of the Jinyu's downfall, the Hosen would betray them. They had secretly pledged loyalty to the Thunder King in exchange for special treatment, which was a promise that was never kept. This act of treachery made it easy for the Jinyu to fall and would spark a bitter racial feud between the two races for generations. But even though the Jinyu fought valiantly against the Mogu, they would ultimately fall to the powers of Li Shen, leaving their towns sacked and entire civilization in ruins. Upon learning of the Jinyu's fate, this sparked the Pandaren to flee, and they would make their way to the mountains of the Kunlai summit, north of the Vale. It's here that they would seek the protection of Zwen, the White Tiger, but it wouldn't be long before Li Shen would follow. Arriving at the foothills with his armies, Li Shen challenged Zwen to a duel, and this wasn't just a simple fight for dominance. This was a battle that would determine the fate of the Pandaren. Zwen accepted. And for many days, the battle between the White Tiger and the Thunder King shook the skies over Kunlai. In the end, Zwen was no match for the Titan power that Li Shen harnessed. Having been defeated, the White Tiger was chained near the peak of the mountain and forced to watch as the Mogu bound the Pandaren to slavery. Many of the other August Celestials would come to the Pandaren's aid, but like Zwen, they would fall victim to the Thunder King. Thereafter, Li Shen prohibited the worship of the Celestials on pain of death, and because of this, the Pandaren lost their ties with the wild gods, leaving only a few fearless slaves to carry on their teachings in secret. Worried that their philosophy of peace would undermine his rule, Li Shen forbade the Pandaren to learn how to read and write, or even speak any language other than the Mogu tongue. The great palaces and monuments of the Mogu would be forged from the now enslaved races. Later, a unified language, system of weights and measurements, and even the first set of written laws in Azeroth would be established in the Empire. The Thunder King also forced his slaves to act as soldiers, or to expand the fortifications once used to defend the Vale from the Mantid. Thus was born the Serpent's Spine, a massive stone wall that separated the Mogu from the Insectoid's land. When any slave perished or reached a state of being inefficient, Li Shen would shape new ones using the engine of Nalik Shah. Because of this, new beings such as the Grummels and the reptilian Saurochs were created. The Mogu Empire's actions were loud, and it didn't take long for the other civilizations to notice their presence. The Zandalari were amazed at the power wielded by the Thunder King. One of the troll priests named Zulathra saw a golden opportunity in the Mogu. He and his company of trolls traveled to the Thunder King's region with a simple proposition. The Mogu might hold the power of this world, but the trolls held the knowledge of the land. The two empires would build each other to greatness and teach each other their secrets. Once the alliance was set, nothing on Azeroth would dare oppose them. This offer intrigued Li Shen. For the very first time, he had encountered a race that sought to master their environment rather than live in peace with it. And since the Mogu rarely left their lands, mainly due to superstitions and their duty to protect the Veil, they would remain in a state of ignorance pertaining to the world. More so, explore from a position of ignorance, or they could learn its mysteries from the trolls. This all sounded good and beneficial to each race, but secretly, both leaders plotted betrayal. Zulathra believed that the Zandalari could steal Li Shen's godlike powers once they learned all that they needed to know about the Mogu's secrets. The Thunder King looked to enslave the trolls the moment that they had stopped being useful. Even though they kept their plans concealed, even from their own people, the agreement was made. In exchange for the Zandalari's knowledge, the Mogu would train them in the ways of arcane magic, and promise them land near the Veil. But there was another agreement made, a secret one, that Li Shen had made with Zulathra. The Thunder King had devised a method to fully revive his spirit if he was ever killed, but he didn't trust his own servants with this bit of knowledge. Because the Mogu, being power-hungry, would most likely try to claim the Empire for themselves if he were to fall, only the Zandalari would hold the key to resurrecting Li Shen. Without him, the trolls knew that they would never fully learn the secrets of the arcane, or even have a chance at claiming his Titan power. Even though both leaders would continue to scheme throughout this treaty, their betrayals would never come to completion. They found each other to be invaluable allies, and their pact would endure for many years. While Li Shen worked on his empire, the Tol'vir that were guarding Uldum were having a hard time with the Curse of Flesh. It had spread throughout their ranks and was slowly weakening them. All the while, they waited patiently for word from Highkeeper Ra or his Mogu servants in the east. Eventually, they would receive a summons from some leader calling himself the Thunder King. Their knowledge of the Mogu Empire was not even less than limited. They knew nothing about it. Out of curiosity, the Tol'vir dispatched ambassadors to the east. Upon arriving at the edge of the Thunder King's domain, they were shocked to see how advanced their Titan-forged cousins had become. More so, they were stunned to see that some of the Mogu had even managed to reverse the Curse of Flesh. Li Shen warmly greeted the Tol'vir and showed them his vast empire. Everything from the Serpent's Spine Wall to the gilded imperial palaces of the Veil, but what caught the eyes of the Tol'vir was the horrible treatment of the mortal races that were enslaved by the Mogu. Even though they were shown marvels beyond their imagining, they weren't stirred to action. The Tol'vir's prime concern was the protection of Uldum and the machineries that were held within. The Thunder King wholeheartedly agreed that the works of the Keepers, such as the Forge of Origination inside of Uldum, were very important. So, being the kind of leader that Li Shen was, he announced that he was claiming Uldum as part of his empire. This is when he revealed that he had defeated Ra and taken his power, and because of that, he claimed dominion over the Keeper's instruments. Now, with the engine of Nalik Shah and the Forge of Origination, he could remake Azeroth as he saw fit. He also told the Tol'vir that they would be ascended to a place of honor within the Mogu Empire, but that he himself would be at the head, now and forever. When the Tol'vir learned of Li Shen's betrayal to Ra, they became very upset and refused the Thunder King's offer, or at least what they thought was an offer but was more like a command. The Tol'vir vowed to never serve a traitor and stormed out of the Veil. Li Shen allowed the ambassadors to leave, but warned them that he would take what he wanted by force, and that their armies were no match for his empire. He felt very confident about this. So confident that he invited Zulathra to witness what he thought would be the Mogu Empire's greatest victory yet. The elderly troll leader agreed, but why is it important to use the word elderly? Well, Li Shen had artificially extended Zulathra's life. But once all of the Keeper's works were under the Thunder King's control, the secrets of immortality would be unlocked. And this is what the Zandalari were hoping for. The highest ranking trolls accompanied Zolathra as an honor guard to the battle site, and they hoped to return to their capital of Zuldazar with the gift of eternal life. Li Shen led his Mogu and the trolls to the west. The Zandalari had heard tales of the lands near Uldum, but had never seen them with their own eyes. Pristine lakes and waterfalls dotted the region's lush jungles. It was a paradise, teeming with undiscovered life and wonders. Li Shen's empire trampled over that so-called paradise, and stopped just short of the pyramids that created the fortress of Uldum. Now, the ingredients for battle were in place. A small group of Tol'vir emerged from the fortress to resist the Mogu. This amused Li Shen. He mocked their lack of numbers, knowing that they would be crushed quickly, and the Tol'vir knew this. They knew that defeating the Thunder King was impossible. As Li Shen marched towards Uldum, the Tol'vir had prepared a defense strategy, the Forge of Origination. If used to its full potential, it would wipe out all life on Azeroth. So, the Tol'vir configured it to scour only the nearby land. As Li Shen led the charge, the Tol'vir activated their weapon. Deep within the earth, the device rumbled to life. Waves of force erupted from Uldum as the earth heaved and buckled, covering the surrounding land in energies of uncreation. The Tol'vir defenders and nearly every other creature on the surface of Uldum instantly died that day. Creatures all across Kalimdor witnessed the flash on the southern horizon. When it had calmed, Li Shen and his allies were no more. Not only that, but almost all of the life around Uldum was completely purged, which left the land as a cracked and barren desert. Small amounts of plant life would slowly return over the millennia, but as for the rich jungles, they would never regain their vibrancy. The surviving Tol'vir within Uldum worked to make sure that an attempt to harness this power would never happen again. So, they shrouded the few mountain passes that led into the region with magic. In doing so, they essentially sealed off Uldum from the eyes of anything living on the world. The Tol'vir's sacrifice had kept the Forge of Origination out of the hands of Li Shen, and prevented any Mogu emperor from daring to follow in his footsteps. Li Shen's death and the death of many of the Zandalari leaders left a massive power vacuum in both empires. But before the Tol'vir were able to shroud Uldum with their illusion, some of the Thunder King loyalists recovered Li Shen's body from the region and brought it back to the Empire, enshrining it within the Tomb of Conquerors. But with most of the Zandalari leaders dead, and knowing that they alone had the secret to bring him back, the Thunder King would not be revived. A succession of emperors followed Li Shen, but none would ever wield as much power as he did. The Zandalari spent generations trying to recover from the losses at Uldum. Neither empire would regain its former glory. In time, both would crumble and fall. The death of the Thunder King weakened the Mogu, but still, the empire lived on, while each succeeding ruler treated the slaves with more and more cruelty. For example, the first ruler after the Thunder King was Lao Fei, who was also known as the Slave Binder. He would tear families apart for the most insignificant offenses. While parents were separated, children were sent to the Serpent's Spine to die as fodder before the Mantid Swarm. This exact situation happened to a Pandaren named Kang. His son was sent to the Mantid, and his wife died trying to stop it. After all was said and done, Kang was left in a deep depression, questioning why did the Mogu inflict such pain. After meditating on the situation, he realized that the extreme cruelty of the Mogu wasn't a sign of their strength, but rather their weakness. They had grown to depend on the slaves. Without them, they were nothing. Kang would later devote his life to exposing the Mogu's vulnerability. Apart from defending the Serpent's Spine, the Pandaren were not allowed to wield weapons, so Kang taught himself how to use his own body as one, and he would keep it secret from the ever-watchful eyes of his enslavers by disguising his attacks as an artistic dance. After mastering his technique, he tested his skills by having his fellow slaves try to hit him. None of them could. His so-called dancing, free-flowing movements kept him free from harm. Many of the slaves begged to be taught this technique, and Kang did just that. Hundreds of slaves would learn this new fighting style, and would later be known as the Way of the Monk. But soon enough, the Mogu found out, forcing Kang to relocate the slaves in his proximity to the Kunlai summit. Now, Kang's apprentices were not yet ready to take on the full might of the Mogu. More training was required, and in order to do that, they built a monastery on the peaks of the mountain to further their skills. It was here, near the peak of the mountain, that Kang found the prison of Zwen the White Tiger. He would speak with the August Celestial many times, learning the secrets of inner strength that lay within every heart. Kang passed this knowledge on to his followers, making them ready to fight their oppressors. Their first victory was at the Mogushan Vaults, which were the sacred chambers that housed the engine of Nalik Shah. Their attack drove the Mogu away from the flesh-shaping device, stopping their ability to create new twisted soldiers. This single victory not only heartened the Pandarens, but it also pushed other races to join the rebellion. The Hosen, Jinyu, Grummels, and Yongul all joined to topple the Mogu Empire. As the rebellion grew, Kang's theory that the Mogu race relied on the slaves proved to be true. The empire fell into chaos. The Grummels disrupted their trade lines. The Yongul led massive raiding parties in the northwest. The Hosen dug tunnels to infiltrate the strongholds, and the Jinyu communed with the waters to glean the future, telling Kang's forces where to strike and when to run. Soon, Lao Fei's forces retreated to the Vale of Eternal Blossom. This wasn't a good thing because Kang knew that the Mogu could sustain themselves there for as long as they wanted. So, in order to defeat them, the rebels needed to expose themselves and launch an attack. Personally leading the charge, Kang and his forces struck deep into the Vale. The battle ended in a 1-versus-1 between Kang and Lao Fei, leaving the Mogu leader defeated. But there was a price to pay for all of this. Kang sustained mortal wounds as a result of the battle, and so it was. The Pandaren revolutionist and the slave binder died together. Some of the now freed slaves considered seeking revenge against the surviving Mogu, butchering them for what they had done to those that were living in the Vale and surrounding areas for millennia. But one Pandaren was able to calm their bloodlust. One of Kang's students, named Song. He was a secretive keeper of the Pandaren history, and having memorized many of Kang's philosophies and tales, he told these stories to the liberated slaves over and over, reminding them about his commitment to true justice and not revenge. Not only did Song tell the tales of this cause, but he also was aware of something else that was plaguing the land. When the old god Yogg-Saron died, parts of its body scattered over the Vale. In time, those pieces seeped into the ground, thus corrupting it. The old god's lingering essence latched on and amplified negative emotions, giving rise to spirits known as the Shah. Thus, part of Song's goal in telling these tales was to help the Pandaren and other races negate the old god's influence and nullify the Shah. Song walked from one end of the fallen empire to the other for the rest of his life, sharing Kang's wisdom and urging all creatures to find emotional balance within themselves. Many would follow in his footsteps, telling stories and encouraging inner peace in those they met. They would be called lore walkers. And not only would they tell these stories, but they would be mediators when conflict arose. Thus, a time of peace and prosperity swept over in and around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. As the Pandaren grew to call this land their home, a new empire would emerge, one based on the principles of justice, wisdom, and benevolence. Going back a bit when the Mogu Empire was at its height, a bovine race known as the Yonggul roamed the grassy plains of central Kalimdor. They lived in harmony and followed the guidance of the demigod Cenarius. Unlike many of the other wild gods, Cenarius was more humanoid in appearance. This half-stag was draped in a cloak of flowers and vines, and often walked among the nomadic Yonggul, teaching them the secrets of the wilds. In time, the Yonggul grew weary of sharing hunting grounds with the trolls and decided to seek new lands. Cenarius urged them to stay and make peace, but they head out to the south, hunting and foraging food all the way to the edge of the Mogu Empire. Quang the Merciless was the emperor at the time and found their physical strength fascinating, leading him to order the Flesh Shapers to capture the Yonggul and transform them into mightier, more intelligent servants, while at the same time tempering their more savage instincts. The Yonggul suffered the tyranny of Mogu oppression for generations until they rose up with the other races to end the Empire's reign. Even though they were free, they had lost much over time. Their tradition of strong oral storytelling was nearly vanished due to the Mogu laws that forbade them from discussing their heritage. Some of the Yonggul clung to faint memories and incomplete myths about a benevolent demigod that watched over them, while others desired to abandon all tradition and start anew. This led to conflict, war, bloodshed. Most Yongguls despised the violence and migrated to the north in hopes of a life of hunting and living among the spirits of nature. Some of the tribes traveled all the way across the continent until they hit Storm Peaks. Others stopped in central Kalimdor and reunited with their ancient benefactor, Cenarius. And with that reunion, they were able to rediscover their old traditions. Those that studied with Cenarius learned the ways of druidic magic, while others practiced shamanism. But not all of the Yonggul left the Vale, and those that didn't would spark conflict with the other races that inhabited the land. And fearing war with their former allies, they moved west, only to be exposed to the Mantid. The Mantid cycle was still in effect, so every 100 years the insectoids would threaten the Yonggul's race with extinction, and because of this, they would create a strong warrior tradition, one that would make them much more savage than the other Yonggul that traveled to the north. Over the passing generations, many factors would change the Yonggul race. The Well of Eternity, the Keeper's machineries, all of the energy emanating from them would have an effect. The ones that remained in the Vale would retain the name of Yonggul and grow more warlike than the others. In central Kalimdor, near the Well of Eternity, they would be given the name of Taurens, while the tribes to the north near the Forge of Wills would be called the Tonka. All three would remain in contact for many years until the Great Sundering happened, rendering all communication between them lost. Now, if you don't know what the Great Sundering is, we'll get to that soon enough. Following the death of Li Shen, the Zandalari maintained a distant relationship with the Mogu. They found that the arcane magic they learned from them to be very useful, but found the political tension between the Mogu clans to be annoying. Once the trolls realized that neither of the clans would establish total dominance over the Empire, the Zandalari decided to not form any alliances with any single Mogu faction. But they never forgot the promise that Li Shen made, a plot of land dedicated to the trolls near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. When the Mogu Empire crumbled, the trolls decided that the time was right to claim what was theirs. But they debated whether the land would be taken by diplomacy or force. In the end, the descendant of Zulathar, named Mengazi, made a strong point. He knew that the Pandaren would not honor the promise made by Li Shen. That was clear. They had overthrown their masters, and if given time, they would mount a resistance against the trolls. So, in order to take what the trolls wanted, they needed to strike without warning and with enough force that would shatter the Pandaren's will. And they did just that. Traveling south, the Zandalari attacked the Pandaren settlement north of the Kunlai summit, slaughtering all that lived there. Then they traveled to the Jade Forest, a jungle that had become the heart of the newly established Pandaren Empire. Panic seized other Pandaren settlements upon learning of the destroyed village. Plus, they didn't have an army that existed to counter the troll invasion. It wasn't seen as needed since the fall of the Mogu Empire. The Pandarens chose to let all residents live in peace rather than rule like the Thunder King and the other emperors did. This meant that the only fighting force available were the monks. They were patrolling the Serpent's Spine, protecting the land from the Mantids and their cycled attack. Upon learning of the trolls, they abandoned their post and rushed to meet their enemy head-on. Despite their well intentions, they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The trolls descended upon the Pandaren on giant aerial mounts, a new form of warfare that the monks had never seen before, and something that they could not counter. But there was one Pandaren that would save the day. Her name was Jiang. When she was a child, she had discovered a cloud serpent hatchling whose nest had been destroyed from a previous storm. She would later care and nurture the animal back to health and create a close bond. Over the years, villagers would see them flying in the sky together. As the monks fought a losing battle with the trolls, Jiang and her serpent named Lo swooped from the clouds and broke the Zandalari ranks with fury and fire, thus breaking the troll ranks and forcing them to retreat. News of the victory quickly spread, and because of Jiang's heroic efforts, many would follow in her shoes. Jiang had proven that the cloud serpents were tameable, and because of that, soon a small army would ride at her side and would be known as the Order of the Cloud Serpent. The tide of war had turned. With options drastically limited, Mengazi thought of the final tactic to win the war: resurrecting the Thunder King, Li Shen. It made sense. The trolls were the only ones entrusted with the knowledge on how to bring him back, and they knew that Li Shen would be powerful enough to purge the Cloud Serpent Riders from the ground. A battle erupted near the Tomb of Conquerors, where the Thunder King's body lay. Jiang sacrificed herself in a final, desperate attack, killing Mengazi in the process and preventing the Zandalari from resurrecting Li Shen. And as for the trolls, they retreated to their homeland in shame. There was a great celebration throughout the empire, but there was also mourning over the lives lost, especially Jiang's. Over time, her mount, Lo, would be seen flying the skies, as if looking for his friend and rider. The other serpent riders honored her memory by codifying her teachings. Within the Order of the Cloud Serpent, her tradition of training and befriending the majestic creatures would survive for millennia to come. But back to the trolls. What was to become of them? We know that there were many different tribes, but one tribe in particular would form the beginning of a new race, a race rooted deep in the ways of nature and peace, a race that would rise to immortality. The War of the Ancients is something that's mentioned quite often in the Warcraft universe, but not many know what it was, how it started, and why it's so important. But in order to get into the deeper details, we need to know about the rise of a race that would play a significant role in the changing of the world. Before the war between the Trolls and the Akir, we know that many of the tribes clashed against each other due to claims regarding territory, clans such as the Gurubashi and the Amani. But one of these clans, known as the Dark Trolls, had no interest in what other clans wanted. They lived in a network of deep caverns that stretched beneath Mount Hyjal, so you can imagine they didn't care for sunlight. In fact, they only emerged at night. These nocturnal habits would cause a physical change over time, as their blue-hued skin would turn to shades of gray. Dark Trolls cherished their independence. They chose to ignore the activities of the other tribes and focused on creating a peaceful connection to the natural world. Many of the Dark Troll mystics looked for ways to commune with the land and live in harmony with it. Over time, many of these trolls migrated to the center of Kalimdor. And apart from interacting with creatures such as the fairy dragons, chimeras, and dryads, they would soon discover the scintillating lake known as the Well of Eternity. Mesmerized by their discovery, the Dark Trolls settled along the lake's shores. Over generations, the radiating energy from the Well of Eternity would spread throughout the trolls' flesh and skeletal structure, elevating their forms to match their graceful spirits. This transformed them into highly intelligent and immortal beings. With that, these former trolls abandoned their ancient heritage and traditions. The tribe's mystics began worshipping the moon goddess, Elune, who they believed was bound to the Well of Eternity itself, and believed that she slept in the depths of the lake during daylight hours. These former trolls also discovered the name Kalimdor and other Titan-forged words from communing with Elune and investigating artifacts that were scattered around the well's vicinity. Influenced by this new language, they called themselves Kaldori, which meant children of the stars. We know them as Night Elves. The creatures of the land silently watched this new race flourish and whispered news of them to the wild gods of Hyjal. But it was the demigod Cenarius that took a keen interest in them. He adored the Night Elves and saw the potential in them to become great caretakers of nature, and he hoped that the Night Elves would strive to live in harmony with the wilds, especially since it was Cenarius that taught them everything about the natural world. And for many centuries, the Night Elves did just that. Around the Well of Eternity, they built a graceful society. The capital of their small nation was called Elundris, or the Eye of Elune. They strengthened their bonds with the surrounding woodlands and its inhabitants, while Cenarius guided them when necessary. But over time, some of the Night Elves desired a different life, one that dug deeper into the mysteries and powers of the Well of Eternity. As these individuals studied the arcane powers of the lake, they would become sorcerers. Soon, magic became an inseparable part of life as the Night Elves pushed the boundaries of their intellect. In time, it became the driving force of their culture. It was during this time of growth that the Night Elves' most prolific leader came to power. Her name was Queen Ashara, and even though she would elevate her people to extraordinary heights, she would also sow the seeds of their destruction. Queen Ashara was beautiful, wise, and embodied the most coveted traits of her people. While she indulged in sorcerous pursuits, she also constructed a breathtaking palace on the shores of the Well of Eternity. It was there that her most powerful nobles, called the Quel'Dorei, or Highborn, would answer to her every beck and call. Now, the Highborn were very gifted sorcerers as well. Some, such as Lady Vash, served as the queen's handmaiden. Others, such as Lord Xavius, consulted the queen, acting as a trusted advisor. But regardless of the role that these individuals played, the Highborn saw themselves as superior Night Elves, distinguishing themselves from the low-born people of their race. But not the queen. No, she didn't subscribe to this ideology. Even though she was born of the highest noble pedigree, the Night Elves of every social standing adored her. So much that they renamed their capital Zin Ashari, or the glory to Ashara, in her honor. Under her reign, the Night Elf civilization blossomed into a sprawling empire. Vast cities, networks of luminescent causeways, all radiated out to the far corners of Kalimdor. The Queen even sent expeditionary forces to explore the world and spread the empire's borders. They would bring back samples of exotic flora and fauna, and tales of the mythical dragonflights that ruled the sky. They would also establish outposts, such as Shandaral in the icy northern forests of Moonsong, Thenralor in the lush central wilds, which would later be known as the Barrens, and Eldre Thalas in the southern jungle of Feralis. The Queen herself oversaw the building of a temple dedicated to Elune, located in the western edge of Kalimdor. Upon its completion, she named the area Lathar Lazal, or Seat of the Sky. But why is it so important to talk about all these little details? Well, to give you a scale of things, not since the Black Empire in ages past had a group of people grown so vast in size and scope. Ashara's influence over the world and its inhabitants eclipsed even Li Shen's wildest dreams of power. So now, you can kind of get an idea of how big of a deal the Night Elves really were. However, despite their dominance over much of the land, there was one place that Ashara and her forces avoided: Mount Hyjal. The spirits and demigods that roamed there made the Queen feel unsettled. Somehow she knew that Hyjal was beyond her influence. Plus, the area, being saturated with ancient magic and untamable, was a land that stood in stark contrast to her vision of a new Kalimdor. She publicly prohibited expansion into Hyjal out of respect for the Night Elves' ancient kinship with the forests. But really, she just despised the mountain and the harmony it represented. And Cenarius knew this. This wasn't a secret to him at all. He had grown increasingly frustrated while watching the new empire spread its wings. Frustrated with the hubris and thoughtless actions of the sorceress Highborn. Now, the majority of the Night Elf society continued to honor the old ways of communing with the wilds, and this warmed Cenarius' heart. But on the surface, he knew that they had no influence over the Queen and her arrogant followers. Over time, the Night Elves began ignoring diplomacy and the other cultures of Azeroth. Ashara's dogmatic beliefs regarding racial purity seeped into the Night Elves' psyche, creating an atmosphere rife with xenophobia. The only thing that drew their attention were the hostile troll nations. Small battles would ignite, but on every occasion, the trolls buckled before the devastating magic of the Night Elves. Now, to Ashara, the trolls were but a minor nuisance. Plus, she wasn't interested in conquest, that being the idea of gaining land or dominion via war. She just wanted the trolls to stay out of her way. This is when a deal was made with the Zandalar tribe, which, if you remember, held an immense amount of influence over all the other troll tribes. The deal was this: in exchange for ending troll incursions into Night Elf territory, the Zandalari would be allowed, by the Queen's grace, to keep the sacred mountains south of the Well of Eternity. Knowing that they stood no chance at winning a war against the Night Elves, the trolls begrudgingly agreed. This agreement would foster the trolls' deep resentment toward the Night Elves that would last for generations to come. With the trolls no longer a threat, Ashara continued to expand her dominion. But even as she did so, she remained confined in her palace, obsessing over the Well of Eternity and the arcane secrets held within it, believing that they had only tapped into a small percentage of the lake's power. So, she pushed the Highborn to go farther into the Well Eternity's depths, to expand their knowledge and reach for new heights and technological advancements. But as they conducted these reckless experiments, torrents of magic began to crash through the twisting nether. Like moths to the flame, the nether's demonic inhabitants were drawn toward the irresistible source of power, that being the Well of Eternity. It was only a matter of time before Sargeras and the Burning Legion would take notice. Finally, Sargeras had discovered the location of Azeroth, all thanks to the unsatisfied minds of the Highborn and their queen. While Sargeras gathered all his rage and demonic legions, he turned his gaze upon the distant world. All that remained was to find a way to reach Azeroth. While the Highborn continued experimenting with the Well of Eternity, a young night elf by the name of Malfurion Stormrage dug deep into his connection with nature. Excelling in his studies and under the mentorship of Cenarius, Malfurion became the first mortal druid on Azeroth. Cenarius was pleased with his progress and noticed that something was special about this individual ever since the first time Malfurion's spirit explored the Emerald Dream. It was Cenarius' hope that Malfurion would spread druidism among the Night Elves and help them return to their harmonious roots. But this change for good would not reach Azshara and her followers. Unknown by the greater Night Elf society, the Highborn had begun to communicate with Sargeras. The fallen Titan had looked to use the sorcerers and their magic to expedite the Legion's journey to Azeroth. Without a gateway of some kind, traveling to the world would take ages. Like he had done with the Eridar on Argus, Sargeras reached out to the Highborn. Lord Xavius was the first to hear his call. Being an individual seeking more and more power, he brought this to Azshara's attention. Sargeras' promise was this: he would grant the Night Elf Queen and her servants unfathomable power, thus allowing them to remake Kalimdor into a paradise. His only condition? That Azshara and her followers summon his agents into Azeroth so that they could give the Highborn this power. Blinded by their greed and desire for more power, they used the Well of Eternity's energies to bring the Legion's minions to Azeroth. This is when the blood first began to spill. Waves of demonic warriors flooded out of the Queen's palace, murdering every Night Elf in their path, except for their new Highborn allies. Led by Manaroth the Destructor, Hakar the Houndmaster, and Archimonde the Defiler, the Legion blazed through the Night Elf Empire. Cities were shattered. Blazing infernals tore through the skies. In essence, Kalimdor was metaphorically and literally on fire. War, at a level never seen by any mortal empire on Azeroth, was very much present. The War of the Ancients had begun. A Night Elf resistance force led by Lord Kurtalos Ravencrest formed to stand against the Burning Legion. Among his ranks were Malfurion, his sorcerer twin brother Illidan, and the priestess, whom both brothers loved dearly, Tyrande Whisperwind. These three would change the fate of Kalimdor forever. Ravencrest's forces initially suffered many defeats against the invaders, but eventually the Night Elves were able to make some progress. Malfurion was able to unleash his druidic magic upon Xavius within the Emerald Dream, thus striking him down. Not only did his magic destroy one of the Highborn's most powerful sorcerers, but it also provided the incredible potential of druidic magic to Malfurion's allies. How that was done? Chronicles doesn't really say or go into detail, but we can take it for what it is. Illidan became an invaluable asset to the Resistance. During one of the many battles, his arcane magic saved Ravencrest's life. Because of this, Illidan was appointed the commander's personal sorcerer. As for Tyrande, she would emerge as one of the greatest members of the Sisterhood of the Lune. Through her faith in the Moon Goddess, she saved countless innocent Night Elves from the Legion. In time, she would become the High Priestess of Elune, the revered leader of her sacred sisterhood. Even though the Resistance fought with all their might, more and more demons spilled into Azeroth through the Highborn's portals. More so, the Legion created a new breed of demons, born from the inhabitants of Azeroth itself. The first to come into existence was Xavius. Sargeras had twisted the body of the defeated Highborn into a demonic presence with jagged horns and cloven hooves. This new form became known as a satyr. It would be Xavius who would set out to curse many of his fellow Highborn, transforming them into satyrs as well. Over time, Malfurion realized that the Night Elves could not prevail alone, so he convinced Tyrande and Illidan to accompany him to the tranquil moonglades near Mount Hyjal. Here, they asked Cenarius for help. He agreed, and rallied the mighty wild gods against the Legion. But this would take time, because they were unpredictable beings and unaccustomed to fighting as one. Unfortunately, time was not a luxury the Night Elves had. While Cenarius gathered the wild gods, Malfurion set his sights on calling the dragon aspects for help. Led by Alexstrasza, they convened at Wyrmrest Temple to discuss their plan. Here, Neltharion, the Earth Warder, proposed a solution, which was this. The aspects would sacrifice a portion of their power into an artifact of his own creation called the Dragon Soul. He claimed that this weapon would scour the Legion from the face of Azeroth. The thing is, the other aspects had no idea that Neltharion had been consumed by the influence of the old gods. Due to their underground prisons being in such close proximity to the bedrock, and the fact that Neltharion was innately tied to the earth, well, it was easy for him to be susceptible to this evil. Over time, and I mean a long time, his descent into torment and madness led him to create the Dragon Soul, which later would be named the Demon Soul. During a battle between the Legion and the Night Elf Resistance, the 5 dragon aspects made their final assault against the demon invasion. And with the power of the Dragon Soul, while working in unison with the other 4 aspects, Neltharion unleashed the full power of the artifact, utterly decimating the Legion. Just as hope began to fill the defenders, Neltharion did something that would forever brand him as an enemy. He turned the Dragon Soul against his own allies, both Night Elf and Dragon alike. This attack nearly murdered all of the Blue Dragon flight and forced the other aspects and Night Elves to flee from the battlefield. Shocked at the sudden betrayal of one who they looked for protection. The Dragon Soul's energy would come at a cost, though. Its powers flooded through Neltharion and began tearing his body apart. Smoldering fissures wrenched out across his scaly hide. From these wounds, geysers of white-hot fire and magma burst forth. With a howl of rage, Neltharion withdrew from the engagement and disappeared into the skies. Even though his attack was short-lived, it had changed the world forever. The unity and power of the Dragonflight had been shattered. They would never be the same again. More so, Malygos, the leader of the Blue Dragonflight, would endure the greatest suffering. Upon seeing the majority of his Dragonflight die, he plummeted into a state of madness with a grief that would linger for thousands and thousands of years. From then on, Neltharion would be known as Deathwing. His actions would curse his own Black Dragonflight to a life of fear and seclusion, finding themselves hunted by the other flights due to Deathwing's actions. Neltharion wasn't the only one to commit such atrocities. There was another who would begin his journey into darkness, Illidan Stormrage. He had mysteriously vanished from the Night Elf ranks. Many of the members of the Resistance feared for his life because they could not have imagined that he would have just ever abandoned them. Surely to them, something must have happened. But Illidan's decision to strike out on his own came from his relationship with Malfurion. The sorcerer had always lived in his druidic brother's shadow. Even though the two of them had studied under Cenarius, Illidan never had the patience to master druidism. So, he turned his sights to pursue arcane magic. Throughout the War of the Ancients, he was driven to rise above Malfurion and become a hero for his people. but everything his brother did overshadowed Illidan's actions, including the attempt to win the heart of Tyrande Whisperwind. When he managed the courage to declare his love for her, she rejected him. Illidan took this as a sign that she intended to choose Malfurion as her mate. Rejection, inadequacy as the hero he wanted to be, all of these things built up emotions that led him to welcoming dark thoughts. Beknownst to Illidan, the satyr Xavius was subtly twisting his mind, fanning the flames of his despair. Now, what became of the corrupted Xavius would be a second defeat, though. Malfurion would later vanquish the satyr with the help of a night elf named Shandris Feathermoon, trapping the darkened revived highborn's body and spirit into a gnarled oak tree. Xavius's legacy, however, would persist on Azeroth. To this day, satyrs still roam the world, polluting nature with their foul magics. Over time, Illidan's discontent led him to break from the resistance. He set out to join the Legion in order to gain unimaginable power, incomparable to any night elf in existence. All this to soar higher than his brother Malfurion, and prove to the world that he was capable of greatness. Surprisingly, Illidan secured an audience with Sargeras himself, and revealed his plan to steal the dragon soul. This intrigued the Titan leader of the Legion. So pleased was Sargeras that he granted Illidan power. He scarred the Night Elf's body with fell tattoos and burned out his eyes. While excruciatingly painful, this transformation allowed Illidan to see myriad forms of magic. Now, he set out to acquire the destructive artifact created by Neltharion. Upon finding Deathwing, he found the Earth Warder in a ravaged and tormented form. To hold his broken body together, Deathwing had resorted to bolting adamantium plates to his spine. Ultimately, Illidan secured the Dragon Soul and delivered the artifact to the waiting Highborn. It would be used for the next phase of their plans. They would create a massive gateway within the heart of the Well of Eternity, a gateway that Sargeras himself could use to enter the world of Azeroth. Illidan would later claim that his actions were for a noble cause, that he had joined the Legion to learn more about the demons and find a way to destroy them, but this journey to become what he became would only tarnish his reputation forever after. While battles raged across central Kalimdor, one group of Azshara's servants grew concerned for their own future. This small sect of highborn sorcerers were more of an extension of the Queen's will. Located in Suramar, they engaged in covert activities that focused on securing Azshara's rule and strengthening the Empire. They also excelled in hunting down and acquiring artifacts of power, which were then stored in the Vault of Antiquities located in Suramar. Among the greatest of these discoveries made by this group were the long-lost Pillars of Creation, relics that the ancient keepers used to shape the world. As the war dragged on, the elite Highborn's views on the Queen began to shift. The group's leader, Grand Magistrix Elisand, feared that the Legion, whom they were in some form of an alliance with, not to have the Highborn's best interests in mind. I mean, the demons had destroyed much of the Night Elves' empire and poisoned the surrounding land with fell magic. What drew the line was when Elisand found out that the Legion was planning on transforming Suramar into a new staging ground for the war. Within the Temple of Elune, a gateway to the Twisting Nether was already being formed. Once completed, this would allow reinforcements to storm into Azeroth, thus crushing the Night Elf resistance on a second front. But Elisand thought that such a portal would likely destroy Suramar, along with everyone who dwelled within. So, a plan to sabotage the Legion's efforts was put into place. This small group severed their ties to the other Highborn and moved to seal the demon's new portal. The Pillars of Creation had the raw power to do so. With the artifacts in hand, Elisand and her group assaulted the demons in Suramar. Just as the new portal was beginning to activate, the sorcerers channeled their magic through the Pillars of Creation. This spell closed it, locking it with a set of unbreakable seals. With their plan completed and their allegiance to the Legion broken, the departed Highborns fortified their holdings in Suramar instead of joining the Night Elf resistance. With the Eye of Aman'Thul, one of the pillars of creation, they created an immense fount of arcane magic known as the Night Well. This would protect them from future threats as well as nourish the sorcerers. In time, it would change Elisande and her allies, transforming them into a new race called the Nightborn. Even though there had been countless defeats, hope still lingered among the Night Elf resistance. A new leader by the name of Jared Shadowsong had assumed the mantle of command. Unlike his predecessors, he was not born of noble blood. As the great strategist that he was, he stripped away the Night Elf's xenomorphia and invited many of Azeroth's other races to join the resistance. Races like the Earthen, Tauren, and Furbolgs. They also found allies among the Highborn enemies, a group of sorcerers led by Dathramar Sunstrider. He had realized that the Legion would only bring ruin to Azeroth, and thus abandoned Ashara, pledging their lives to the resistance. Even the wild gods had finally showed up to the fight. It's said that the forest trembled as they marched down from the slopes of Hyjal. With them came the woodland dryads, the many-headed chimeras, and even the mighty tree folk known as the Treants showed up to fight the demons. Under Shadowsong's command, the combined army launched a desperate assault against Zin Ashari itself. The resistance clashed against the seemingly numberless ranks of the Legion. The cost was horrific. Thousands upon thousands fell from both sides. Even some of the wild gods met their demise as they were met with the poisoned black blades and fell powers wielded by the demons. With each death of a wild god, the forest atop Hyjal shivered, and the winds howled in sorrow. As the battle raged on, Malfurion and Tyrande journeyed to the Well of Eternity's shores with a small elite force. Their goal was to reclaim the Dragon Soul so that the Legion could not use its powers. This is when Malfurion was reunited with Illidan, who claimed that his allegiance to the Highborn and the Legion was a ruse to learn their ways. While suspicious about his brother, something else caught his attention, something that looked to be a bigger threat. The Well of Eternity had become a colossal portal, a direct gateway for Sargeras himself to enter Azeroth. It was then that Malfurion realized that no standing army could withstand the might of Sargeras. The only way for victory to be achieved was by destroying the Well of Eternity itself. While unthinkable, the Well had become the Legion's link to the physical world. Destroying the Well of Eternity would be the end of the Night Elf civilization, but it was also the only chance to save the world. After reclaiming the Dragon Soul, Malfurion and his companions infiltrated the Queen's palace to find many of the Highborn in the midst of strengthening the portal within the Well of Eternity by weaving a spell. To throw their magic out of alignment, Malfurion used the Dragon Soul and lashed out at his enemies. He conjured a great storm that battered the city and decimated the Highborn and demons within. As Sargeras prepared to emerge from the portal, the unraveled spell from the Highborn released a vortex of arcane energies within the Well of Eternity. The fount buckled in upon itself. In that moment, Sargeras was ripped back into the twisting nether. Volatile energies whipped out of the collapsing Well of Eternity, sending most of the Legion's ranks back into the nether as well. Then, the earthquakes began erupting on the face of Azeroth. The Night Elves scrambled to put distance between themselves and the Well of Eternity. Upon fully collapsing, the well ignited a cataclysmic explosion, blotting out the skies while the ocean surged in to fill the void left by the explosion, devouring the ruins of Zin Ashari. When all was said and done, and the earthquakes had calmed, the surviving Night Elves saw that their world had been torn asunder. The Well of Eternity's destruction had shattered nearly 80% of Kalimdor's landmass, leaving only a handful of separate continents. What was left in the former well's location was a storm of energies known as the Maelstrom. It would stand as a reminder to the terrible cost of the war. For the Night Elves and all other living creatures on Azeroth, the world had changed forever. But what about Queen Azshara? Surely she died with the destruction of her city. Well, no. Surprisingly, she and many of her loyal Highborn survived the Sundering, but not without consequences. They were sucked into the fathomless depths of the Maelstrom. Some were cursed and warped into a new and hateful race called the Naga. One of the most powerful among them was the Queen's former handmaiden, Lady Vashj. Hidden from all, she and Azshara would build the Naga capital of Nazjatar in the cold darkness at the bottom of the sea. And for those of you who like to play the well actually card, yes, it was N'Zoth that she made a deal with in order to save her people. But the chronicle book that we're working on doesn't talk about that. Even though that it's canon and that's what happened, we're just trying to keep it simple by staying true to what the book says. I figure that all of this after knowledge can be added in later videos down the line. Think of them as addendum videos, but we're very far from that as of right now. The Sundering decimated life across the face of Azeroth, except for one region, Pandaria. For centuries, a succession of peaceful emperors had ruled over the land. Prior to the invasion of the Legion, a Pandaren ruler by the name of Xiao would mark the beginning of a new chapter in Pandaria's history. It was tradition for new emperors to consult with the Jinyu Water Speaker to glean the knowledge of what the future held. What Xiao saw was the events that we just recently talked about, the invasion of the Burning Legion. Knowing this, the Emperor looked to the August Celestials and his friend the Monkey King in order to make sense of the future he saw. With their help, the Emperor was able to expel the dark emotions that troubled him: doubt, despair, fear, anger, hatred, and violence. These negative traits, having been expunged, would take on a physical form: powerful entities known as the Shah. Xiao would use his wisdom to battle the Shah and lock them away deep beneath Pandaria, where they would remain, festering beneath the earth. The only emotion that he would never be able to expel would be pride. That emotion would silently lurk in Pandaria for thousands of years. But in order to watch over their imprisonment, the Emperor created an elite order of Pandarian soldiers called the Shadowpan. Now that these emotions were taken care of, the Emperor set out to save Pandaria from the Sundering that was to come. In order to do so, he would separate his land from the rest of Kalimdor. This attempt would be accomplished in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, and although he tried to focus his powers to sever his empire from the rest of Kalimdor, he couldn't do it. This led to his fear and doubts returning, and the Shah began to stir to life underground, feasting on the Emperor's uncertainties. As the Legion's fell magic set the skies ablaze, Xiao called to the wisest of the August Celestials, the Jade Serpent. She told him that Pandaria was more than just his empire. Everything in Pandaria was connected. Everything in Pandaria was one. Finally, the Emperor understood. To save his land and his people, he would need to become one with it. With his mind clear and his heart set on the task ahead, Xiao merged his spirit with the land itself and forced it to break away from the rest of Kalimdor. His very essence shrouded Pandaria in a thick mist that would hide it from the outside world, protecting it from the terrible Sundering. For the next 10,000 years, Pandaria would remain hidden, eventually fading into legend. The Sundering left the world in a broken state, and And with that, the Well of Eternity was gone. It seemed that all was lost for the Night Elves and the other races on Azeroth. Or was it? Seeking refuge, the surviving Night Elves fled northwest to Mount Hyjal, one of the few places on Azeroth untouched by the destruction. While traveling, this is when Malfurion and other Night Elves came to the conclusion that arcane magic wasn't safe. And in order to avoid another event like the War of the Ancients and the Sundering, they agreed to prohibit its use. But upon reaching the summit of Mount Hyjal, they found something shocking. To their horror, the Night Elves saw before them a second, smaller Well of Eternity. And not only that, a figure stood by its shore, Illidan Stormrage. So, what happened? How could this be possible? Well, before the Sundering, Illidan filled a number of vials of enchanted liquid from the original Well of Eternity, which then he poured several of them into the lake at the summit of Mount Hyjal, thus creating a new fount of arcane power. This didn't go over very well. In fact, violence erupted when a group of Night Elves confronted Illidan and Malfurion was forced to step in. Illidan insisted that a new well was necessary because with it, the Night Elves would have the arcane power, the same kind of magic that they had just banned, to fight off the Burning Legion when it returned. Now, some of the surviving Highborn agreed with him. I mean, it makes sense, knowing their obsession with that kind of magic. But the majority of the Night Elves didn't see it that way. Illidan was chastised for what he had done. Even though the fact that this new Well of Eternity could be used as a portal for the Legion, just like the last one, Illidan remained unapologetic. This is when the Night Elves had enough of him. In that moment, they decided to deal with Illidan once and for all. Imprisonment was the answer. And to rub salt in the wound, his brother Malfurion would be the one to enact this punishment. With Cenarius' help, they chained Illidan deep within a borrow prison. Malfurion would then charge the priestess Maiev Shadowsong to stand guard. She would later take on the mantle of Warden, founding an order of elite and secretive Night Elf jailers. The news of this new Well of Eternity reached the ears of the Dragon Aspects. 3 of them converged on Hyjal. They knew, just as the Night Elves did, that sure enough, this could be used as a portal for the Legion. In order to protect this new fount, Alexstrasza planted an enchanted seed that grew into a tree, shrouding the lake. Its roots dug deep into the earth, healing the world with its life-giving energies. Not only that, it became a seal over the new well, thus preventing the Legion or anyone else from abusing its power. The tree was named Nordrassil, meaning Crown of the Heavens. Alexstrasza infused the tree with renewed strength and vitality. This would also be extended to the Night Elves, who vowed to protect the Well of Eternity at any cost. Ysera then blessed the tree, thus binding it and all Night Elf druids to the Emerald Dream. Before this, Malfurion and his followers had wandered within Ysera's realm, but doing so required a certain level of meditation that was difficult to maintain. Now with her new blessing, they could easily visit the dream whenever they wanted. Lastly, Nosdormu wove his energies through the tree's roots, assuring that as long as it stood, the Night Elves would possess immortality. With that, the aspects returned to their hidden lairs. Their enchantments kept the new Well of Eternity safe from acting as a beacon to demons, nor could the Legion easily use it as a gateway into Azeroth. Instead, it would become a symbol of the Night Elves' connection to the natural world, a sacred monument that empowered the race with immunity to sickness, disease, and aging. As time passed, the Night Elves expanded into the forests of Ashenvale, located south of Mount Hyjal. Tyrande Whisperwind, High Priestess of the Sister of Elune, led them in rebuilding their society. This is important to know because after the Sundering, there was a power vacuum within the Night Elf race. The Queen was gone, so who was going to lead them? This put the Sisterhood in a very good position to act as leaders for both the Night Elf government and military. Tyrande also forged a new fighting force called the Sentinels. Composed of highly trained warrior women, this order dedicated itself to protecting the emergent Night Elf society. They would patrol the land, befriend the local native creatures, and stand guard against any threat. While this was happening, Malfurion built a culture of druidism among his people. Many of the Night Elves who embraced the now forbidden arcane magic in the past embraced Malfurion's teachings instead. These early druids were allowed to freely explore the depths of the Emerald Dream whenever they pleased. They also experimented with shapeshifting, taking on forms of mighty bears, night sabers, crows, you name it. The druids would regularly enter long periods of hibernation as they journeyed through the dream. This frustrated Tyrande and the Sentinels because when they asked for the druids' help to safeguard the land, very few of Malfurion's followers were ever awake to do so. While these changes within the Night Elf society were taking shape, an old enemy was gathering strength in Kalimdor. After the War of the Ancients, the remaining satyrs stayed behind in the dark corners of the world, waiting for the right time to strike back at the Night Elves. One of the satyrs, Zalin the Feared, gave them this chance. He rallied his people and prepared them for war. And because of this, the remnants of the Burning Legion that were trapped on Azeroth after the Sundering took notice. Doomguard and other evil beings were drawn to the satyrs' call. Together, this newly formed army launched a brutal attack on the Night Elf stronghold of Nightrun. War, it seemed, was inescapable. At the beginning, the Night Elves suffered terrible losses from the satyrs' assaults, but that soon changed when Tyrande's adopted daughter, Chandra's Feathermoon, who was captain of the Sentinels, proposed a new strategy: bring the druids out of their sleep and into the fight. Once Malfurion saw the corruption that Zalin had spread to the forest, he agreed to Chandra's request. Pulling together the most powerful druids in Kalimdor, they and the Sentinels attacked the very center of the satyrs' territory. And with Chandra's clever guerrilla tactics, they were able to overcome a good majority of their enemy, including Zalin himself. This wasn't the end, though. Advancements in the war had been made in the Night Elves' favor, but a new threat was on the horizon. A group of wayward druids seeking to harness the fury of Goldrin, one of the wild gods, had adopted savage wolf forms. Led by R'hllor Fangfire, these druids would be known as Worgen. Now, these Worgen were driven and enslaved to their rage, so much that during battle, they ripped through both enemy and allies. And you guessed it, any Night Elf that was bitten by one turned into a Worgen as well. Because of the wolf-formed druids, Malfurion reflected on the state of druidism and decided that some sort of regulation was needed. Regulation so that individuals wouldn't go too deep in their application of druidic power. This is when Malfurion and his followers formed the Cenarian Circle, an order that would watch over the practice of the druids living on Azeroth. And their first task was to deal with the Worgen situation. Malfurion banished R'hllor and his Worgen to the Emerald Dream, hoping that they would enter a peaceful sleep under the enchanted tree known as Duralnir. After that was dealt with, the Night Elves cut deep into the satyrs' domain, cleansing the forest of any corruption. The remaining satyrs retreated into the shadows, never again to rise as a threat to the Night Elf civilization. Centuries after the Sundering, the surviving Highborn tried to assimilate into the new Night Elf society. Unfortunately, many of them struggled to do so, all because of their temptation to dive back into arcane magic, which we know was banned. These offenses weren't a secret thing. No, the Highborn were caught, warned, over and over and over to stop messing around with these powers. Eventually, repeated offenders would be punished with death. But even that didn't stop the Highborn. The call of arcane energy was too strong for them to ignore. This is when Dathramar's Sunstrider comes into play. He came from a long line of illustrious Highborn, specifically those that served the Night Elf throne. His ancestors chose the name Sunstrider to symbolize their preference to delve into the unknown, a name that was completely opposite for a race that worshipped the moon goddess Elune. They were known for breaking expectations and throwing caution to the wind in search for greatness. Dathramar was a Highborn who really didn't agree with the restrictions that the Night Elves put in place. Eventually, he declared that arcane power was a birthright of the Highborn, and that anyone who feared it was a coward. So, he and his followers began experimenting with the arcane arts, regardless of the Night Elf laws. Basically, this rebellious group said, "What are you going to do about it?" But using this form of magic wasn't just an act of disobedience. Dathramar and the other Highborn always believed that Night Elves were destined for nothing but greatness. They felt that their kind could rise again and establish a new mighty empire. But in order to do so, they would need to revive the study and use of arcane power. Because there were so many who suddenly and defiantly followed down this path, the whole of the Night Elf society didn't have the heart to sentence that many people to death. These were their brothers and sisters. They were close. So in order to circumvent this, the Highborn were barred from setting foot on Mount Hyjal ever again. Dathramar and his followers were exiled. And because of that, their connection to the Well of Eternity's energy was severed. Now, most of the Highborn were happy to leave. Finally, they were free to do whatever they wanted without the constraints of the Night Elf society. From here, this group of power seekers built a fleet of ships and set sail, leaving Kalimdor for whatever lands might lie beyond the ever-turning maelstrom. This would not be a quick journey. They would make landfall not days, weeks, or months later, but rather years. The region that they had arrived at would one day be known as the Eastern Kingdoms. But their travels don't end there. While it took them years at sea to find land, it would take them months on foot to find a spot that they would call home. And the location they chose was marked by a strange silver hand. A land called Tirisfal by tribes of primitive humans that inhabited the area. At first, the Highborn and the humans didn't have a lot of interaction between each other. But as time went on, the original inhabitants of the land began to tell the Highborn legends of a brave metal-skinned guardian named Tyr, one who sacrificed himself to kill a monstrous foe in Tirisfal. What the Highborn could detect in the area that the humans couldn't were the nearby potent ley energies. Now, this wasn't the Well of Eternity, but it was something they could go off of. Something that intrigued them enough to think that in time, they could unlock its secrets and restore themselves to their former glory. But this needed to be done quickly. Why? Because after being exiled from the Well of Eternity, they started to feel the effects of aging and disease. Their skin lost its violet hue as they began to shrink in stature. Clearly to them, this would only worsen over time. Continuing to be led by Dathramar, the Highborn made a new life in Tirisfal Glades. Things were peaceful in the independence they had secured for themselves. But as they tapped into the newly discovered ley lines, a dark energy would be found. These shadowy powers drove some of the Highborn to madness. So much that they began to argue that the humans had built their settlements on top of the most potent ley lines in the area. Therefore, the Highborn felt that they should force the humans to relocate. And if that wasn't an option, they could always conquer the primitive beings outright. Now, Dathramar didn't agree. He had no desire to wage war on a civilization that posed no threat to his people. For a while now, he knew something was up with the dark energies in the land, that maybe it was the cause for many of the Highborn to drive themselves to madness. The best thing that Dathramar could do was lead his people away from Tirisfal to avoid any violence. And that's exactly what he did. They decided to go north. There, Dathramar's scouts found a region with lush forests and powerful ley lines. Intent on reaching this land, the Highborn began their travels again into the unknown. Back on Kalimdor, Tyrande and Malfurion continued their work building up the Night Elf society. The Cenarian Circle kept busy with upholding the balance of nature and healing lands polluted with demonic corruption. They did this in unison with Ysera and her green dragon flight deep within the Emerald Dream. Tyrande, Chandris, and the Sentinels resumed their security over the Night Elf civilization. They did this by patrolling the forests, checking for demonic resurgence, and providing basic security. Their work led to a long period of peace and tranquility within Hygel's surroundings. After a while, the Dryads and Enchanted Keepers of the Grove emerged from the secluded Moonglade. These were Cenarius' own sons and daughters, and the Night Elves revered them. Their presence in Ashen Vale was seen as an omen of better times to come. This led to other creatures appearing in the open. Treants, fairy dragons, and chimeras all began to roam the forest. Over time, the Night Elves would build strong relations with these creatures, calling on them in times of need. Malfurion had drifted back into the Emerald Dream, which meant that Tyrande was left with the task of governing the daily activities of the Night Elves. A tasking job, but thankfully, she enjoyed it. Even though things were good, something tugged at Tyrande's hopes and optimism. Yes, they had banished the Burning Legion, but Sargeras was still alive. Deep in her heart, she believed that he was already plotting another attack. And if that day ever showed up, the Night Elves needed to be ready. Back on the Eastern Kingdom, Dathramar Sunstrider and the Highborn continued their search for a new home. During their journey, a massive blizzard stopped the elves in their tracks for a month. This is when they realized how vulnerable they had become without the Well of Eternity. For the first time in memory, they began to die of starvation, only to be saved by some humans that lived in the mountains. Once the storm lifted, their expedition continued. Following the strong ley lines, the Highborn forged ahead, determined to find a new home. As they drew closer to the land that would be their settlement, the ground began to crackle with magic beneath their feet. All was well, until they learned of their new neighbors, the barbaric Amani trolls. The presence of the Highborn infuriated the trolls, mainly due to the hatred they had for the elves from the days of Queen Ashara. Raiding parties from the Amani happened immediately. And because of the terrain and the length of time that the trolls had inhabited the land, the elves learned to fear these ambushes in the dense forests. Magic still ended up being a good defense for the Highborn, and the trolls learned to tread cautiously. Despite the numerous attacks, the elves finally reached the nexus of the ley lines they had been seeking. This is when Dathramar proclaimed that this was where they would begin their civilization anew. Not only did he declare that their journey had finally come to an end, but Dathramar also revealed a secret that he had kept from the Highborn this whole time. He presented a vial. Not just any vial, but one that contained enchanted water from the original Well of Eternity. Before the Highborn were exiled from Mount Hygel, Dathramar secretly took one of Illidan Stormrage's remaining vials from the custody of the Night Elves. In other words, he stole it. Dathramar then poured the vial into a small lake located at the center of the Nexus. A brilliant fount of energy tore through the skies of Azeroth. This new pool of magic would be named the Sunwell, a name chosen in honor of Dathramar and his bold quest to reignite their culture. This is when the Highborn abandoned their tradition of worshipping the moon and focused on taking strength from the sun. In time, they would also be known by a new name, High Elves. Many of them would proclaim that Dathramar had brought them salvation, not only because he found them a new land to settle, but also there may have been some influence due to the increasing amount of arcane power that was available. The High Elves called this new land Kel'Thalas, or High Home, declaring that it would dwarf the Night Elf civilization and stand as a monument for the ages. But the trolls didn't agree with this. What upset them was that the High Elves had built their new kingdom on top of ancient Amani ruins, grounds that the trolls still considered sacred. Even though the Amani outnumbered the elves by more than 10 to 1, they still had a hard time attempting to eradicate their new neighbors. The High Elves barely held them off, and only doing so by using their newfound power. Dathramar led nearly every battle against the trolls. In time, they would carve out the borders of their kingdom, paid for in the blood of their fallen brothers and sisters. While arcane magic was now back on the menu, not every High Elf felt comfortable with its rampant use. Many thought that this would essentially draw the Burning Legion back to Azeroth for a second round of chaos. In order to combat this, Dathramar sent out his most powerful arcanists to search for a solution. They would manifest this remedy by building monolithic rune stones around the kingdom. This newly built barrier was called Bandinorial, or the Gatekeeper. Its function would be to prevent others from detecting the usage of arcane magic from within the borders of Kel'Thalas. It would also frighten away the superstitious Amani trolls, who eventually retreated back to the temple city of Zul'Aman. Their plan now was to ambush elven convoys that left the protective border of the runestones. That way, they would save more lives rather than launch a full-scale assault on Kel'Thalas. But an elite group of High Elf Rangers soon rose up to combat this threat. Inside the borders of Kel'Thalas, civilization thrived. Magic was in abundance, and the fear of using it was no longer a worry. They even created an environment that forever set the land in a state of springtime, thus never having to deal with a winter storm like they did in the past on their journey to the north. Their capital, Silvermoon City, became a shining monument to the memory of the elves' ancient empire. Dathramar had done what he set out to do. Feeling accomplished, he stepped down as leader to his people, passing on the ruling of the kingdom to his bloodline, a kingdom filled with peace and prosperity. But this wouldn't last forever. His great-grandson, Anasterion, would come to power at a time when his people faced war with the trolls once again. Not all of the Highborns left with Dathramar in search for a new home. When the Sundering occurred, those that were living in the city of Shandaral were very much displaced from the Night Elves. Now, they dwelled in the harsh, cold land of Northrend. Secluded in isolation and cut off from their distant cousins in Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms, these Highborn had no connection to the new Well of Eternity in Hyjal or the Sunwell in Kel'Thalas. This left them vulnerable to disease and other ailments. Plus, they didn't have a stolen vial from Illidan's collection that contained water from the original Well of Eternity. They were lost, desperate, and because of this, the Highborn scoured the surrounding forest of Moonsong for anything that could sustain them. This is when they witnessed members of the Blue Dragonflight using spells to crystallize living things and draw power from them. While these dragons were acting out of curiosity, the elves saw this as a remedy to their problem, that being their craving for magic and sustainability. In order to mimic what was being done here, the elves needed to learn from the dragons. Attempts to bond with them failed and sometimes led to acts of hostility. So, the Highborns infiltrated their lair, the Nexus. This led them to learn their techniques, but that wasn't enough. Greed seeped in and drove them to return, taking more than what they had come for. Many of the most powerful relics within were stolen, which triggered magical wards, sending the blue dragons into a frenzy. While the Highborn were successful in escaping the Nexus, they knew that they would be hunted, and it wouldn't be long before that day arrived. The blue dragonflight attacked Shandaral. Out of desperation, the highborn elven sorcerers gathered on an icy cliff overlooking Moonsong. There, they agreed to combine their powers and use their newly found technique. Their hope? To crystallize a small portion of the forest and use its energies as a weapon to annihilate the dragons. The spell was a disaster. The Highborn's reckless casting set off a blinding explosion that was visible all the way from Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms. Moonsong was instantly crystallized, but the blue dragons sensed the botched spell before it went off and were able to escape. As for everyone else in the area, their forms were shattered by the release of energy, but their spirits were left intact, cursed to mindlessly wander the now beautifully haunted land that would be known as Crystal Song Forest. Not only were the mortal races on Azeroth affected by the Sundering, the old gods actually benefited from it. The tectonic devastation rattled and weakened their underground prisons. This enabled tendrils of corruption to seep from their layers into the world's surface. Yogg-Saron in Northrend saw some of the most severe effects. Due to his festering, a new element called Serenite spread through the land, sapping the life of native flora and fauna. This is when a small group of druids from the Cenarian Circle decided to eradicate it. This new element wasn't just in Northrend. It had spread to other areas of the world like Ashenvale, Feralis, Duskwood, and the Hinterlands. The druids figured that if the life-giving energies of the World Tree could heal the lands around Mount Hyjal, why couldn't another tree do the same in Northrend? Fandral Staghelm, the group's leader, became obsessed with this idea. He was advised to look for guidance from the dragon aspects. Made sense. It was because of them that Nordrassil was flourishing. But without them, planting another great tree could prove disastrous. Staghelm felt rushed. He believed that there was no time to waste and decided that consulting with the aspects would only drag on the idea in an endless debate. So he moved to act by cutting 6 enchanted branches from Nordrassil. With these, he and his small group of druids traveled to locations where Serenite had sprung to life. There, they planted the branches in these regions in hopes to combat the corruption. These areas included Ashenvale, Crystal Song Forest, Feralis, and 2 remote regions in the Eastern Kingdoms that would later be known as Duskwood and the Hinterlands. It worked. The branches quickly became new trees and acted like conduits, channeling the powers of the Emerald Dream into the world. This strengthened the wildlife and scoured the Serenite deposits. Having seen their success, the druids planted the last and greatest branch in the mountains of Northrend, directly over the largest growth of Serenite. This new world tree, named Andrasil, or Crown of the Snow, grew quickly. The effects were almost immediate. Serenite ceased to spread its corruption, and wildlife flourished anew. This upset Malfurion and the rest of the Cenarian Circle. It was something that wasn't approved, but it was something that worked rather well, and they did agree on that. For several decades, Andrasil towered over Northrend. All seemed well, but as we know, this story wouldn't be exciting if everything just ended happy. In time, bloody battles erupted between the Tonka and the forest nymphs of Northrend. Surprisingly, their war got really dark with vile acts of barbarism. Word slowly reached the druids, causing them to launch an expedition to investigate the source of the violence. What they found shocked them. Andrasil's roots had dug so deep into the earth that they had touched Yogg-Saron's underground prison. The old god infused the tree with corruption, which slowly drove all living creatures in the area to madness. This is what the Cenarian Circle knew. Without the blessing of the aspects, Andrasil was vulnerable to corruption. There was no way to spare the world tree or ease its suffering, and that the only way to fix this problem was to destroy it. As they cut it down, Andrasil slammed into the icy surface of Northrend, creating a deafening boom that was even heard from within the Emerald Dream. From then on, the Druids would refer to the fallen world tree as Vordrasil, or Broken Crown. While saddening as this was, the Cenarian Circle was pleased that it had stopped the growth of Serenite. But unbeknownst to the Druids, something dark had taken root in the Emerald Dream. Yogg-Saron used the trees planted by Fandral as a doorway into the dream itself. Not only did the old god in Northrend use this, but the others were able to benefit as well. Small seeds of corruption were spread through Ysera's realm, polluting the dream waves. This marked the beginning of what would become known as the Emerald Nightmare. The Night Elves, High Elves, and Displaced Highborn were not the only races doing something on Azeroth during this time. While wars raged and civilizations rose, the Earthen kept to themselves. Some remained isolated underneath the mountains of Northrend. Others who went south with Keeper Arceus and the giantess Ironaya in an earlier age slept within Uldaman. Only a small number of these Earthen remained awake to maintain the upkeep of the facility alongside the Mechanomes. During this time, Arcadus and Ironaya became distant from their servants. They became obsessed with trying to cure the Curse of Flesh. Sometimes they would spend years in the lower chambers of Uldaman, contemplating on the subject. This led them to disappear from sight and into a long period of hibernation. We're talking centuries without a word from them, leaving the Mechanomes and the Earthen to manage Uldaman alone. When the Sundering happened, many of the active Earthen felt the pain of the broken world as their own, pushing them to make the decision to hibernate with their sleeping brethren in the deep chambers below, leaving the Mechanomes alone and fully in charge of watching over Uldaman. Eventually, they were fully affected by the Curse of Flesh, causing many of them to degenerate into fleshy beings simply known as gnomes. Because of this change, they lost all sense of purpose and abandoned the halls of Uldaman, fleeing into the surrounding mountain peaks and caverns. The remaining Mechanomes not affected by the curse stayed in the facility, driven by their original duty to keep things in order. The first generation of gnomes lived in the mountains to the west of Uldaman, but due to their lack of strength and defenses, they were left vulnerable to the ice trolls and other threats in the land. What did remain with them after the physical change was their intellect and ingenuity. As generations passed, technological advancement became their focus, and would be their only means of sustaining themselves in the savage new world. Surprisingly, to this end, they deliberately avoided record keeping and oral storytelling, considering them useless for survival. In only a few generations, the gnomes lost all knowledge of their Titan-forged heritage. But what replaced that was a new society, one based on engineering and sciences that had helped them overcome many hardships. The gnomes then carved out a series of highly fortified dwellings deep within the cold mountains of what would become known as Dun Morrow. But gnomes weren't the only race that had endured troubled times. There was another that would forever influence the events of Azeroth through blood and tears. One that would stand as a steadfast, adaptable cornerstone of what would be known as the Alliance. What do we know about the humans in the Warcraft universe? I think a lot of us instantly think about the first war against the orcs, but we won't touch on that story till much later. Instead, how about we go back in time and start from what would be called their beginning? mentioned in episode 4, the Vrykhuls that stayed in Tirisfal gave birth to what they would consider degenerate offspring. They would be called humans, and for thousands of years, this young race would flourish in the Eastern Kingdoms. Groups of hunter-gatherer humans traveled through the lands, and as their society evolved and advanced, they would establish different tribes. Much like the other races, these tribes practiced crude forms of druidism and elemental shamanism. Despite the presence of other races such as the Amani trolls and high elves, humanity's greatest adversary proved to be itself. These early tribes fought over land and power, but one of these groups, the Arathi, realized how wrong this was. Troll incursions into human territories became more common, and this was a sign that something was changing among the Amani to the north. What the Arathi knew was this: if humans remained divided, they would stand little chance against the trolls. This is when a warlord by the name of Thoradin would lead the Arathi on a campaign to unite the different tribes under one banner, and this would be done by either force or diplomacy. Now, the Arathi lived on the northeastern borders of human lands. They also had a long history of skirmishes with the trolls. And because of these fights, Thoradin had become a master tactician and strategist. Over a span of 6 years, he would bring the other tribes to his side. This was done either by pitting rivals against each other, using political marriages to join forces, and sometimes he was forced to conquer some of the more belligerent tribes. Surprisingly, those that were overthrown weren't ruled over by a tyrant. Thoradin offered his former enemies peace and equality in what he claimed would be a glorious new human nation, a united kingdom of limitless potential. The leaders of the now defeated tribes would not lose their standing as said leaders. Rather, they would become honored generals in the combined army. Thoradin's decisions to hand out these ranks won the loyalty of his adversaries, and he was crowned king. He would name his new kingdom Arathor, and tasked his most gifted builders to construct a mighty capital called Strom, located southeast of Tirisfal Glades. The terrain that they established the city in was a perfect buffer zone that prohibited the Amani from launching forest ambushes. Because if you look around the area in game, there's hardly, if at all, any forest to be seen. Thoradin also ordered his people to build a great wall to increase the security from the trolls. Named after the king who created it, we know this structure as Thoradin's Wall. The might of Strom quickly spread to other human villages, thus drawing them to migrate to the great city for safety. And just as the king expected, the trolls began to move in on outlying lands controlled by the humans. This is when Thoradin dispatched 2 of his generals to gather intel on the enemy. One of them was Igneous. Originally, he and his people lived in the Alterac Mountains. Not the most popular people amongst the humans, but the Northlanders were unmatched in their bravery and strength. With that, they traveled beyond the borders of Arathor, slaughtering any trolls that they found lurking in the woodlands. This would later earn Igneous the name Trollbane, because of the amount of Amani blood that he spilled. The other general, Lordain, came from Tirisfal Glades. And speaking about Tirisfal Glades, I think this is a good time to mention something important. What happened to Tyr's silver hand that was placed over his burial site? Well, at this point in the timeline, nobody really knows. What we do know is that the silver hand became a common symbol for the human tribes, appearing on clothing, pendants, worn to ward off evil spirits. Centuries later, it would come to represent a great order of paladins. But we'll get to them in time. For now, let's get back to General Lordain. He and his men were considered to be more refined than Igneous. They carried with them a knightly appearance and mindset, and patrol the edges of the kingdom, taking out any Amani raiding parties that got too close. Both of the generals occasionally returned to Strom and reported on the activities of their enemies. They also talked about the conflict between the Amani and High Elves to the north. But there was something else. Whisperings of a strange darkness in the forests. Tales of voodoo rituals and supernatural beings prowling the wilds in the dead of night. Even though these reports were unsettling, Thoradin and his generals agreed to not risk the safety of their own people by sending them to aid the High Elves. For the most part, they kept their forces behind Strom's massive ramparts, confident that they could withstand any foe. After being defeated by the High Elves a long time ago, the Amani trolls plotted revenge within their temple city of Zul'Aman. But the main problem within their tribe was the lack of a leader. They were fierce warriors, yes, but without some sort of leader, they would tear each other apart from within. Luckily, this would be resolved by the Zandalari tribe. The Zandalari were more like the protectors of the troll race. They looked to strengthen every troll society across the world of Azeroth, many of which had languished since the time of the Great Sundering. Even the Zandalari had suffered. Their once glorious mountain was swallowed by the sea, leaving nothing more than a small island behind. But they saw an opportunity within the Amani, a chance to revitalize one of the most powerful tribes the troll race had ever seen, and reassert their dominance in the Eastern Kingdoms. Now, taking out the High Elves would be no easy task, but there seemed to be some confidence from the Zandalari that the outcome would be victorious. But why is that? Well, Quel'Thalas wasn't as powerful as the ancient Night Elf civilization that trampled over the trolls before the Sundering, and the Zandalari had perfected their voodoo arts over recent millennia. Everything seemed to be in their favor now. A few Zandalari emissaries made the journey from their island home to Zul'Aman. There, they promised to help the Amani with their attack against the High Elves. They also ensured that the mighty Loa demigods would aid them in battle. And lastly, to settle the conflict that was raging due to lack of leadership, they appointed one of the Amani's most fearless warriors named Jintha to rule over his people. Now, they were ready to start the aggression. Small warbands began attacking Quel'Thalas's borders to test the High Elves' strength, never showing their actual full strength in numbers and capabilities. This was merely a way to gather intel, and after a while, the Amani decided that the time for all-out war had finally come. Without any warning, tens of thousands of troll fighters emerged from the forests. Gigantic Loa demigods accompanied them, infusing the trolls with supernatural might. The High Elves struggled to hold back their enemies and were forced to give ground. In the blink of an eye, the Amani had decimated the outer reaches of Quel'Thalas. Back in Zul'Aman, the Zandalari emissaries watched as the war began to swell. They knew that it was only a matter of time before the trolls would be victorious. Back in Strom, King Thoradin kept an eye on what was going on. He had sent scouts, and sure enough, they returned with word of the war between the High Elves and the Trolls. Part of their reports contained details on the events happening up north. Smoke rose from Quel'Thalas's borders. Elven corpses littered the land. And it was very clear that the Trolls were winning. This is when Thoradin decided to send aid, right? Well, I think we would have wanted something like that to happen. Instead, he stuck to his belief that interfering would put his people at unnecessary risk. And that's how things would remain, until a group of High Elven ambassadors sent by King Anastarion's Sunstrider suddenly arrived at Strom. They shared tales of the events that were transpiring. It was worse than Thoradin had imagined. It was clear that without assistance from Strom, Quel'Thalas would be destroyed. And once that was done, Strom would be the next target on the Amani's radar. Following the meeting, Thoradin and his advisors agreed that allying with the elves was necessary. But there was a problem. The nation of Erethdor didn't have the numbers to fight an open conflict with the trolls, and after much deliberation, they came to a conclusion. If the humans were taught magic, then there might be a fighting chance. Elven magic was legendary among the humans, but they had never learned its secrets. Even though Thoradin wasn't much of a fan of sorcery in any form, he knew that it was needed in order to vanquish the Amani. So, the next day, the king pitched his offer to the elves. "We'll aid you with our army. You teach us magic." Immediately, the High Elves dispatched messengers to consult with King Anasterion. This wasn't an easy decision. The Elf King knew the dangers of unchecked magic, and teaching the arcane arts to humans could easily lead to disaster. With little to no other option, Anasterion agreed to have the High Elves tutor 100 humans in the rudimentary ways of magic. Not long after the agreement was made, Elven Magi were sent to Strom and began teaching. Over the course of many months, the elves noticed that their students possessed a natural affinity to magic, despite their lack of grace and subtlety in casting. While class was in session, Thoradin established strongholds at the base of the Alterac Mountains, creating a staging point for any future offensive attacks against the trolls. Other outposts were built as well, east of Tirisfal Glades, but Alterac Fortress was the most important northern holding. Finally, the elves had completed their task in teaching magic to the new human magi. Then, Erethdor began its attack. 20,000 human soldiers assembled at Alterac Fortress, and from there, Thoradin led them north to Quel'Thalas. Surprisingly, though, he didn't bring any of his new magi with him. They remained behind the walls of Alterac. And if things played out the way that Thoradin had hoped, then the newly taught magi would play a significant part later in the war. Both General Igneous and Lordain rode days ahead as vanguard to Erethdor's army, clearing a path north by slaughtering any troll scouts or raiding parties. Weeks later, Thoradin's army reached the outskirts of Quel'Thalas, smashing directly into the southern flank of the Amani, while the High Elves launched a counterattack from the north. The Amani were now fighting on two fronts. But their leader, Jintha, remained confident that they would emerge victorious. Here's what the trolls knew. Seeing the humans show up was a clear sign that the elves were desperate. They also knew that humans were great fighters, but lacked the magic powers and discipline that the High Elves had. This made the humans nothing more than a nuisance to the trolls. Treating them as an annoying fly in the room that needed to be dealt with quickly, Jintha turned his forces to face Erethdor's army, intending to eradicate them before continuing his focus on the High Elves. Thoradin gave the order to retreat back towards Alterac, but slowly. The battle would drag on for weeks as the Amani chased down the humans into the mountains. Following behind, the High Elves emerged from Quel'Thalas and made their way towards Alterac as well, slowly taking out the trolls' northern flank as they traveled. During this retreat, the Amani began gaining on the humans a little too fast, threatening to overrun them. In hoping to correct this, General Lordain volunteered to waylay the trolls, knowing full well that he would not survive. In a narrow valley, he and 500 warriors held off the Amani, while the main army continued their retreat to the south. Sadly, as expected, Lordain and his men gave the ultimate sacrifice. But because of this, Thoradin and his army weren't overrun. Lordain's legacy of pure selflessness would live on among his people in the coming millennia. When Thoradin and his army arrived at Alterac Fortress, he was pleased to see that the Amani continued their pursuit. This was his plan all along. As a thick fog rolled in one morning, the battle truly began. For days, neither side gave ground, even though the Amani largely outnumbered the Arathi. Then, the High Elves showed up and attacked from the northern side. When the humans and elves felt that the troll numbers had diminished a bit, they unleashed their secret weapon, the 100 human magi. During the fight over the past few days, they had been kept hidden within the fortress, and now was the time for them to test their skills in battle. Alongside the elven sorcerers, the human magi unleashed their newfound powers. But instead of attacking individual trolls, they pooled their magic together and wove a single, terrible spell. The land trembled as torrents of fire rained down from the blood-red sky. These flames burned from the inside out, not only the Imani ranks, but also the Loa. One of the first to be fully consumed by the fire was Jintha, and without their leader, the surviving trolls broke ranks and retreated north, only to be hunted down by the humans and elves. The Zandalari emissaries were stunned. Confident that in no way could they lose the war, they hung their heads in disbelief and made their way back home to their distant island. For them, the defeat marked a dark turning point in troll history, one that their race would have a hard time, if ever, recovering from. On the flip side, Quel'Thalas and Erethdor were beginning a glorious new era. Months after the war had ended, celebration graced the streets of Strom and Silvermoon City, and the High Elves even pledged their undying loyalty to Erethdor and Thoradin's descendants. After King Thoradin's reign had ended, new generations of humans expanded the nation of Erethdor in size and power. Many of the human magi tutored pupils in the ways of the arcane, and not before long, the number of spellcasters within Erethdor had increased dramatically. Over time, and with the protection of magic so abundant, the humans established new settlements in the frontier lands. Even forts used in the Troll Wars were occupied and later grew to become busy trading outposts. But out of all the lands used, the most coveted were located in Tirisfal Glades. The Arathi established a stronghold to protect their farmsteads from gnolls, kobolds, and other dangerous wildlife. Many former soldiers settled there as well, renaming the region Lordaeron in honor of the late General Lordain. Other Arathi expanded to the coastal area known as Gilneas. There, they fished the waters and became a very popular trading harbor. As their relationship with the sea strengthened, some of the more daring soldiers ventured into the open waters around Gilneas. They would discover a large island to the south, rich with resources and metal ores. Some of these sailors remained there and founded the maritime outpost named Kul Tiras. As these new establishments grew and formed their own customs, the ruling powers of Erethdor's capital, Strom, were worried that these settlements would become too independent. And that's what tended to happen. The first and most notable example of this was the trading outpost of Dalaran. This city was built in the middle of Erethdor and was known as a major trading center. Not only that, but people traveled there in hopes for wealth or a new future. One of these immigrants was a brilliant mage named Artigan, who later won the admiration of Dalaran's people and was elected as its ruler. Under his guidance, Dalaran would expand its power and evolve into a fully autonomous city-state, completely self-governed. Not only that, but the city would become a much-needed haven for Erethdor's magi, a population that the kingdom's citizens viewed with suspicion and wariness. This is somewhat sad, because the growth of this nation was because of the Magi and the protection they gave to the settlers. But over time, people began to feel superstitious, which ignited tension between the magic users and normal folk. Many of the Magi left the cities and towns out of anger for being subjected to nothing more than paranoia. This is when Dalaran's leader, Artigan, invited them to his city. There, he told them that they would live free of prejudice. Many took him up on that offer and established Dalaran as a glorious center of knowledge. Gleaming spires rose while vast libraries and repositories were constructed. Not only that, but a new government formed by mages was established to run the city. Focusing on the encouragement of arcane studies, word of Dalaran spread and became a symbol of hope and freedom. In a few years, the population exploded. Not every citizen was a magic user, but the protection that was offered allowed trade and industry to grow without limitations. Crime was virtually non-existent, and any dangers of the wild were largely forgotten. But, as we've seen in the past, this unchecked spellcasting had disastrous consequences. The reckless use of magic began tearing through the fabric of reality in the region. We have to remember, the humans were still very, very new to the study of arcane magic. Dalaran's magi were clueless that waves of arcane energy flew out from the city and into the twisting nether. And like before, demons were drawn to its attention, slipping into the physical world and infiltrating Dalaran itself. The good thing was that these demons were weak and alone, but that doesn't mean that they didn't cause some sort of chaos, thus terrorizing the peaceful city. The governing magi struggled to deal with these demonic intrusions. Not only was it difficult to confront the situation, but it was also challenging to keep it a secret from the public. If the now superstitious population learned the truth, panic and riot would begin. Accepting that they needed help, the leaders of Dalaran reached out to Quel'Thalas for assistance, hoping that the elves would have some knowledge on how to deal with the situation. Without hesitation, the Council of Silvermoon immediately sent out the greatest of their magi to investigate. Even though only a few demons were confirmed to have entered the physical world, the elves knew that this would only be the beginning. It would get much worse unless the governing magi of Dalaran placed limits on humans using magic. This solution didn't go over so well. Many of Dalaran's leaders rejected the recommendations from the High Elves. The whole point of mages moving to Dalaran was to freely practice magic as they saw fit. Limiting their liberty to do so was counterproductive. Many of the mages living in the city would leave and practice the arcane arts elsewhere. At worst, Dalaran's entire economy would collapse. Either way, the use of arcane magic was going to continue, regardless of what limits were placed on those practicing magic. That meant that the threat of another invasion from the Burning Legion would always exist. Knowing that they couldn't outright ban magic, the Council of Silvermoon and the head magi of Dalaran decided on another solution. They would form a clandestine order to deal with the demonic invaders. Meeting within a secret grove in Tirisfal Glades to discuss their work, this group of High Elves and humans would later be called the Council of Tirisfal. Their main goal would be to track and banish agents of the Legion whenever they would reveal themselves. Their other responsibility would be to quietly educate other magi about the dangers of reckless spell weaving. Now, we've heard of the term Guardian before, either in a quest or movie or even a book like The Last Guardian. But I feel that a lot of us don't know exactly what a Guardian was, and more so, the history behind it all. So let's dig in a little bit and clear things up. After the Council of Tirisfal was formed, the first members quietly tracked down and banished any demons they could find. But when faced with overly powerful enemies, the council members would channel their abilities into a single individual. That person would then act as a solitary vessel for a short time. But this act of empowering a single person was a dangerous ritual and was only done in dire circumstances. Because the massive influx of energy that the chosen individual would be subjected to could kill him or her. If they survived, they would be able to overwhelm even the Burning Legion's mightiest agents. Despite the risks, this was done many times over the years. But that all changed when a dreadlord by the name of Cathronatir infiltrated Dalaran. This demon spread its poison throughout the city, releasing a state of paranoia among the citizens living within. This led to the council confronting Kethrenatir and discovering that they were clearly outmatched by the demon. Knowing that they couldn't win this fight, they empowered a high elf named Eritin Brighthand, who then charged at Kethrenatir with the combined power of the council. Rather than fight the newly gifted mage, the demon instead directed its focus on the other members of the order, those that were channeling their power into Eritin. They were now vulnerable, unable to defend themselves. As Kethrenatir began its assault, the connection between the council members and Eritin was disrupted, which in turn weakened his powers until eventually he fell to the demon. It was only the intervention of a young half-elf named Alodi who saved the council from total annihilation. As the council attacked for a second time, but as individual members with their own powers, Kethrenatir easily overpowered them, shattering the little confidence and hope that resided within the members of the order. So the empowering ritual didn't work. It left them vulnerable to attack, and fighting as a unified force was ineffective. This is when Alodi presented a solution. He and his allies discovered a new way to wield their combined power. A new ritual was brought to the table that allowed the members of the order to permanently grant someone a portion of their power. And since this was permanent, the council didn't need to be present during the battle in order to channel anything. Alodi was the first to undergo this experimental technique. When the complex ritual was proven to be successful, Alodi declared himself as the council's guardian, a title different from the previous ritual that only lent power to an individual for a short time, that being known as the champion. Now, the newly empowered Alodi faced off with Kethrenatir and struck it down, banishing it back to the Twisting Nether. Hailed as a hero, Alodi would serve as the first Guardian of Tirisfal. He used his great powers to prolong his life, and for 100 years he served by hunting down minions of the Legion. At the end of his century of service, he voluntarily relinquished his power, choosing to live out the remainder of his days in peace and tranquility. This began the tradition of the Guardian. Every 100 years, a new mage would rise up and dedicate his or her life to the protection of Azeroth, accepting the power and responsibilities from the previous Guardian. Then, to demonstrate their humanity and commitment to peace, after 100 years, they gave up that same power to the next mage chosen to be Guardian. This is important to remember for what will happen in the future. For more than a millennium, an era of prosperity reigned across the whole of Azeroth. Even though conflict was still present from time to time, the Guardians ensured that no demonic intruders would harm the world. As they waged their lonely secret war against the Legion, Dalaran continued to present itself as the world's foremost center of arcane knowledge and research. But this is not the end of the humans' tale. They would be the forefront of many events that would transpire in the future, and we're only at the beginning of discussing their involvement. But it wasn't just them that shaped the history of Azeroth. Deep in the halls of Uldaman, another race was waking from a long slumber, one that would gift the world with technological and military expertise. With the human civilization established and thriving, we turn our attention back to a familiar sight, a dark vault where a sleeping race, ready to change the world, is about to wake up. let us revisit the ancient tomb-like structure of Uldaman. Far to the south of Dalaran lies the ancient vault of Uldaman. Deep inside, Ironaya and Keeper Arcadis resided in hibernation. After being afflicted by the curse of flesh, many of the mechanomes had departed from the site, leaving the area dark and silent, except for a few remaining clockwork servants who had retained their original form. But over time, they gradually degraded and broke down until only one was left alive. This lone mechanome did what she could to maintain Uldaman as the stronghold fell into disrepair. After a while, the Curse of Flesh won the battle and changed her into a gnome. As age took over and led her by the hand closer to death, she realized that time was running short. In her final moments, knowing that the sleeping earthen would be abandoned and forgotten if not woken up, she activated the earthen's hibernation chambers, stirring them to life, waking the sleeping Titan Forge to a new world and a new destiny. Once cognitive of their surroundings, the earthen discovered that they had changed dramatically. Even while asleep, the Curse of Flesh had changed them into creatures of flesh and blood, thus referring to themselves from then on as dwarves. Groggy from their long sleep, they left the halls of Uldaman and faced the surface of the world. And like the gnomes in the past, they went west towards the majestic mountains. There, they contended with the savage beasts of the land. Whereas the gnomes used their ingenuity to stay alive, the dwarves relied on their resilience and natural physical strength. In time, they settled in the snowy region of Dunmorrow. The Curse of Flesh had diminished the dwarves' memory, but they still held faint ties to their Titan Forge heritage. Because of this, they were inspired to name their home Kaz Modan, or Mountain of Kaz, honoring the Titan Khaz'goroth. Retaining their affinity to stoneworking and mining, the dwarves began digging into the mountain and crafted a forge. Around it, the grand city of Ironforge was built, and became their home for the mighty nation that would thrive deep under the mountain. Not only did they mine the mountain in which they lived, but the surrounding terrain was explored as well. This was how they discovered the existence of the gnomes dwelling in the nearby caverns. Enthralled by their ingenuity, the dwarves also sensed a natural kinship with the gnomes, no doubt due to their shared Titan-forged ancestry. The dwarves then imparted their knowledge of stonework and construction to their newfound neighbors, allowing the gnomes to lay the foundations for the city that would be called Gnomergon. In return, they taught the dwarves engineering and science, which led to improvements within their own city. Although each race kept to themselves in the centuries that followed, they had formed an unbreakable bond, aiding each other in times of need. In the southern reaches of the eastern kingdoms, another troll tribe struggled with poverty and hardship. The Gurubashi never fully recovered from the events of the Sundering. Hunting and farming grounds were lost forever. Famine was a constant companion for the empire. Looking to regain their former glory, the Gurubashi of Stranglethorn Vale looked to the Loa spirits for assistance. One would answer their cries: Hakar the Soul Flayer, the Loa of Blood. In exchange for aiding the trolls with extending their empire across the lower half of the continent, Hakar demanded a large number of living sacrifices. The Gurubashi, who pledged their loyalties to the demonic spirit, became known as the Hakari, and were known for slaughtering gnolls, murlocs, and other trolls who opposed Hakar. Prisoners wished that they had died in battle, because it was Hakar's disembodied spirit that fed on the blood of the captives for years. Despite the horrific and barbaric acts, the Gurubashi had achieved all they had hoped for. Under Hakkar's control, they conquered vast swaths of land and even islands along the southern coastline. At first, the Zandalari, observing from afar, were pleased with the Giribashi's progress. But once it became clear that Hakkar's bloodlust would never be sated, they knew that the Dark Loa would drive not only the troll race to destruction, but the entire world. The Zandalari rallied their forces and immediately set sail for the Eastern Kingdoms. Upon arriving, they met with Giribashi trolls that kept their discontent hidden from the Hakkari. The Zandalari and their new allies learned that a faction of Hakkar's most zealous priests, the Atalai, were trying to summon the Loa's spirit into a living form. This would only awaken terrible new dimensions of his power and spell certain doom for the troll race. The Zandalari then stormed the Giribashi capital of Zul'Gurub and battled to the top of the Hakkar blood-stained shrine, eventually defeating Hakkar and most of his crazed followers. Although they had claimed a defeat, the Zandalari and their allies agreed to keep an eye out for any sign of resurgence of the Loa. Hakkar wasn't truly dead. His spirit had merely been banished from the physical world. As for the Atalai priests, some had escaped into the jungle surrounding Zul'Gurub. They would settle in the Swamp of Sorrows, north of the Giribashi capital. There, they would secretly construct the Temple of Altal Hakkar. Inside, the deranged priests would continue their worship of Hakkar, hoping to once again summon the Loa into the physical world. These rituals of dark magic twisted the surrounding flora and fauna, drawing the attention of the green dragon aspect, Ysera. Once she learned about their plans to summon him again, Ysera unleashed her powers on the temple and those living within. This attack buckled the temple's walls, blasting its foundations apart. The structure began to sink beneath the land. Knowing that the priests would try to summon the Loa again, Ysera commanded several of her loyal green dragons to watch over the ruined temple, ensuring that it would never again be used to bring such evil into the world. Now at this point, it's safe to say that we've heard enough about the Highborn. Well, not quite. Across the sea, a secret society of Highborn known as the Shendralar, meaning those who remain hidden, survived the Sundering. What were they up to? Well, before the continent of Kalimdor split apart, Queen Ashara had charged them with the storage and safekeeping of her most precious tomes. Led by Prince Tortheldrin, they obeyed her and traveled to the southern jungles of Kalimdor, establishing the city of Eldre-Thalas. When the Sundering occurred, the city narrowly escaped destruction. This was because Tortheldrin and his followers weaved a spell to protect the area. Even though the city was saved, upon learning that the Well of Eternity was destroyed, they began to see their immortality diminish, causing them to fall into a deep lethargy, isolating themselves within the sanctuary. In time, the prince would formulate a plan to revitalize the Shendralar. Pylons were constructed in one of the damaged wings of Eldre-Thalas and would be used to house a new source of power, a demon named Imulthar. Tortheldrin had secretly summoned and bound the creature in order to siphon its powers, thus allowing his followers to feed off of an energy source, much like the Night Elves were doing with the new Well of Eternity in Hyjal and the High Elves with the Sunwell in Quel'Thalas. Now, objections from the Highborn were clearly out in the open. This is until they experienced the demon's energy for themselves. Invigorating, addicting, more than what the Well of Eternity had ever been, regardless that it was dark and volatile. Even though the Shendralar basked in this new power, they knew that keeping the demon in their midst was dangerous. So, they used their new power to develop a means of imprisoning him. And for a long time, we're talking thousands of years, all was well. But over time, the cost of power increased to keep Imulthar contained, so much that the Shendralar had none to siphon for themselves. Nearly in a single moment, Tortheldrin's plan had failed, and he lost access to the demon's magic. Once again, immortality was but a distant memory. And in place of that, the Chandrilar had become hopelessly addicted to Imulthar's energy. This is when things turned dark. Tortheldrin, desperate to regain his power, murdered the Chandrilar that were not particularly close to him. Having thinned the numbers, the rest of the Chandrilar could draw on Imulthar's power indefinitely. In time, the prince and remaining followers abandoned much of their once glorious city. The greater part of Eldrith Halas fell into darkness and disrepair, allowing surrounding creatures from the jungle to move in and claim a new home. As the Chandrilar retreated deeper into Eldrith Halas, the kingdom of Erethdor began to split apart. The small outposts established outside of Strom became their own cities, no longer relying on the capital city for anything. Kul Tiras continued trading and shipping. They also had built up a massive navy. So large was their shipping and fishing economy that it eclipsed the maritime power of Gilneas. Unable to compete with Kul Tiras and their navy, Gilneas began to focus on bolstering their land-based armies and trade, which led them to becoming one of the most powerful fighting forces in Erethdor, equaled only by the capital state of Alterac. Gilneas and Alterac often combined their forces and led grand expeditions to secure the borders of the nation. When they traveled to Cosmodan, they discovered the dwarves and gnomes. Marveled by their technology, the humans became friends with the two newly found races. Trade, exchanging knowledge, and even teaching magic quickly followed. Back in Strom, power and authority was diminishing. The surroundings of the city left much to be desired regarding natural resources. Sure, there were plenty of rocks and mountainous terrain, but that was just about it. Over time, the noble families of the city left for the north, in hopes of benefiting from the fertile valleys and pastures. There, they founded a city-state and named it after the surrounding region, Lordaeron. The nobles also used their wealth to buy up large plots of land, such as the Agamand Mills, as well as the farmsteads owned by the Balnir and Saladin families. Lordaeron was also home to solitary religious individuals who believed in the light, a power that they claimed infused every living thing in existence. Here's a little more on that. After the Troll Wars, a number of human priests began to have faint visions and dreams of angelic beings. What they didn't know was that they were communing with a Naru in the Great Dark Beyond. Through this connection, they were guided and introduced to the Holy Light. This led them to learning and harnessing the magical healing effects that the light provided. They also established a religious movement based on justice, peace, and altruistic works. Many of the common folk flocked to what the priests had established. Even the sick and elderly traveled to religious communes in Lordaeron, hoping to find a cure for the ailments. The city's borders quickly expanded, maturing into a popular kingdom. Eventually, Lordaeron would be named the capital city of the new nation. Strom, now having been abandoned by the noble lords, was near its end. The last living descendants of King Thoradin left the once great city. Led by a member of Thoradin's line, named Faldir, they set sail and ventured to the far south, hoping that the rumors of a lush, unplumbed land were true. And they were. Thoradin's descendants settled in the land and founded the kingdom of Stormwind. Nestled among cliffs and boasting a natural protected harbor, this city-state established itself as a major power in the region. So, what became of Strom? It was left in the hands of a few ruling families who were a bit too stubborn to abandon the old capital. Among them were even descendants of General Igneous Trollbane, who, if you remember from the previous video, was a leader in the Troll Wars with General Lordain. Over the years, these families rebuilt Strom's crumbling infrastructure and renamed their capital Stromgarde. The city, however, would never regain its former glory. Thoradin's dream of a unified people was dying. Over time, the various city-states became increasingly distant from one another. Rivalries sparked as these nations became more concerned with their own well-being and less inclined to offer aid to each other. Let's jump over to a race that we haven't talked about in a good while. For thousands of years, the nomadic Tauren wandered Kalimdor's lush forests. Of all the lands that they roamed, one in particular became very sacred to them. It was called Mashanshi, or the Loom of the Earth Mother. Named after the deity who they believed created the world, this area was settled between the jungles of Feralis and the Stone Talon Mountains. The interesting thing about this area was that it gave off faint elemental whisperings, enough to the point that Tauren shamans were convinced that the Earth Mother actually lived there beneath the meadows. So convinced were the shaman that they spent decades trying to wake her through celebratory rituals. The thing is, they succeeded. But the whisperings they were hearing weren't from the Earth Mother. Rather, they were from something much darker. And they would soon realize this in a tangible form. Below the grasslands, from a cavern deep within the earth, Princess Sargeras, a descendant of the elemental ruler Therazane, emerged. Looking back on a previous episode, it was mentioned that the Keepers had imprisoned most of the elementals in another plane of existence, except for Sargeras, who eluded banishment, hiding away beneath the earth and falling into a deep slumber, weakening her mighty form over this period of hibernation. This newly awakened Sargeras reached out to the surrounding vegetation, consuming all of its energy. This empowered Sargeras and regenerated her craggy form. But the transfer of power came at a cost. As Sargeras siphoned the energy of the lush plant life, the land became desiccated. Plant life across Mashanshi withered and died. The horrified Tauren, now forced to scavenge for sustenance, would later rename the barren plains Desolus. This event sent ripples throughout Azeroth and beyond. Even the Emerald Dream felt its loss of life. It was so impactful that one of Cenarius' sons, Zhaitar, emerged from the dream to investigate. Much like his father, Zhaitar walked the physical world in the form of a majestic half-stag. His investigation led him into the deep caverns below Desolus, where he would find Sargeras. His intentions were to imprison the strange creature, but surprisingly, he grew enchanted with the princess. It was the life energies that radiated from her that enticed him. They found each other to be beautiful. Sargeras knew of the influence she had over Zhaitar and took advantage of it. The princess claimed that she meant no harm to the land and was seeking for a way to restore the region to its former beauty. Together, she urged, perhaps they could succeed. This is when Zhaitar abandoned his earlier quest and became Sargeras' mate. He knew it was against nature, but he couldn't help it. The two of them would give life to a new race called the Centaur, and their barbarism would come to terrorize the lands of Kalimdor. What the Centaur lacked in elegance and grace, they made up for in strength. They were fast and powerful creatures. But it was upon seeing his offspring that Zhaitar recognized the depths of his sin. Even though he tried to connect with his children, he could not bear their presence. The Centaur recognized the loathing in their father's eyes, and it drove them into a blind rage, resulting in them striking Zhaitar down. His death shattered Sargeras' heart, and the elemental princess chastised the Centaur for the murder of their father. Realizing that they had hurt their mother, the Centaur begged for forgiveness, promising to honor and revere Zhaitar from that day forward. Sargeras later entombed his spirit in the great cavern where she had once slumbered. The Centaur would name this site Maradon, treating it as a holy ground from then on. As for the Centaur, they would fan out across Desolus, unleashing their wrath upon the Tauren that inhabited the area, forcing them to abandon their homes. But that didn't stop the Centaur from their barbaric pursuit. They would hunt down the Tauren wherever they went, igniting a long and dark period of war between the two races. Since the last war against the Troll Empire, and I mean, we're talking about before the Sundering, descendants of the Akir had stayed hidden in their subterranean domains. The Mantid were the only ones that remained as an active threat. Nearly all of Azeroth's races had forgotten the ruthless potential of the insectoid race. One of the colonies, the Kiraji, had taken root in the ancient fortress of Ahn'Qiraj. Originally built to contain the old god Cthulhu, the insectoids had laid dormant within. During the time of Queen Azshara, the Night Elf Empire had once known about the fortress, but over time, its existence became lost to memory. Few living creatures dwelled near Ahn'Qiraj, mainly due to its location in Silithus, which we all know to be a brutal desert. The mighty fortress wasn't rediscovered by the elves until Archdruid Fandral Staghelm started a quest to regrow the land of Silithus. He sent his son Valstan and a group of trusted druids to accomplish this task. While looking for any hidden water reservoirs in the area, they stumbled across Ahn'Qiraj. While the druids were cautious about walking in, Valstan didn't seem to mind and went on his own little adventure. His choice to do so would have serious negative consequences. The presence that he set within the dark, cold halls inadvertently roused the dormant Kiraji back to life. Deep below, Cthulhu also became aware of the awakened Kiraji. Seeing this as some sort of opportunity, the old god drove the insectoids into a murderous frenzy. Many of the lesser minions, known as Silithid, were organized by the Kiraji overlords and used to do their bidding. Valstan was shocked and retreated from the forgotten structure. He and the druids established a small outpost in Silithus to watch over the now awakened insectoids, only to watch Ahn'Qiraj swell with more Kiraji than they could count. Valstan then called on his father for help, and Fandral responded, bringing druids, sentinels, priestesses, and keepers of the grove to deal with the Kiraji threat. For many months, they battled with their new foe. The War of the Shifting Sands had begun. After building multiple outposts to help organize the war, the druids and their allies eventually pushed back the Kiraji into the heart of Silithus itself. And just as victory seemed secured, the Kiraji orchestrated a diversion, capturing Valstan and physically ripping him apart in front of his father. His death shattered Fandral. Sowing uncertainty throughout the Night Elf ranks, this became the opportunity that the Kiraji were looking for. They fanned out again into the desert and pushed east towards Tanarus. In their drive to attack anything in front of them, they assaulted the sanctum of the Bronze Dragonflight, the Caverns of Time. Led by Anachronos, the Bronze Flight enlisted the red, green, and blue flights to help the elves drive back the Kiraji armies behind the walls of Ahn'Qiraj from whence they came. But even with their help, there were too many of them. Thousands of elves had perished in this war, and it seemed that it would never end. Instead of eradicating the insectoids from the land, Fandral and the dragons came up with a plan: lock the Kiraji inside of Ahn'Qiraj itself. Meeting in front of the fortress, Fandral and his druids focused their powers as one. Along with Anachronos, the elves summoned a great barricade to close off Ahn'Qiraj. Outside of the cursed city, the dry earth split wide, and a magical barrier of stone and roots emerged. This impenetrable scarab wall towered high over the barren landscape, thus sealing the Kiraji within the city forever. As a final act, Anachronos created two artifacts, the Scarab Gong and the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. The scepter was entrusted to Fandral, and should the need ever arise to enter the city, he could use it to open the wall. Fandral didn't find any solace with ending the Kiraji threat. His son's death tormented his heart, and in his rage, he shattered the scepter of the Shifting Sands. The pieces of the artifact became lost for the next 1,000 years. Back in Dalaran, as the years passed, new Guardians of Tirisfal came and went. Some retired in peace, while others died in battle against the silent war with the Burning Legion's agents. But the main point was, people were safe. One of the last Guardians to serve was Skavel. When his time came to transfer his power to a new protector, he found that there was no suitable candidate to take his place. So, the council asked him to stay on until that person could be found. He agreed, not happy about it, but he did it. Years later, Skavel found a group of apprentices who might succeed him. Among them was a human woman named Egwene. Proving to be the most skillful out of all of them, she, with Skavel's blessing, was bestowed the honor of guardianship. She was brilliant, but also stubborn and bullheaded in her relations with the Council of Tirisfal. Egwene didn't trust authority figures, thus leading her to ignore recommendations and advice from the Elder Magi. She forged her own path as the Guardian, and while the Council didn't like her choices, personality, pretty much everything about her, they couldn't deny the fact that she was powerful and a prodigy capable of wielding massive amounts of arcane energy. Her effectiveness as the Guardian outweighed her acts of disobedience. When it came time for her to end the 100 years of service, Egwene sensed something dark stirring in the lands of Northrend. Upon arriving there, she found a pack of demons hunting blue dragons. Unable to combat the Legion's power, the demons fed on their arcane energies. Egwene quickly traveled to the Wormrest Temple and called on the Dragonflights to uphold their sacred pact to protect the world from any form of evil. Led by Alexstrasza, several of the Dragonflights agreed to fight at the Guardian's side. Together, they staged an ambush near the gigantic skeletal remains of Galakrond. The trap worked. Demons of the Legion were overwhelmed by the attack, but Egwene and the dragons didn't expect what came next. As the skies darkened, a monstrous demonic form emerged on the battlefield. Sargeras, the ruler of the Burning Legion and last remaining of the Titans, had arrived. But how is this possible? Well, this was only an avatar of the Demon Lord, a small portion of Sargeras' vast cosmic power, but large enough to be a threat to the Guardian standing in front of him. As the Demon Lord attacked, Egwene did not hesitate to fight back. The battle that followed was the most difficult that she had ever fought. So powerful were the spells that were cast that they scarred the ice crust of Northrend. Magic was so powerfully present that it engulfed the region and held the mighty dragons at bay. In the end, Egwene defeated her foe. She had won. Or had she? Upon being struck down, Sargeras, unknowingly to the Guardian, transferred his spirit into her body, lurking in the depths of her soul. She then took Sargeras' colossal, broken form and sealed it away in the ancient Night Elf city of Suramar, some of which had been blasted to the bottom of the sea during the Sundering. Now, I'm sure that a lot of you are looking for some specifics about how this all went down. So, in order to explain this, I need to talk a bit more about what happened in the past during the War of the Ancients. We know that in that time, the Legion had attempted to open a gateway within Suramar itself. That plan was foiled by a sect of Highborn led by Grand Magistrix Elisande. She and her sorcerers created a series of enchanted seals to close the portal and also negate nearby fell energies. When the Sundering occurred, the part of Suramar containing the Legion's failed gateway was sucked beneath the waves. These lost ruins grabbed Egwene's attention. The Highborn's seals would nullify whatever evil still lingered in Sargeras' avatar. So, she buried the Demon Lord's broken body within the sunken portion of Suramar, hoping that his remains would lie undisturbed there until the end of time. While Egwene was watching over Azeroth as the Guardian, the Pandaren people remained isolated on their homeland. Things were peaceful there, except for the Mantid's periodic assaults against the Serpent's Spine. Content with living in the mist that kept them hidden, they all believed that the rest of Azeroth had been annihilated in the Sundering, except for one Pandaren named Liu Ling. Having been raised on a ranch in the Valley of the Four Winds, he often wandered the cliffs that overlooked the sea. Liu wondered what existed beyond the horizon. Led by his curiosity, he decided to embark on a great sea voyage, in hopes of discovering what had become of the outside world. He gathered a few supplies, hopped on top of a small turtle named Shenzin Su, and set sail through the mist. Time passed, and the other Pandaren thought that he must have died. Then, 5 years later, Liu Ling returned with stories of mysterious lands and people on the other side of the sea, only to resupply and head out again. But this time, not alone. The turtle, Shenzin Su, had grown larger over the years, allowing more space for people to ride. Liu Ling's stories inspired another Pandaren by the name of Shinizi to tag along. They would later become husband and wife. Every 5 years, they would return to Pandaria. Each time, Shenzin Su had become larger, which led to more Pandarens joining the journey across the sea. This tradition continued until the great turtle had grown to the size of a giant island. Misty mountains and lakes formed on top of the turtle's shell. In time, villages would spring up across the landscape. Those that lived on the back of the gigantic reptile named the land the Wandering Isle. On his final voyage from Pandaria, Liu Ling fell into a deep sleep from which he never woke. His spirit merged with the sea turtle upon his death. And in honor of his legacy, the traditions of exploration would carry on with the Pandarens living on the Wandering Isle for many centuries that followed. Over the years, after the battle with Sargeras and Northrend, Egwene's thoughts became twisted due to the influence of the fallen titan that now dwelled secretly in her soul. The Guardian isolated herself from the Council of Tirisfal, but this didn't mean that she didn't keep a watchful eye on their activities. And this is when Egwene noticed that the Council was interfering with the politics of the human nations, claiming that they were doing what was necessary to prevent war and suffering in the mortal world. But the Guardian viewed the Council's shadowy activities with skepticism and unease. Here's what she was worried about. If she stepped down from her position, then Egwene believed that the Council would choose a weaker Guardian to take her place, someone they could use to push their political agenda. And this is why she stayed on as Guardian past her 100-year commitment, using her power to extend her life longer than what would have naturally been possible. Even though some of the Council disagreed with her choice, they accepted it because she had done such a good job in her position. Over the next 100 years, Egwene's relationship with the Council became more and more strained. Sargeras was still working on her throughout this time, making the Guardian paranoid about her fellow Magi. This led her to seclude herself even more by building a tower in the remote area of Deadwind Pass. We know this building as Karazhan. And the location of this tower would remain a secret from the Council for many years. Egwene would retreat to Karazhan in order to work in peace and quiet from time to time. It also served as a conduit for the potent ley lines in the surrounding region, allowing her to siphon power when she needed it. Over time, older members of the Council passed away. Political influence was still being pushed on the human nations, and many of the new members of the Council pushed for the Guardian to relinquish her powers. During a rare visit to Dalaran, Egwene was ordered to step down as Guardian or face immediate consequences. This turned her distrust of the Council into outright hostility. She told them that putting the fate of Azeroth in their hands was tantamount to dooming the world. After this meeting was over, and with little to no other options left, the Council began talking about a plan to force Egwene to comply. The talk of making a new Guardian was on the table, but that idea was quickly put down due to the fact that if two Guardians fought, it would become something disastrous to the world. Think big cataclysmic spells. This led them to agree on a more subtle course of action. They formed the Tirisfal, an order of mages that used relics and armaments that could diminish the Guardians' powers. After years of training, they set out to hunt down Egwene and return her to Dalaran. While she did elude them with ease, the Tirisfal eventually found the Tower of Karazhan and reported back to the council. With Karazhan no longer safe, Egwene sealed off the tower from outsiders, then set out to find a new refuge, one that the council and the Tirisfal would never find. She decided to build this new stronghold in the ruins of ancient Suramar, attached to the tomb of Sargeras, which was previously known as the Temple of Elune. Deep beneath the sea, her dwellings, the Guardian Sanctum, would stay hidden from the Tirisfal for centuries. In the previous episode, we left off talking about Egwene, the current Guardian of Tirisfal, and knowing that she refused to relinquish her powers to a new Guardian as tradition dictated, it would be safe to say that she was in fact the last Guardian. Or was she? Now, before we can dive deeper into Egwene's story, we need to travel away from her home at the Guardian Sanctum and revisit the dwarves. In Ironforge, High King Motimus Anvilmar and his people thrived. Trade with the human city-states had made them very rich. Not only did they barter, but the dwarves built marvels such as the stone-wrought dam, which sparked curiosity and brought visitors all the way from the elven kingdom of Quel'Thalas. On the surface, things seemed perfect with the dwarven race, but deep within, tension was stirring. Ironforge's three powerful clans, that being the Bronzebeards, the Wildhammers, and the Dark Irons, were at each other's throats. Leading the Bronzebeards was Thane Madoran Bronzebeard, the largest of the three factions. Not only that, but it also formed the bulk of Ironforge's military, considering itself the backbone of the kingdom and claiming to share blood relations with High King Motimus. Thane Cardros Wildhammer led, you guessed it, the Wildhammers. They lived on the hills outside of Ironforge and were known as resilient mountaineers. The only problem with them was this: they had a hard time getting on King Motimus's good side to solidify their place among the ruling elite of Ironforge. Then there was sorcerer Thane Thorazan, leader of the Dark Irons. They ruled the deepest and darkest corners of the subterranean city. Apart from dabbling in sorcery and political schemes, they also controlled the kingdom's richest gem and mineral deposits. This gave Thorazan leverage to protect his people and secure a place in Ironforge's increasingly volatile political arena. High King Motimus did his best to treat each clan with fairness and respect, but in the end, the tension between the factions led to disaster. Eventually, the High King passed away from old age, and before his eldest son could be crowned, war ignited between the three clans. No one knows who struck first, but it was clear that the three were looking for dominion of the mountain. For years, bloody battles raged throughout the kingdom. In the end, the Bronzebeards were victorious and drove the Wildhammers and Dark Irons from the mountain. The Wildhammers settled in a nearby region of marshlands, carving out a subterranean city named Grim Batol. Surprisingly, a city that would rival even Ironforge in scope and prestige. The Dark Irons went south to the Red Ridge Mountains and founded the new kingdom of Thorazan, named after their leader. Speaking of which, even though his people prospered, Thorazan himself wallowed in humiliation. He dreamed of retribution and claiming Cosmodan as his own. Over the next many years, he would secretly build a new army and launch a two-pronged assault against the two other clans. Bolstering his Dark Iron warriors with war golems and siege engines, Thorazan himself led the attack on Ironforge. But this didn't guarantee victory. As they reached the heart of the city, the Bronzebeards rallied and pushed the Dark Irons all the way back to Redridge. As for the assault on the Wildhammers at Grim Batol, the attacking force was led by Thorazan's wife, Modgud, the sorceress. Proving to be successful, she took command of the city and transformed it into a realm of nightmares and terror, all through the use of their dark magic. But this wasn't the end of the events that transpired at Grim Batol. Cardros would eventually lead his Wildhammers into a daring counterattack, vanquishing Modgud in the process. And with her death, the Dark Irons retreated south, only to find themselves face to face with the armies of Ironforge. Caught in the middle of the Bronzebeards and the Wildhammers, the Dark Irons were utterly annihilated. It was in the Dark Irons that leaders Madoran and Cardros found a common enemy and a new purpose. They set aside their old rivalries and marched southward with their combined army, pledging to not stop until they had purged Thorazan and his Dark Irons from the face of the world. When they confronted him, Thorazan scrambled for a way to defeat his enemies. He decided to draw the fiery powers from deep within the world and use it as a weapon. As he wove his spell to save his kingdom, his thoughts turned to the death of his wife and his most recent defeats. Anger filled his heart to the point that his spell breached the elemental plane and tapped into none other than Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, summoning the ruler of flames to the surface of Azeroth. The earth buckled and wrenched apart, sparking a series of apocalyptic explosions that instantly killed the sorcerer Thane and shattered the surrounding mountains. From a distance, both leaders of the Bronzebeard and Wildhammer clans watched in horror as firestorms engulfed the area. They knew in an instant that Thorazan had doomed himself and his people. Worried about their own safety, Madoran and Cardros took their armies and fled to the north. Years after the War of the Three Hammers, Madoran and his people rebuilt Ironforge. As for the throne that was originally claimed by the Anvilmar family, their reign had come to an end, leaving Madoran Bronzebeard to assume leadership of the Dwarven nation. Not wanting to make an enemy of his former rulers, he offered the Anvilmar family and his descendants a permanent seat on the Ironforge Senate. Cardros and the Wildhammers abandoned Grim Batol due to the curse that Modgud had placed on the city upon her death, leaving it uninhabitable. And even though the Bronzebeard clan offered the Wildhammers a place in Ironforge, Madoran knew that Cardros was too proud to accept. Some of the Wildhammers would settle in a region called Northeron, while Cardros led most of his clan even farther north into the wooded hinterlands. Upon entering the area, they decided to build a majestic city high in the mountains, calling it Airy Peak. There, they fostered their traditional ties with the natural world, practicing shamanism and befriending the intelligent half-lion, half-eagle griffins, creatures that called the nook and crannies of the mountains home. In time, the griffins would become an inseparable part of the Wildhammers' culture. Madoran and Cardros established diplomatic ties between their two healing nations. The great arches of the Thandal span were constructed as both an economic and a symbolic bridge between the Dwarven territories. Even though rivalries would persist, the two leaders vowed never to take up arms against each other again. Upon both of their deaths, their sons commissioned masons to forge two great statues of the recently departed leaders. These were located at the entrance of the Southlands, beyond which lay the Dark Iron's territories. The statues would remain a tireless vigil, watching over the broken domain of their enemies. As for Ragnaros, his rebirth decimated much of the Redbridge Mountains. And from that event rose a raging volcano. We know this as Black Rock Mountain. The smoldering wasteland south of the volcano was called the Burning Steppes, and the chasm to the north was named the Searing Gorge. Ragnaros retreated to his lair called Molten Core, located deep within the heart of Black Rock Mountain. There, he enslaved the surviving Dark Iron dwarves. They were forced to carve out a new fortress under the mountain, naming it Shadowforge City. There, they would continue their hatred for the Wildhammer and Bronzebeard clans. After the Sundering, the Zandalari began to explore the sea and the surrounding islands. This is when they discovered Khazan, an island inhabited by the clever but crude green-skinned goblins. At first, the two races kept their distance from one another. The trolls were not there for the goblins, but rather for a strange mineral called Khajiamite. In ancient times, Keeper Mimiron discovered this mineral and used it to experiment on various races that were primitive, small, and roamed the forest lands near Ulduar. And upon consuming Khajiamite, they were transformed into highly intelligent creatures known today as goblins. When the Sundering occurred, they were cut off from the supply of the mineral, and within a few generations, their heightened intelligence vanished. The goblins that found refuge on the island of Khazan had already forgotten the role Khajiamite had played in their old society. So, why did the trolls want access to this mineral? Well, consuming vaporized Khajiamite heightened the trolls' senses, caused hallucinations, and increased their intelligence. It would also be used in their rituals and ceremonies. For centuries, they mined from the numerous Khajiamite veins running close to the surface of the island. At times, they would employ the goblins to work for them, paying with shiny but cheap trinkets that the small creatures prized. This would all change when the trolls found more than what they needed. Upon discovering a rather large deposit of Khajiamite, they enslaved the goblins and forced them to mine under horrible conditions. This would go on for thousands of years. In the end, it was the Khajiamite that led to the goblins' salvation. When mining, it was common for a cloud of the strange mineral to always be present. Breathing in this fog over time unlocked the goblins' intelligence and craftiness, allowing them to create traps, explosives, and other ingenious weaponry to overthrow their slave masters. When the time came to revolt, the troll overseers were completely caught off guard as the goblins stormed from the mines, armed with technology much more advanced compared to what the trolls had. While the revolution ended in the goblins' favor, it left Khazan in a state worse than when the mining operation began. As for the Zandalari, the surviving trolls fled, while the goblins celebrated their liberation, but not in the way you think. They turned on each other to fill the void of power that was now present. Countless factions and allegiances were formed. The most powerful of these groups were known as the cartels. And when no clear winner emerged from the fighting, these cartels brokered an uneasy truce. Conflict would never really die down between the various factions. And as opposed to physical combat, the goblins would battle in the economic arena. The cartels ultimately turned to trade to sustain themselves and used their profits to amass even more wealth and power. Throughout the Eastern Kingdoms, many of the human nations prospered. The smallest of these kingdoms was Stormwind. What made it thrive was its farmsteads that surrounded the region. As Stormwind's population grew, towns would spring up in places like the Elwyn Forest, Redridge Mountains, Brightwood, and Westfall. While things were more or less peaceful, threats began to emerge. Packs of gnolls saw humans as easy prey and launched raiding parties against convoys, farmsteads, and even small towns. In response, Stormwind sent knights and soldiers to patrol the land. The main city became a sanctuary for refugees who were driven from their homes. Not only that, but it became a central location for spiritual guidance, welcoming devout clerics from Lordaeron to spread their faith. They would be the founders of the Holy Order of Northshire Clerics. While these devout clerics used the powers of the light to soothe the hearts and minds of Stormwind's citizens, military forces patrolled the borders of the kingdom. Even though their protection was effective, the gnolls would remain a danger within the land. During the reign of King Barathin Rin, the gnolls began attacking the main city itself. But Stormwind wasn't the main target. No, these attacks were quickly realized as mere distractions. While soldiers defended the city, Westfall farmsteads burned to the ground. The gnolls assailed the city in such numbers that few soldiers could be spared to protect the agricultural lands. The thing is, this wasn't an ordinary tactic for the gnolls. Never before had an intelligent leader emerged among their kind. Until now. Pack Lord Garfang, an alpha from the Redridge Pack, had spent years conquering other packs in the region. This allowed him to build up an army, which then raided almost a third of all human settlements outside of the city. King Barathin looked to Lordaeron, Gilneas, and other kingdoms for aid, but they would send none, mainly because they didn't see any advantage in helping the small nation with their problems. Stormwind was on its own. This infuriated King Barathin, but he also realized that he needed to take matters into his own hands. Pack Lord Garfang was bold in attacking Stormwind City, and the king figured that if they were going to win against the gnolls, he needed to use bold tactics as well. Here was the plan. At night, under the cover of darkness, the king and a small group of elite armored knights would leave the city and wait for the gnoll assault to hit the city walls. When the raiding party attacked, King Barathin and his party rode fast away from Stormwind City and toward the Redridge Mountains. The gamble paid off. Pack Lord Garfang had left nothing back for protection except for his personal guards. The king battled them for a full day and night, ending with Barathin himself sinking his blade into the Pack Lord's neck. Half of the knights had died, and all the survivors had been wounded. It was a heavy price to pay, but at least Garfang's reign had ended. The moment that the gnolls learned of their leader's death, they turned on each other, battling for Garfang's place as Pack Lord. But none had his cunning or his guile, and the gnolls thinned their own numbers, leaving them unable to continue pushing deep into human lands. King Barathin took advantage of the infighting and rallied his soldiers, launching his forces into Redridge, decimating what remained of the gnolls, leaving only pockets of the hostile creatures to dwell in the region, never again to threaten Stormwind as they once did. King Barathin Rin, known thereafter as the Adamant, was celebrated as a hero. The victory had given Stormwind's people confidence that they could handle any threat that might arise, even if they had to face it without any outside aid. In the years that followed, Stormwind would become even more distant from the northern kingdoms. Yet unbeknownst to the great world, events would soon take place in Stormwind that would change the fate of Azeroth forever. Far from Stormwind, the Council of Tirisfal continued their hunt to find the now renegade guardian Egwene, so that they could hold her accountable for her defiance, but she couldn't be found. Hidden away in her sanctum within the sunken ruins of ancient Suramar, she remained safe. Only rarely did she emerge to walk the outside world. At times, she observed what the council was doing, only to find them meddling deeper in politics. Not only that, but they were now practicing statecraft, which is the art of conducting public affairs, making laws, managing money, dictating how to keep people safe, those sorts of things. It was during one of these investigative journeys that Egwene crossed paths with Yogg-Saron, a member of the Tiris Guard who was known for being unrelenting. For months, Yogg-Saron hounded the Guardian, using enchanted artifacts to nullify her magic, hampering her attempts to escape his grasp. Apart from their constant encounters, they not only threw magic at one another, but they also bantered back and forth, seeking insight into each other's strengths and weaknesses. Because of this, Egwene found out that Yogg-Saron had misgivings about the Council of Tirisfal. He was aware of their political activities, which he did not condone. These conversations between the two also worked the other way around. Yogg-Saron realized that Egwene was not the traitorous rebel that the Council of Tirisfal had made her out to be. As he learned more about her, he began to sympathize with her plight. He also sensed that she was wrestling with some unseen darkness in her soul. Even though he was brilliant in the ways of magic, Yogg-Saron would never know that the darkness deep inside of her was the lingering presence of Sargeras. Hoping to help the Guardian, Yogg-Saron laid down his arms and abandoned his hunt. And as you most likely guessed it didn't take long before love blossomed between the two former enemies. They agreed that they would work together to prevent the Council of Tirisfal from having control over another Guardian. And knowing that she could not hold on to the title forever, she proposed a solution to Yogg-Saron. They would bear a child who would inherit her Tirisfalan powers. That way, a new Guardian could be brought up free from the Council of Tirisfal's manipulation. Yogg-Saron readily agreed, seeing this plan as a redemptive act for Egwene. If she could not purge the darkness within herself, then perhaps she could create an heir who would be free from her own personal burdens. In time, Egwene gave birth to a son. We know him as Medivh, or Keeper of Secrets in the High Elven tongue. His affinity for magic was incredible, a natural gift passed down from his parents. As for the Guardian powers, Egwene locked them away in his soul, where they would linger until Medivh reached maturity. But not only did he inherit her powers, but the lingering darkness of Sargeras would also enter his soul and remain there. Egwene didn't know this, but the Demon Lord had possessed the infant while he was formed in her womb. To keep him safe, Egwene and Yogg-Saron looked for a location for him to be raised, and they ultimately decided on Stormwind due to its isolated location and weak ties with Dalaran, not only the Magic City, but the other northern nations as well. Yogg-Saron would become the official conjurer of Stormwind's royal court, and having secured a future for her son, Egwene left Medivh in the care of his father. Yogg-Saron would educate and tutor the boy in the ways of the arcane arts until the time came for him to assume the role of guardian. As for Egwene, she departed Stormwind, retiring from her duties as the guardian. The long centuries had taken their toll on her, and she could bear it no more. Remaining hidden, she would watch her beloved son from afar. Since Yogg-Saron was the official conjurer of the court, that meant that Medivh also had a place within the same court. As he grew up, Medivh spent much of his time in the company of two other notable children, Anduin Lothar a descendant of the Arathi bloodline, and Lane Rin, the Prince of Stormwind. Despite their fondness for mischief and adventure, the three children were adored by the kingdom's populace. Medivh was very close to Anduin and Lane. He found an escape from his father's tutoring when adventuring with the boys. Even though Medivh excelled in the arcane arts, he didn't receive much praise from Nilis. He was a cold and sullen mentor, always pushing his son to do more, to always be better. Eventually, Nilis revealed to Medivh why he placed such a burden on him. He told his son about the Council of Tirisfal, the formation of the Guardian, its history, and Medivh's own secret heritage. Nilis explained that one day he would assume the role of Guardian, and that the entire world would then rest on his shoulders. This didn't sit well with the boy. He was riddled with anxiety, which led to disastrous consequences when he finally came of age. On the eve of his 14th birthday, the stress building within Medivh ignited his dormant guardian powers. Fevered dreams assaulted the boy as the Tirisfallen energies yearned to be unleashed. Nilis did all he could to help his son, but as the incredible powers lashed out of Medivh, they unfortunately took his father's life. Thereafter, the boy fell into a deep coma. And not for a short while, but for many years, he lay unconscious in Stormwind's Northshire Abbey, tended to by clerics and watched over by his faithful friends Anduin and Lane. When Medivh finally awoke, he found the world had changed around him. Lane was getting ready to succeed his father Barathin as King of Stormwind, and Anduin had become a knight in the military. It took time, but Medivh gradually acclimated to his new life, all the while recognizing the amazing powers at his fingertips. Resolved to use it to protect the world from evil, he assured the clerics that even though he had experienced such a strange and drawn-out coma, he was fine. But Medivh was unaware that Sargeras was still hiding within his soul, subtly twisting every thought and action to a much darker end. At long last, the fallen Titan had found the perfect instrument with which to begin the Legion's next invasion of Azeroth. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you like this kind of content, make sure to like and subscribe. And if you'd like to support the work that I'm doing, please check out my YouTube, Patreon, or Twitch memberships. And a big shout out to all the names on the screen here. You mean so much to me. Thank you so much for your help. And with that, I'll see you guys next time on the Tales of Azeroth.